memory to work with, which is called conventional memory. Regardless of how much memory is installed in your system, they're only limited to work with that. And you have, usually people have too many things running within that conventional memory, device drivers, memory resident utilities that take up that space.
So you think you have 640K, but it's not really all available.
Right.
All right, now one basic problem is you may simply not have enough RAM in your computer and you want to go out and buy more RAM. That's not so hard to do, right?
Right. All you have to do is buy the right SIM for your system and install it in your system. It's very easy to install. You just put it in its own slot and it snaps into place.
So you don't have to be afraid to install memory. That was 1 megabyte and boom, you did it.
Right.
All right, let's go back to the 640K problem. You don't have to do anything complicated. If you have DOS 6 or better, you can actually run a utility called MemMaker to reallocate memory and solve some of those problems, right?
Right. If you have MS-DOS, it's called MemMaker. If you have PC-DOS, it's called RAM Boost. These two utilities basically do the same thing. They optimize the system on their own, and you don't have to know a whole lot about memory management. They just do it for you.
You do a lot of clicking, and we can see the results. You just ran MemMaker on this machine, and out of the 640K, we could only really use 517. You ran MemMaker, and we gained 31K extra memory, so now we can use 549.
Right.
All right, there's another solution you have over on that other machine, which is really different configurations for different work environments, right?
Right. It's a selective boot. It's called multi-config. And so when you turn your computer on, you can select whether you want to do work-related stuff, like load Windows, network, CD-ROM, or optimize your system just for games. Well, actually, CD-ROM would be a good one to have also. So
your machine would boot different ways depending on what kind of memory you needed, depending on what you were doing with your computer.
Right.
Now, you wrote about that in the magazine, right?
Right. There's an article in the June '94 issue that is a detailed step-by-step instruction on how to create a menu like this on either version of DOS. It's very simple, and the article is posted on your CompuServe forum.
Terrific. And finally, there's a book you wanted to mention.
Right. This book is everything you want to know about memory management and then some, and it comes with a disk with 14 utilities for memory, to optimize your memory. It's highly recommended.
Thank you very much. Okay, if you started with PCs 10 years ago, it's hard to imagine RAM problems today when your machine comes with 4 megabytes or more. My first PC came with 4 kilobytes. Well, let's start our look at memory problems with a brief history lesson on the evolution of computer memory.
The Intel Museum in Santa Clara, California is a microcosm of memory and microprocessor history. Within its compact rooms, you'll find displays explaining early core memory, the first DRAM or dynamic random access memory, and the first kit computers. They only go back about 20 years, but they are generations away from today's PCs.
Core memories were actually made of wire around a mechanical device, and it allowed the charge to be stored in a magnetic field. That charge actually represented the data. They were quickly replaced by DRAM because DRAM was so much smaller and faster and cheaper to build than core because it was based on silicon technology. Now, this first DRAM was actually only a 1K memory, which by today's standards is absolutely small. It's very tiny. But 1K of DRAM still absolutely destroyed the core memory business and it just wiped it off the face of the earth.
The original 1K DRAM of the 70s doubled in size about every 18 months to arrive at today's 16 megabit chips. The advantage of dynamic RAM was its low cost and large size. Next came static RAM, a much faster but more costly memory used where speed is essential, such as in memory caches. Recently, a new kind of memory has become available known as flash. Unlike static or dynamic RAM, flash memory has the distinct advantage of retaining the data stored inside it even when the computer is shut down. The chips are packaged in PCM-CIA cards, popular for portable machines and as flash BIOS.
Flash BIOS is great for a PC because it allows it to be up to date at all times. If ever the code changes or the program changes, the user can go back and reprogram right into the Flash BIOS the latest characteristics that are needed in the industry.
One of the most dramatic applications of flash memory is likely to be in plug-and-play systems. With plug-and-play, users will no longer need to face the nightmare of reconfiguring their PCs every time they add a card. The systems will have new slots and software and flash BIOS memory.
Plug-and-play requires a flash memory device in the BIOS in order to maintain the configuration of the card you're plugging in. As an end user plugs in a new sound card, for example, the BIOS has to rewrite itself and to store those configuration data right into it. When the end user comes back and turns the computer on, he needs to have that data stored there permanently.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
Perhaps the most confusing part of dealing with memory problems is just understanding what the problem is. One way to get a handle on that is to use diagnostic software. And one good example is QA Plus for Windows from Diagsoft. Jeff Kraft joins us to explain. How you doing, Jeff?
Fine, Stuart.
All right, now sometimes if you have a memory problem, you may really have a memory problem. I mean, you may have bad RAM chips, right? So you want to do some fundamental testing of your memory in the first place. You can do that with QA Plus?
We can do that with QA Plus as well as test all aspects of the PC.
So there's all kinds of things I could look at, but let's do the memory test here.
Okay. The memory test, basically we have the ability to run several different tests across the RAM field, both for the base RAM and extended and expanded RAM.
All right, now is this different from the RAM test I normally see when I boot my computer and it says the RAM passed?
It's much more thorough. When you boot up in your computer and it runs through a RAM test, it runs one pattern of data through the RAM and reads it back, and once that's completed, it's done. It cannot identify the bad SIM strips or the bad device at all.
So you can't necessarily trust that.
Right.
Okay, so you can do the kind of basic hardware test here and make sure that, you know, all your RAM is actually working.
Yes.
Now, the other thing you can do with this, as I understand it, is actually upload my AutoExec file, my config.sys file, my ini files and all that to have your tech guys sort of analyze my PC by remote control.
Yes. If, per se, that we did have a RAM failure, what would happen is that a message would come up and ask if you'd like to jump to our electronic support center. And if the user would say yes, then this would be the first screen that would see. First off, the system would annotate that it's a memory problem. We have some area here for the user to send us a message, and the user just basically goes, okay. And what we collect as part of this process, we collect who the user is, how to get in contact with the user without ever talking to them, and a data number if there is a data number, emails, so on and so forth. What is sent to our tech support center is complete system inventory, hardware inventory, memory maps, DOS information, Windows information, the INI files, all of the critical data that we would need to be able to make a first pass diagnosis of the problem without having to be online with the customer. Now, once we go and this process happens, I'm going to exit out here, but we would receive the data on our PC. We would then load it on our PC, and we would look for obvious configuration problems, obvious memory problems, read the data that came off the test report.
And so you could then actually solve those problems and then upload your corrected files or configuration back to my PC.
The user. Right back to the user, and then the user has the ability to upload that data into their PC or contact us again with another question, or maybe they would like us to take the next step and dial their computer up and run the diagnostics for them. So it don't have to be a super tech.
Right. And again, this could be more than just literally a hardware problem, just the kind of configuration problems we were talking about before you guys could solve.
It could be a load application problem.
What's the cost for the service?
It's $99.95 a year. It's based on...
all you want?
Basically, it's unlimited.
All you can eat. Okay, not too bad. All right, now, RAM problems are not limited to the PC platform and Windows. You can have memory problems with a Macintosh too, but there is a very simple solution for the Mac called RAM Doubler from Connectix, and here to show it to us is Roy McDonald. How you doing, Roy?
Good story.
Okay, first of all, it's slightly different in the Mac environment. We don't have the 640K kinds of problems we see in DOS. It's usually just not enough RAM to do all the things we want to do, right?
Right, the Macintosh is a very memory-intensive computer because of all the graphics that's often done on it, and so people often find they don't have enough memory. Connectix RAM Doubler, and this is the Macintosh version that I'm going to show here.
So just one disk?
It's just one disk, takes about 15 seconds to install. It's an extension that gives you exactly twice as much memory as when you started. So all you have to do is double-click on the installer. The product is installed. And here we've got a PowerBook 140 with an old 6830 processor with 4 megabytes of RAM. Once this is installed, it'll work like a PowerBook with 8 megabytes of RAM. Over here, we've got a PowerPC, a 7100.
Okay. Before you get that far now, what's the trick? I mean, you can't make gold out of tin, you know. I mean, where do you find all this extra RAM magically?
Well, the truth is there's quite a bit of inefficiency inherent in the Mac operating system's use of RAM. So for example, if you look at About This Macintosh, which is something that's built into the Mac operating system, and a report that tells you how memory is being used, this Mac had 24 megabytes of built-in memory. It's been doubled to 49 megabytes using RAM doubler. Now, how did we get the extra memory?
Right.
All of these applications are currently open and running in this 24 megabytes. Let's take a look at Adobe Photoshop. This number here, the 8 megabytes, is telling us that 8 megabytes of memory has been allocated to Photoshop for use whenever you use Photoshop. That's a decision the user has to make when they first install the software. But if you look at these bars, the black part of the bar is the part of Photoshop that's actually using RAM right now. All this memory here has been allocated by the operating system but isn't currently being used.
So you're taking back some of that wasted RAM that was allocated to an
Right.
application.
All of these white bars are spaces of memory that are basically filled with zeros right now that the operating system doesn't know how to use. That alone is usually enough to give you twice as much memory. If it's not, we then go into the black bars. These are parts of memory that actually have code that's in there and that's running, but oftentimes that's code that was used only once. Execute once only code to launch the system or to launch Adobe Photoshop, for example. This part of that black bar, the very early part, can be compressed 3 to 1 to create more space. The combination of all this gives us an exact double.
Okay, Roy, you have your little quick cam up there now.
Sure.
And what's the point of that?
The point is to show why would you want so much memory on a computer. And the advantage of having this much memory on a computer is you can do a lot of things without getting in and out of applications. So for example, I just took my picture using the quick cam. Now I can just simply go into Adobe Photoshop, which is already open, create a new document, and I'll just come off of the clipboard, I will dump my picture. Oops, take the picture. Dump in. There I am. Now I can run Photoshop by spherizing, perhaps.
Yeah, so again, the real point is to be able to have all these applications up and running at the same
Go
time, and
into
that's what
something
you
else.
need the RAM for. On the
Right,
Mac.
all those applications, and the Macintosh, the ability to go between all of them is the advantage.
All right, thanks a lot. Now, if you've run into an error message that says not enough memory, odds are you were trying to install or run a new multimedia game. Well, one little computer store in Canada got so tired of having customers call up and complain that they decided to develop their own solution, and it's called the Game Doctor.
Calgary is Alberta's gateway to the Canadian Rockies, a winter playground renowned for magnificent vistas and spectacular skiing. Although Silicon Valley is over 1,000 miles away, a local computer retailer called Mad Mouse Multimedia Warehouse has managed to produce a little program that can make life easier for a lot of game users. It's called Game Doctor, and its origin is based on a real-life problem.
Well, as a retail store, we ended up getting a lot of people that would buy a game, take it home, and not be able to get it to run. So they'd come back. They usually come back to us first. First place they buy it is where they come back. They don't phone tech support number. They walk in and they say, I had a problem. And then we ask them what the problem is. It's usually out of memory. And we ask them, oh, do you know how to reconfigure your autoexec or config.sys? They say no. So then we spend a few minutes or more talking to them, trying to get them to figure out how to do it themselves. What happened the majority of times was that people would actually bring their system in and we'd do a limited multi-config setup that would actually get them to run.
To keep their shop from becoming an extended technical support line for game publishers, the Mad Mouse owners decided to make their own game configuration utility. Game Doctor is a multi-configuration program that can adjust a computer's memory allocation and system resources to run and switch between several games without boot disks or changing the computer's configuration files. It may not seem like a major accomplishment except to a game user.
It was frustrating because you'd put the game in and you'd get out-of-memory error. You'd have to take the time, read along, figure out how to make a boot disk. Well, I'm not really computer literate, to be honest. I prefer something that's very user-friendly, and I've discovered with the Game Doctor, it will allow me to use a variety of configurations so I don't have to bother with a boot disk anymore. It's put it in. If you get the wrong configuration wrong initially, then you can just try another one, and eventually you will get the right configuration so it runs.
Mad Mouse is beginning to advertise their product, but Game Doctor sells mostly by word of mouth. The recurring problems faced by game buyers also boost sales. As for supplying customers with trouble-free software from the start, Mad Mouse views it as a shared responsibility between publisher and retailer.
One of the biggest problems is that there's so many different variations of computers out there, you have to be able to recognize what they're doing. And then based on that, build a configuration that will match for the game as well as for the computer. The software industry can't possibly take everybody in consideration when they do a product. So they have to change, they have to do something. So what they've done is they've tried to give a product that works on a good percentage of machines, and on the product and the machines that aren't configured right, here's how to make them work.
Whether or not Game Doctor should be included with every expensive game or sold separately, the developers have found a way to overcome one of the most common frustrations of PC users.
There's no more playing with anything. I don't have to try and make these boot discs. And I think I'm like everybody. When I first get that game, I don't want to read the manual. I want to put it in. I want to have a look and see what the game looks like. I want to play with it a little bit. Now, it takes me a couple of, maybe 30 seconds to get the right system up, and away I go.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
One standard solution for memory problems has been to just buy a piece of software that can reconfigure your memory to suit the applications you're running. One of the leaders in that category is Quarterdeck and its QEMM software. Here to show us how to use it is Gary Saxer. Welcome, Gary.
Thanks.
Let's try to clarify a couple of things. Early in the program, we talked about that 640K limit. The fact of the matter is, it's a 1 meg limit, isn't it?
That's right. DOS machines are actually limited to 1024K or 1 megabyte. That 384K difference isn't a lot, but it's enough to make a big difference to lots of programs.
So you can play with that memory too?
Absolutely.
All right, the second point is we showed MemMaker at the beginning, and that does solve some of your memory allocation
problems. Sure, you should run it if you have it.
But you can do other things with a QEMM that you can't do with MemMaker.
That's right. We have ways of squeezing even more memory out of the programs here. We have a feature called Squeeze that can actually put programs into places where they normally wouldn't be able to fit.
All right, let's take a look at QEMM and show me what you mean.
Okay. This particular machine right now has 459K. You can see my little diamond mouse moving there. 459K below 640K.
Right.
There are some memory areas here above 640K that we can take use of, but right now all the drivers are loaded below 640K. These are the autoexec.bat ones, and we're using our manifest program here to see this. And here you can see my PCMCIA adapters here and my CD-ROM drive, etc. Yeah. Now the idea is to take these drivers from below 640K and move them into the memory area above 640K. Now this is done using our program called Optimize, which is a better version of the program that you get called MemMaker or RAM Boost. Right. And its job takes these programs, figures out how big they are, and in fact it can do a lot of other stuff, figuring out special stuff. It can see the PCMCIA cards there and avoid them, things that MemMaker doesn't normally do, okay? And its job is to find this stuff and get this stuff moved above 640K. So after it's all done, the Optimize program that is, we now have 582K of memory. Now you'll notice that there's still a couple of things. For instance, here's the CD-ROM driver here loaded below 640K. Some of that stuff is still left below 640K. 582 is a lot, okay? Most game programs would be able to run, but we want more. Here's why we haven't been able to get more. Looking at this picture here, you see all this blue area here is the area below 640K. This area with the letter V's is my video cards, okay? That's the graphics area and the text area.
So this is a map of my RAM.
This is the map of the 1 megabyte, that's right. And what's happening there? This letter R here, for instance, is my video ROM. This other area up here is my system ROM, controls the disk and the keyboard and stuff like that. The page frame is there. I use a disk cache that uses the page frame. That way it's 3K in size instead of 30K in size. And my CD-ROM uses the page frame as well. From 50K it goes down to 16K. But the important thing here are these green letter H's. You like to have lots of these green letter H's. That's how much memory you have above 640K. In this particular case here, I have 128K of memory above 640K I'm using, and all but 0.9K of it is what this little number is telling you is being used by drivers. What we'd like to do, however, is get rid of those ROMs. Now, of course, if I actually got rid of the ROMs, you wouldn't be able to see anything on the video.
Really get rid of them, but pretend we're getting rid of them.
Well, we call this feature stealth. And what we're doing is hiding the ROMs. The ROMs actually are there, but you only use them when you actually need them. That is, when you go to read something off the disk, we will bring the ROM back to life, go ahead and use the ROM, and then hide it once again. Okay. That's why we call it stealth. And the idea here is to get, in this case, almost 100K more memory available for us to use. If we take a look at the same picture here, after I've rebooted with stealth here, you can actually see all these green letter H's.
All those good green H's.
Lots of good
memory.
Green letter H's. In fact, more memory to the tune of over 630K of memory below 640K. And that 630K is very important even if you run Windows programs. In fact, Ryan Livingston in a recent issue of InfoWorld pointed out that insufficient memory messages, even if you have 16 or 20 megabytes of memory, is memory below 1 megabyte that you need. And that's what we're getting you, more memory below 1 megabyte.
Very cool. Thanks a lot, Gary.
Thanks.
Okay, now there is another approach to solving memory problems, especially when the issue is dealing with CD-ROMs. That is the multimedia cloaking utility from Helix Software, and Michael Spielo is the president of Helix. How you doing, Michael?
Good, thanks.
All right, so yeah, the problem occurs most likely if I'm trying to run a CD-ROM game. I stick the CD-ROM in, and it won't work because I don't have enough memory. How do I use your cloaking utility to solve that problem?
Well, on the screen you can see the problem very clearly. Typically, this is a machine that is a multimedia system, and it has only 506K, as you can see over here, and that's the best the MemMaker could do, and that's fully optimized.
So this is after running MemMaker.
That's correct.
And again, this is baby. There's not even a sound card in here.
There's no sound, there's no PCMCIA, there's no network, there's certainly nothing like an antivirus utility, which you should probably use. And you can see that I only have 506K available for programs. And what happens is when I try and run a program, typically I end up with a message like this.
There's our message, not enough memory to start this particular CD-ROM we're trying to run.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install our multimedia cloaking utility, and the installation is really very simple. It's a few clicks of the mouse, and it comes with 3 different drivers that take the place of your current drivers and are actually licensed from Microsoft. And the CD-ROM extensions, for instance, is the exact same one, but it's been modified to use our cloaking technology.
So part of what you're doing is replacing my drivers with your drivers, which are more efficient in the use of memory?
Exactly, and they use our new cloaking technology so that they can run above 1 megabyte.
But I'm not risking my system by substituting these drivers.
They're the same drivers, and in fact, they're safer because they run in the protected area of your memory, so that there's less chance of a conflict between these drivers and other software that you might load on the system.
Okay, so you do your clicking and you install multimedia cloaking.
And voila, you've gained over 100K. In this particular configuration, I believe I've gained 101K just by installing these drivers. I didn't have to run MemMaker again, and I didn't have to re-optimize or anything else. Just load the drivers, and I get more memory.
Okay, now you're talking about this cloaking technology. Gary was talking about his stealth technology. They different?
They are different, yes. The cloaking technology actually relocates the programs so that they execute above 1 meg in the area of memory that's plentiful. And that way they don't take up any of the precious first megabyte that you need to run all of your software.
So you're saying there really isn't even that 1 megabyte limit. You can even go above that to run these routine
That's
functions.
right. With cloaking, it goes completely beyond the first megabyte, and the end result is that the program that we tried to run before, the CD-ROM game that wouldn't run and set out of memory, now comes up and runs.
And there it goes.
It's as easy as that.
Yeah. All right, now you've got another solution here called NetRoom, which is, I guess, even more powerful than multimedia cloaking?
That's correct. NetRoom is a full memory manager that implements cloaking for your BIOS. So those ROMs that Gary was hiding, we actually relocate them above 1 meg and let them execute there, and that can get you a lot of extra memory. And what we're going to show here is the combination of NetRoom and multimedia cloaking, which is if you have the network and the PCMCIA and the CD-ROM and the sound and the scanner, and your system is really fully loaded, and you really need a lot of extra RAM, that's the combination that'll do it for you.
Okay,
and
so you've got NetRoom.
The end result is can be visible with our Discover utility that shows you all about the insides of your PC. And click on the memory button, and you see that we've gone to 902K below 1 meg, so that's almost the entire first megabyte is usable for your programs, and 800 of that is still available, so clearly there's more than enough to load all the drivers that you could want.
So the good news is there are solutions to these memory problems.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks a lot. That's our look at memory problems. Hope we gave you a couple of good ideas for solving your RAM nightmares. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you here next time on the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by Hewlett-Packard, developing technology that lets you manage your PC from anywhere on the network, anywhere in the world. HP PCs, you're taking a close look at remote management.
Additional funding provided by the SPA, presenters of the annual Excellence in Software Awards. Video cassette copies of this program are available. Computer Chronicles also publishes a companion newsletter containing details on products demonstrated and information on program topics. To order a video cassette or a newsletter, call 1-800-800-9520 or write Computer Chronicles. Please specify program subject for tapes. All orders include a free software program for auditing software use and information on the definitive guide to keeping your organization's software legal.
This week on the Computer Chronicles, the wireless revolution. We'll show you the new Merlin wireless modem from Metricom and their cool new wireless web pad. Want to watch videos on your cell phone? That's what's next. We'll find out about it from a company called Packet Video. Bluetooth is what everybody's talking about when it comes to wireless connections between devices. We'll demonstrate the newest Bluetooth technology. And we'll show you the hottest new cell phone, the Sony CMD Z5. And a clever new take on wireless connectivity, the Cyberco. Wireless revolution. It's all coming up next on the Computer Chronicles. Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by PC to PC, the online computer migration service from PC First, moving files, applications, and preferences from your old computer to your new one. Additional support is provided by Upside Events, presenting the Digital Lifestyle Revolution Conference, where people and technology intersect. Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. If there is a buzzword of the year, this year it is certainly wireless. Whether it's web-enabled cell phones or wireless PDAs or Bluetooth, everyone is talking about the new world of wireless communications and wireless computing. So today we're going to show you the latest in wireless technology. And here to start us off is Tim Baharin, President of Creative Strategies, and we can always count on Tim for great cool new gadgets, especially in the wireless field.
Yep.
What have you brought with you? And let's start out with this guy.
Yeah, the first thing we're going to talk about is the new BlackBerry from Research in Motion. This is the 975. Most people are used to the small BlackBerry device.
Yes, these are a little email device.
Right.
And this is more than that?
Yeah, this is more like a PDA in the sense that it does have a bigger screen, but what it really does is have better connectivity to the internet. So as you see here, I've just checked Microsoft stuff.
All right, so I can do more than just check email. I can go on to sort of PDA-enabled websites.
Yeah, and specifically things like ABC News and Reuters. And
so sports news, stocks, these kind of stuff.
Right.
Airline schedules?
Airline schedules, things of that nature. Now, it doesn't really replace a PDA in the sense it's not a really good scheduler.
It's not a PDA,
right?
It's a wireless information
It's a
device.
wireless information device, and of course it does email.
Got it. And how reliable is the service? Can you use it anywhere?
This is an amazing tool. Actually, I use this all over the country. And almost anywhere I go, I get a good signal. So it's actually a pretty good tool for that.
How expensive?
This one runs between $400 and $500, depending on the carrier.
And the service?
Service runs about between $35 and $45 a month.
Business tool.
Yeah, very much business.
All right, let's go to the next Kyocera phone here, and this is really cool too. Explain this one.
Yeah, this is actually the new Kyocera phone. Again, it's a regular cell phone, as you can see when you look at it. But when you pop down the dial, it is now a Palm Pilot.
And it's literally, it looks like a Palm OS in there.
It is the Palm OS in there. So I can do schedule and address, etc. But when I go to home, I now have this screen that I would have. I have the screen as if I would have like any one of the PalmNet devices. And in this particular case, I'm going to go to American Airlines and check and see what's available on American
So again,
Airlines.
the cell phone is the wireless connection here. The Palm is acting like the little computer.
Right. But what's really important to note about this actually represents what I consider the next holy grail in the sense that most of the companies are looking at trying to create one device.
Bring together that
cell
phone and the PDA.
right. And this is the first one that I've seen that really does a good job. We had this about a year ago.
There was that old palm that was shoved kludgy-like into that old Qualcomm
the early
phone,
Qualcomm, right?
Yeah.
But Kyocera really has taken it to the next step. This is a great example of the next generation of these phones, and they're only going to get better as time goes on.
All right, now if we want to do some real web surfing, okay, the real internet, you've got the Merlin. That's just a real modem, a wireless modem?
Yeah, this is the new Ricochet Merlin modem from Metrocom, and it is a wireless modem, but it's 128K, very good speeds, and it's in the Metrocom regions like Washington, D.C. and New York.
So
and
metro
San
areas,
Francisco.
just shove it in your laptop.
Yep, put it in my laptop.
Full 128K
Full 28K access, yeah, and I've used it in L.A., in New York City, all over here in the Bay Area, and it just works like a charm.
This is sort of like the Ricochet modem that we used to have before. It was a little bigger, and
Yeah,
now
like
it's
a
a PC
brick.
card. Like a brick.
Right, and now it's in this tiny little car.
All right, let's grab this thing over here if we can. This is something else they just came out with, which is what, the MetroPad, WebPad, the Metro
Right, now this is
WebPad.
actually not on the market yet, but this just gives you an idea of where we're going with it. This is the National Semiconductor did a project with Metrocom called the Ricochet Metro WebPad. This will be on the market later this summer, and basically it is a web surfing tool.
Full WinCE device.
WinCE device, right? And if you tilt it a little bit, the modem, as you saw that I had here, we've just popped another one of them in here.
Yeah, let me just turn that around and just sort of show here. So here's your little Merlin you just stuck in the PC slot back here.
Right. And now I can basically go to the Metrocom regions.
Yeah, so let me turn this around here. And this is now a full, web surfing device.
Web
here,
surfing
right?
device, right. And it has a virtual keypad.
Yeah.
So I can go in, type in, www.yahoo.com, and it just comes up.
Getting better all the time.
Yeah, this is a fun tool.
All right, Tim, we only have about a minute and a half or so left, so let's take a look at this baby here, which looks like just a very small IBM ThinkPad, but what's the deal with the paper pad?
Right, what this is the IBM Transnote portfolio, and basically it's a ThinkPad on this side with the screen. And here is a pad of paper that when I write on it, like this, right, what I write on here will eventually show up on here, and now I take notes when I go
so
to...
you're at a meeting taking notes the old-fashioned way,
Right.
and you have a record of it inside your computer.
Yeah, it's a great tool if you want to take notes and have it on your computer instantly.
And this actually goes backwards if you want to show it at a presentation
Right,
or
flip the
something
screen.
like that. And if we fold this whole baby down,
Right.
close it up, and
Close
you've got
it up.
something smaller than a notebook computer here. That's the whole deal.
Right, now I have basically a portfolio that I take off to a meeting, doesn't even look like a computer.
God, you'd be the envy of every guy at that
Yeah,
meeting,
I
Tim.
will be.
All right, last but not least, this is a nice, simple, elegant solution to the person who wants just wireless connectivity wherever
That's
you
right.
are, right?
This is the ThinkPad, Think Outside portable keyboard.
seen that
folding,
before.
Sure. When I take a Palm 7 and pop it in, put up my screen, boy, I now have a wireless portable computing device.
You got everything. And a full keyboard,
Full
not the Mickey
keyboard.
Mouse keyboard.
Right, real keyboard.
Internet.
I go to the little word writing pad on here, go to my email program on here, and now for less than $500, I have a full wireless portable keyboard, PDA, basically everything I need
Yeah.
fundamentally on the
It
road.
doesn't have to be that hard.
No, great
And
tool.
it works every
And
time.
it works every time.
Tim, thank you very much. Well, the future of wireless communications is much more than just smarter cell phones, wireless modems, and wireless PDAs. If you look at what's happening in Japan right now, we will soon be looking at videos on our cell phone screens. And one company leading the way with that technology is called Packet Video. And this is Fernando Corona from Packet Video. Hi there. Let's see what we've got. You've got a compact iPack. So what's the wireless aspect of this?
Yeah, typically you would take this device and hook it up to a cell phone or actually have a modem stuck in here. But not only do we work on the Pocket PC devices, within 2 to 3 months we'll actually be seeing the sort of application on cell phones themselves.
So we're going to demonstrate it here, but this can actually be on the new and improved cell phone with a color screen on there. Now, a lot of people make fun about the idea, what do we need to see videos on our cell phone? What's the point of video over wireless? But there's some practical applications.
There really are. I mean, today on a cell phone you can get WAP sort of applications, but it's text only.
Yeah.
Imagine actually being able to see traffic.
All right, well, let's do some stuff. Let's get this thing, I'll hold this thing for you so our audience can see it very clearly. And first of all, let's not forget entertainment, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, in Japan, the big market for this is just fun, entertaining stuff for kids. And what are we pulling up here?
So this is Britney Spears music video, but it could be any music video. So it could be on a...
Can we get the audio on in here? I don't hear it. There we go. That's the whole deal. Turn it around. Okay. So, and people in Japan are willing to pay for this stuff.
They
right?
are. They're paying for it today.
downloads of music videos. All right, so let's go to another example. You mentioned what, traffic, right? So what can I do with traffic?
So instead of looking at traffic in the morning, you can hop in your car, look at a live video, and understand which way we should go.
So this is better than just hearing the traffic report. You like you might do on your desktop or on TV, see what the traffic looks like ahead
And
of
it doesn't need to just be traffic. I could check in on my kids as I'm traveling, or from a security standpoint, I could take a look at my house, my office.
All right, well, that's two good examples. How about another one now? What about like online interactive gaming? Can you do that kind of stuff? Wireless.
And this is a multiplayer game where you could have somebody else on a cellular device playing a fantasy type. This one is a Batman and Robin.
Okay. Well, let's move on to another example. And again, in entertainment, you could sort of watch TV.
This is Comedy Central right here. And we've got about 100 different partners.
Oh, this is terrible.
in the Hollywood area.
Kids will never get any work anymore. You got your TV in your pocket, right?
It works great with animation.
Oh, that is great.
It's all MPEG-4 standard.
All right, how about another example?
The other thing that happens is a lot of times you're on your way to go see a movie, but you're not really sure of what you want to see. The statistics tell us that really about 95% of the movies you go see decide about an hour before you go. So the ability to see a trailer and then decide.
So we're in the car going to the movie. What movie should we see? Hey, let's check it out. There's a preview on this particular movie here.
This is The Family Man as an example. And we've actually done some studies that people will view this and then make a decision.
Well, this is one of these things not only cool, I mean, you can see the business here. You
That's
see
right.
people making
money
off of
and
this
they will
game,
pay for this.
Yeah. All right, let's go to another example now. We talked about TV like watching South Park and stuff. You could watch the news on here, right?
The nice thing about the news is that it doesn't. This particular one is traffic, but it could be all kinds of news. It could be pushed to you. For instance, you could request, I want to see the results of an election or the results of the stock exchange.
This really is the merger of TV and the web. It becomes wireless. All right, the last thing I want to ask you to show is people have made people have made fun of sort of the whole video phone thing, 30 years or whatever it's been. But you can actually do live video phone messages here, and everyone is a practical.
And here, you can actually attach another file to it. So it could be self-generated like this, or you could attach a canned video. Say to my kids, I say, take a look at this, funny sort of South Park.
Or, hey, here's the product we just looked at this meeting. What do you think? Is the design right?
It's a great training device.
What is the trick here? I mean, you are squeezing what normally takes a lot of bandwidth into this tiny little wireless pipe.
Well, the player that resides on these devices are very, very thin, but they also work in conjunction with our server product that resides within the carrier network or outside the carrier network. We have an authoring tool that allows you to take applications and content.
This is MPEG-4.
This is all MPEG-4, and then encode it into our format. And then together, from an end-to-end solution, you get this result.
How real is this stuff now? When can I actually use this?
This is happening today. We have a site called pvairguide.com that's video on demand. So you can actually go in and choose a video clip and look at it through a device.
Thank you very much. All right, coming up next, we'll show you Bluetooth technology in action. Don't go away. The hottest thing in wireless connectivity these days is a technology called Bluetooth and a new emerging wireless standard called Wi-Fi, short for wireless fidelity. Here to show us these new technologies is Paul Fulton. Welcome, Paul. Let's talk about Bluetooth first of all, because we've been hearing about Bluetooth for a year now. We haven't seen too many real applications out there using Bluetooth. Explain first of all what it is and what's the application.
Absolutely. So Bluetooth is a connection technology that we have to connect devices together. We use it for cable replacement. PDAs, cell phones, laptops, anything that you want to connect devices together but don't want the hassle of cable.
All right, so the idea is, for instance, we have two laptops over here. I want to move a file from one laptop to the other. Normally, I might get one of those cables and link them up and do that. I can do that without any wires.
Absolutely.
Can you show us an example of how you actually do that?
We have a small laptop here with a...
Should I show the Bluetooth card?
Sure.
So that's the actual, there's our little Bluetooth.
So this is a PC card that has obviously antenna that's hidden, so when you want to use it, you pop it out.
Okay.
And if we look down here, we have a Bluetooth connection manager that ships with the card.
So you're going to dump a file from here to here right now?
Yes. So I'll go up here to send a file. Simply double click and pick a file to send. Of course, I can pick any file I'd like.
Okay.
And now the next thing that happens is a connection goes over to this laptop and then asks us, do we want to select the file?
All right, so the guy at this end says, yes, I'm willing to accept what you're sending me.
Exactly. That way you have some control over
Sure.
what you get. So I'll do that, and as we go back here, we can see the file actually being transferred. We have a progress bar. Again, this is using real Bluetooth technology.
And pop over here.
There we
and
go.
There's our file.
And we can pull it up
Ta-da.
and transfer it over.
Okay. I could have done this with an IR port, though, couldn't I? What's the difference?
Sure, you could have. The problem, of course, is IR, you have to line up, line of sight.
Okay.
The other thing is IR is a great technology for some applications, but Bluetooth has been designed to do all sorts of applications higher than just a physical layer. It goes all the way up to applications. We can send business cards back and forth. We can connect cell phones, PDAs.
And what is the distance over with Bluetooth will typically work?
So Bluetooth is about a 10-meter technology.
Okay,
The idea is to get it short range, low cost.
This kind of cable replacement environment.
Absolutely.
All right, let's go to Wi-Fi next, and let me move this guy out. We had a plug-in here, but that was just for power. So
Right,
nobody
the screen dims a
Nobody
little
thinks
bit.
we're cheating on this. And bring out that NEC laptop, and that relates to this thing over here. And what's the deal here? Now, this is Wi-Fi you're going to demonstrate, right?
Right.
Wi-Fi. What is Wi-Fi?
Sure. Wi-Fi is a technology that's actually 11 times faster than Bluetooth. It's what we call wireless Ethernet.
Okay.
Allows you to do standard connections to internet that you would do on standard wire Ethernet.
So I assume the first real app is the business environment for using Wi-Fi?
Absolutely. We have installations going on now for a year now that's installed applications for all businesses, large and small.
All right, so in my office, I might have a little sort of wireless server kind of thingy like this, and then I can walk around wirelessly with my laptop and access the network.
Sure. Wi-Fi allows people to be more productive. So in large enterprise, you can have people in businesses and meetings and pull up data at real time.
Okay, now is this real? Can you show me actually getting on the web
This
or
is
something?
a laptop
no
that
wires.
we have, no
okay.
wires. And we have a card right here at the end. We can pull up a website. This happens to be the Wi-Fi website. But essentially, anything that you do...
Live on the web and, as you say...
No wires.
Suspension. Pretty
Sure.
Cool. All right, now what about doing the same kind of thing in the home environment, Paul?
Yeah, the nice thing about Wi-Fi is it's becoming predominant wireless technology in enterprise and education, and now we're seeing Wi-Fi being installed in the home.
So this is sort of the home version of this little white guy you showed us before?
Absolutely. This is a home wireless gateway that you could hook up to your broadband
Let's show everybody the
connection.
back of this thing, what the connections are.
Sure. You simply hook up power, you hook up your cable or DSL modem, and then you have 3 switch ports you can hook up to a computer that's next to it. Now this device, you notice, has no external antennas. It's very simple to use. As a matter of fact, for most applications, you just simply plug it in and it works.
Same idea at home. I can be walking around with my laptop, surfing the web.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, this is similar to the cordless phone technology we had, 15 years ago?
Right.
You could take a phone call and walk anywhere. Well, now with wireless data, you can work on a patio, you can work by the pool, you can work on the couch. You can be home instead of at work and get stuff done.
It's called wireless.
Absolutely.
What is that gadget you have over there? That Hitachi pad thing.
So Wi-Fi is also being utilized not just in consumer space and business space, but we're seeing it in public access areas. So this is
let's
the...
sort of turn that up so we can get a good shot of that.
Sure. This is the 3Com Park, or the San Francisco 49ers.
So what do I do with this?
So there's a wireless network that's set up there, a 3Com wireless network, that allows you to pull up this website or others to order drinks, to check
I can
FML
rent a
scores.
device like this when I'm at the ballpark?
Absolutely.
And then access scores, access the web while I'm watching the live game?
Absolutely.
Like I was doing at home when I was watching
Now,
on
it's
TV.
not just at stadiums. We're also seeing applications being put into airports and trains and so forth.
Real quick, I just want to take, can I pop this guy out here so we can see what, so this is your Bluetooth card, huh?
Sure, this is our Bluetooth card. Again, the idea is that the antenna is hidden,
Let's
so it
hold that
doesn't
real
break.
steady so everybody can see that. And show me the antenna again.
Sure, the antenna pops out and
That's
flips
it.
up. That's
Okay,
it.
just stick it in the
Simple to
slot.
use.
All right, thank you very much, Paul.
You're welcome. Thank you, Stuart.
All right, well, we started out with a look at several cool new wireless gadgets. We're going to end with the same way with some more pocket-sized wonders, and here to help us out doing that is Mike Elgin, former editor of Windows Magazine and former editorial director of Portable Life, a guy who's into this portable stuff. And you've got great gadgets here, and first of all, I recognize the Visor phone. Tell us about that.
The Visor phone is a wonderful device. It essentially is a cell phone that you plug into your visor, and then you use the microphone and intelligence inside the visor to make calls. Let me show you how this works.
Okay.
I'm going to take this off.
So that slot they've been telling us we'd have applications for, we finally have an application.
They are here. And you plug it in, and as you can see, the phone comes right up like that. If you want to hold
No
that
software
for
to
me.
load or anything?
That's right.
Okay.
And so one of the great things about making a call here is I'm going to go to the address book, I'm going to bring up your name here.
So you don't need a separate carry around your PDA, carry your cell phone, two different databases of numbers. You can dial a call right from your address book.
That's correct. Once you have the phone number in this device, you can forget all the phone numbers because it's going to number them for you. I'm going to click yes. It will turn on the phone and just dial the call. And the sound is pretty good. It's not as good as some of the better regular cell phones. Right. But you can also do data, email, web surfing, all that sort of thing directly from the PDA. You can also put in a headset and use the device looking at it. But there's your call.
It does work.
That's right. I'll go ahead and cancel that.
Okay, I'll think I did that.
But it's a very easy...
and as we saw before with Tim, there's another way to integrate in the PDA and the cell phone into one device. You play one thing.
That's correct.
All right, what else do we have in there? You've got that very cool Sony phone. What's on it?
That's right. This is a Sony CMD Z5, available only in Europe right now, but very popular
And what's
there.
the big deal about it?
Well, it runs the Microsoft Mobile Explorer browser. Now, I have to say that this is going to be available in the U.S. within a few months. I don't know when, but probably this summer.
So a real full-blown browser inside?
That's correct. Not only WAP, but also regular HTML.
So you can look at HTML pages on the cell phone.
That's correct. We can go to the Computer Chronicles site. We can go anywhere and surf the real web. It's a fantastic phone. It uses POP3 email and even Exchange email. It has a built-in answering
The
machine.
GSM?
That's correct. The GSM phone has a built-in answering machine. You can actually have different messages for different people.
Depending on who calls? That's what I've always wanted, right?
Right.
The business one and the fun one.
That's exactly right. And as you can see, this is a fantastic looking phone. Very popular. It has a big cult following.
So that's going to be the ultimate little mobile web browser, right?
That's right. Also, I have to point out this jog dial.
Oh, that's the famous Sony jog dial, so really easy to navigate.
That's right. Fantastic.
All right, now show us the headset, because that's everybody's nightmare is if you don't want to blow your brains out with the transmitter, everybody's carrying around these strings that are hanging from people's heads, right?
You're in Silicon Valley, you see people driving, and you think, well, they're going to cause an accident. You've got all this stuff. It's more convenient than holding the phone, Randy, but you've got this cable to work.
It's a nuisance, yeah.
That's right. Now, we're talking about the magic of Bluetooth. This is a Bluetooth headset. I'm going to put that on, and I can walk around and talk on the cell phone.
So like Paul said, cable replacement, that replaces the wire, that earpiece is talking to your cell phone.
You can talk to your cell phone, a PDA, laptop, whatever you have that's a Bluetooth device. The great thing is that this is safer. There's a lot of controversy about whether or not cell phones cause cancer and so on.
Yeah.
This gives you a lot of distance, up to 30 feet.
There's no real transmitter in your ear there.
That's right. The Bluetooth, people should understand that the Bluetooth signal is totally safe.
Baby little signal.
That's right.
And it looks very cool, Mike.
Yes, it improves my face enormously.
Now, let's turn to our next gadget, which these I love. This is the Cyberco. Tell us what the story is on Cyberco.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and press and hold this big key to turn it on.
Okay.
This is a device for teenagers and older kids. It does absolutely everything. It has a Spanish organizer. It has email.
So let me understand. We're on a little wireless network right now, but I just heard you did something.
It just buzzed because they recognized each other. They are now communicating with each other. And one of the things you can do that's fun is games. Let's go ahead and play a game, Stuart.
Okay.
You don't have to do anything. I'm going to go ahead and...
You're like going to send a message to me saying, Stuart, you want to play a game?
That's exactly right.
So we're sitting in class and it's really boring and we're on opposite sides of the room.
That's correct. And after I send you the answers to the task, we can go ahead and play this game. Now, what's happening is it's asking you, go ahead and say, just hit enter there.
Okay, so hit enter. So that's right.
And we'll go ahead and start the game.
What game are you going to play?
This is darts.
So you're inviting me to play a game of darts?
That's right. And for parents, this is much safer than real darts. Okay? So go ahead and it's your move, Stuart.
Oh, okay. So I got to see if I can
just hit enter and.
Okay, I see. So I have to like time that little thing there and hit.
And because we're wireless, I see where your dart hit. And the interesting thing about this in terms of games is that they put up one game a day, free of charge. You can download every single day.
It's got an internet connection here.
That's right. You hook this up to the PC and download games. Now, there's an interesting wireless element to that. You can take one of these and hook it up to your PC and run a special application, which makes this the server. Now, the other Cybercos, or up to 100 other Cybercos within 300 feet range, now have an internet connection. Live.
This is $99, huh?
$99.
Cyberco.
Great for kids.
Mike, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that's our look at the latest in wireless technology. Don't go away. I'll be back in just a moment with my tip of the week. Now for my pick of the week. This is a computer game I've been waiting for 15 years. Way back in the mid-'80s, there was a great game for the Apple II called Robot Wars. You programmed these little robots and then put them into a battle ring, and they they would compete against other robots for survival. Of course, since then, Robot Wars has become a TV show. There's even a spin-off called BattleBots. The problem with those robots are they are physical objects and you know how to build stuff. The beauty of this new game called Mind Rover, the Europa project, is you build virtual robots in software. Now, this is not like other BattleBot games in which you simply build war machines and then navigate them. With Mind Rover, it's all about programming. You build the intelligence into your robot and then let it go. Once you put it in the ring, it is a robot. It makes all its own decisions based on the logic you gave it. Programming is pretty easy. It's all point and click and drag and drop. It is a great mind challenge, terrific fun, the kind of game that will keep you up all night long and you won't care. It's called Mind Rover, the Europa project from Cognitoy, and the game's motto says it all: think more, twitch less. That's it for this edition of Computer Chronicles. Thanks for joining us. If you have questions about anything you saw on this week's show, please check out our website at computerchronicles.org. Hope to see you here again next time. Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by PC to PC, the online computer migration service from PC First. Moving files, applications, and preferences from your old computer to your new one. Additional support is provided by Upside Events, presenting the Digital Lifestyle Revolution Conference, where people and technology intersect.
To purchase a videotape copy of today's program, call toll-free 1-888-310-7850. Please specify the show number and the topic.
This week on the Computer Chronicles, how to build the ultimate gaming computer. We'll talk graphics cards and show you the new NVIDIA GeForce 3. We'll talk sound cards and show you how to add stunning theater-style surround sound to your games. We'll show you what it looks like to play a game on the newest Pentium 4 chip running at a blazing 1.7 gigahertz. And the editors of Maximum PC Magazine will show us their choice for the best overall gaming computer. How to build the ultimate gaming PC, coming up next on the Computer Chronicles. Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by PC to PC, the online computer migration service from PC First, moving files, applications, and preferences from your old computer to your new one. Additional support is provided by Upside Events, presenting the Digital Lifestyle Revolution Conference, where people and technology intersect. Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. There's some very interesting marketing data on new PC purchases, which shows that most PC upgrades for consumers are driven not by the grown-ups in the house, but by the kids who want a more powerful gaming machine. Certainly there is no more demanding application for a computer than today's graphics-intensive games. So today we are going to help you figure out how to put together the ultimate gaming computer. And we're going to start out with graphics. And here to help us do that is Tony Tomasi of NVIDIA. Hi, Tony.
Hi.
All right, so you've got the brand new GeForce 3 graphics card here, and there's a million cards out there. This is new. What is different, better? It's actually a next generation card.
That's
isn't it?
exactly right. The GeForce 3 is the latest generation graphics processor from NVIDIA. So this product actually includes a 57 million transistor graphics processor. To put that in perspective, that's more transistors than a Pentium 4 plus a Pentium 3 put together.
Just on the graphics
Just
card.
on the graphics processor,
Okay.
as well as 64 megabytes of 230 megahertz DDR memory.
But what's key about this is it's programmable,
That's exactly right. For the first time, the graphics processor is as programmable as the CPU. We have an instruction set. Just like the Intel processors have an instruction set that you can program Microsoft Word or Windows with, we now have an instruction set that game programmers can program to create special effects on our processor.
So that means a game developer is not stuck saying, oh, I can only do what the graphics card will let me do. You can make the graphics card do whatever you want it to do.
That's exactly right. So for the first time, really, in real time, game developers can create essentially special effects.
Yeah.
And so what used to be the domain just of movies and special effects there, which are render farms and would take hours per frame, we render those same special effects in real time at 60 frames per
This is all about what's on the screen. So let's get to the computer here, and I want you to show me a couple examples. First of all, in a game, I mean, you're concerned about the surfaces of things, the texture, the animation. Show us an example. You have a great example, I think, of a chameleon there.
Right. So we came up with this idea of the chameleon to really show off the nature that because it's programmable, it can change the way it looks.
Mhm.
And so interactively, we can actually demonstrate programmability with this chameleon here. So it's completely real time. I can look at it from any camera angle, any way that I'd want. It's actually being driven.
So this is all being generated and driven right now in real time.
That's exactly right. All this
it's
code
responding to your direction.
is running on the graphics processor in real time.
Okay. So
the
you've
first thing-
wireframed it, for example?
The first thing, of course, is that the chameleon is built from geometry or wireframe. The animation of this chameleon, how he moves and walks and the skin bends over him, is done with a program. We call that a vertex shader. That's a
Okay.
piece of code that runs on our graphics processor that drives the way he animates. In addition to that, of course, we have the way that he looks. And so we have a variety of what we call pixel shaders to generate special effects that are on the surface of this creature. And so interactively, we can create essentially the predator look, where he's actually semi-transparent.
Right.
He actually refracts the ambient light around him, and yet still reflects it, or bends it into the
And again, to be
environment.
clear, this is no cutscene here. I mean, this is you are running this.
That's
baby
right. If you
now.
look at my hand
Yeah.
and you look at the mouse as I move it around, it's completely interactive.
Oh.
We can play with
Party
it.
starts in 45 minutes.
This is actually
Glass
our,
of water.
our invisible.
We're gonna
man
eat in 45
shader
minutes,
to give
or
you an idea
less
what
when
the
everybody
skeleton
gets
system
here.
and the vein system look like. We'll go ahead and let the chameleon continue walking here, and we'll talk about some of the shaders. So as we get close, we'll go ahead and zoom
Glass
in
of water.
on the surface of this guy. And if you look, just say on the joints of his
Yeah.
arm there, the bumps are correct. The way the specular highlights move
Drink
across
glass
the
of
bumps and
water.
animates are all
Then
completely
come back
correct.
in 20 minutes or something.
I
Keeps
want to go to the
going.
next demonstration. Another thing in a game is the landscape, the background, the environment. They're often sort of clunky and dull, and they don't really get you into the game emotionally. And you have the ability now to actually generate real-time landscapes, too.
That's exactly right. Because the processor is programmable, we can actually program the processor to procedurally generate a world. So the advantage here is that where previously worlds would have an end. You could get to the end of the texture or the end of the geometry, and that
So
was
again,
it.
this is a real-time generation of this landscape.
Right. If you notice the mouse as I pan it towards the edge of the screen, that's the direction that I fly, and I'm flying around the world. I can get close to the landscape. I can fly up in the air. The other nice thing about this, the world is completely generated, but we've got so much graphics processing power that we can actually have a little bit of fun. So wherever I click on the screen, we have a meteor come flying down, and the meteor does some interesting things. As he clicks and lands, you notice there's that ripple, that shock wave. We do that with a vertex shader. It's actually taking the geometry underneath and deforming it.
And again, you're running this right now. It's
On
not
the graphics
it's not just
processor.
happening.
That's
the
all
last
real
thing I
time.
want you to show us is the hardest thing in a game is the human face, right?
Exactly
I mean,
right.
there's so much subtlety in the different expressions. Most games, the faces are pretty boring. You never get to know them, right? You have a demonstration here, which is just incredible in what you can do with this card.
Yes, we wanted to create, to solve the problem, or at least attack the problem of creating some emotional conveyance in a character. Today's game characters are kind of blockheads.
Right,
they have
right.
you know, flat faces, maybe moving textures, and typically plastic
Okay,
hair
so what
or
do we
no
have
hair.
here? Zoltar.
So we've got Zoltar, which is actually kind of modeled after the Zoltar character from Tom Hanks' movie Big. He's a fortune teller, and it's a completely interactive face. I can view him in wireframe, or not.
Yeah, but go back. Let's see the motion around his, when he talks, I mean, you can see
Right.
the skin stretch.
We'll move into his face a
Around
little bit
his
here,
mouth,
get
yeah.
nice and close, and we'll go ahead and fire up an animation here. And you notice that what we can do is program the graphics processor to deform his actual skin.
Yeah.
We've modeled the skeletal structure and the muscular structure of his face as programs. We download those to our graphics processor, and we can animate them and move them around entirely in real time. So for the first time in real time, you can get human characters. This is something that even the movie industry has really just started trying to tackle, and now we're running it in real time on a graphic.
Okay, so it's NVIDIA's GeForce 3, and it'll cost me how much?
About $299.
All right, thanks a lot.
Great, thank you.
All right, well, once you have a killer graphics card in your computer, the next most important element for a great gaming machine is sound. There are many sound cards and systems out there to choose from. Here to tell us about one high-end option is Scott McNeese of Philips. How you doing, Scott?
Great.
Okay, now we have to explain, it's pretty hard to demonstrate this on television because most people are listening to some little monaural clunky speaker on a TV set probably. So they're going to have to trust us a little bit.
Right.
So let's talk about what's the big deal about your new sound card, which is what, the acoustic Edge. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a new generation card too.
Yes. Well, basically what we set out to do is when you're, how great it is if you're sitting in a movie theater with really nice Dolby Digital or DTS sound system, and you're surrounded by sound, so you just really, really get immersed in it and enjoy it. Well, we want to be able to create that same experience on the PC. The problem on the PC is most of the sounds you hear, music, even most of the sounds in games, are not positional or not 3D.
At best, it's just stereo sound, right?
Exactly. So we came up with a solution in terms of our Thunderbird Avenger chip that we developed and the algorithms that we put on it that basically allow us to take any stereo sound and create multi-channel sound, that is 4 or 5.1 channels of sound, just like in the theater, so it surrounds you.
So even though the game itself is only pushing, say, stereo sound, 2-track sound, you can somehow put an algorithm on top of that and pull that apart into 5 different channels, so I really have surround sound.
Exactly. In fact, there's 2 different cases there. There's some games that have no positional sounds at all.
Right.
And those will make that game all of a sudden a positional 3D or a surround sound game. But even those games that are coming out now that do use positional 3D, they'll only take a portion of the sounds and actually position them, and everything else will be stereo or mono.
So you can actually put more in the game than was in there in the first place.
Yes.
This algorithm.
Additional layers of surround sound, if you will.
You have a nice little demonstration here, actually. If you can show us that sort of visual representation of the way you break up the sound.
Yes. This is an MP3 player that's included, and there's going to be a visual here. I'm going to start it up. And first, actually, we're going to start it in stereo. And you see these 2 little visuals here. That corresponds to a left and right speaker.
Okay, so that's the 2 tracks that are sort of pushing out the sound right now.
Right, exactly. Now, I'm going to go
that would be our typical stereo environment.
Exactly. Now I've gone to 4 speakers, and this shows...
Now, how did you go to 4 speakers? You just told your card I want 4.
Exactly. I said, let's assume we have a 4-speaker set up with this, and let's go to 4. And if you look at this, you can see the 2 front left and right, and the left rear and right rear are very different signals, and you can actually hear it. So all of a sudden, you're hearing different sounds from every speaker.
Right.
Now we're going to take it a step further. Let's say you have a 5.1 channel sound system. And you'll see the additional channels added now by our cards.
And you said 5.1. What's the word? How's it 10 to the channel?
Yeah, it's actually terminology that comes from movies, DVD and DTS. The 0.1 is a low frequency effects channel.
Okay.
It uses basically a subwoofer to do that. And that's that center channel right there. And this one right here is the center channel, which is also added. And that makes the vocals in a song or the vocals in a game or a movie come out very clearly from the front of you, while other sounds will come from all the different surround speakers.
All right, so we're talking about gaming here. So I want you to pull up a game. This is a demonstration here. I think you have a game Forsaken up there, which is one of those games with lots of stuff going on around you. And it'd be great to have the sort of 5-dimensional sound you're talking about.
Absolutely. It's like playing with a whole new game all over again. If you've been listening to it in stereo, and you listen to it this way. Yeah, this game actually came out a few years ago from Probe, and it's put out by Acclaim Entertainment. A very, very popular, very good game. Graphics were excellent. But it's a good example of a very good title, but that is stereo only.
So let me explain again. We've got 5 speakers around us here, so I mean, there's no way we can just translate that through the television set. But I mean, just go through the game and actually explain what's going on in terms of the spatialness of the action.
Okay.
You know this game?
Oh yes.
Okay. This is actually a demo version.
Right.
I'm not going to ask you to
play. This is a pre-recorded session. This is true gameplay, but it's a pre-recorded session. It's going to start up in a moment. And what would happen if you had another sound card product that did support 4 or 5-point channels is what they do is, if they only have stereo, they play the same thing out of the rear channels as the front channels.
Okay. So you're not getting more...
If you don't get anything more, and it can
realism out of it.
It's almost the equivalent of playing mono out of a set of stereo speakers. It's still mono.
Tracks,
Yeah. So as you're going along here now in this spacecraft and you're firing, because of this algorithm basically creating the 5.1 channels, all of a sudden the explosions.
So we can hear it behind us, in front of us, to the left, to the right. So you're really immersed.
Yes, all this. It's almost like an interactive movie. And with the graphics you were just talking about, the combination of the graphics and the audio really can make it an interactive movie and experience that you can really escape into. Absolutely.
All right, now, while we continue to look at this, one question. If I look at my computer in the back, I got one little jack, to plug in the speaker. You got 5 or 6 speakers going. How do I do that?
Okay, yeah. Well, on our sound card, we actually have a special adapter. So we only take
we
up
do have
one
the
side.
card here, actually. So this is what you have here.
This top jack here, it's called a DIN style jack, and it comes out and it actually gives you 3 stereo jacks, so you get all 6 channels, the 5-point channels. The second one here actually allows you also digital in and out, so you can also do digital interface with things. And you can even pass AC3 or DTS information if you have a surround processor externally.
Okay. Now, last question. The card's great. You need great speakers to go with it. You have some interesting technology there. I want to ask you, first of all, about this guy over here, which is your Wooks speaker. What's the new technology inside here?
Yes, it's a technology we actually developed. We actually make speaker technology for a number of the car manufacturers around the world. And the problem there is when you get into these high-end sound systems, you want a really big bass.
But you don't have the space for it.
Exactly. And it's basically with a subwoofer, the bigger the box, the bigger the sound you can get out of it. So what we've done is, this has a down-firing driver that you can't see on the bottom of this. It's the active driver. But this is the key to the technology. It's a very, a membrane that can do very far.
Big-time mega bass coming out of the small box.
It basically, it fools it into thinking the box is much bigger than it really is.
Briefly, how much is it going to cost me to set up this?
Okay. Well, the card itself, the one we're showing here, is $99.99, but we actually we're introducing 2 new products. We'll actually take a 4-channel all the way down to $49.99. In terms of the speaker systems, we have 4 and 5.1 channel speaker systems starting at $80, and this one here going up to $199.
Thank you very much. All right, coming up next, the new Pentium 4 chip. How much better will your game run on a 1.7 gigahertz CPU? We'll see in just a moment. You can have the best graphics and sound cards in your computer, but underneath it all, you still have to be able to process the bits fast enough to drive everything. So how important is the speed of your CPU to great gameplay? Well, let's find out now from Tim Graves of Intel. Hi, Tim.
How you doing?
And your new bit is the P4, the Pentium 4, obviously. And you've got, what, a 1.7 gigahertz chip within the game?
Yep, we're at speeds up to 1.7 gigahertz.
Okay. Now, we hear that a game's been optimized for the P4. What does that mean?
Well, bottom line, it's going to be better or faster gameplay, but that could show in terms of more realistic environments, smooth gameplay and animation. Basically, it's writing to the advances that you see in the Pentium 4 processor today.
All right, you have a couple of examples here. Let's take a look at some games to sort of demonstrate the things you're talking about. This is a game called Giants, and what should we pay attention to here that we say, hey, is the result of running this thing on a really fast processor?
Sure, so some of the things you definitely look at first is the trees. Notice how they're actually blowing in the wind.
Yeah, that's cool.
You know, this is definitely something that in older, prior generations you wouldn't see. It would have been a static tree that you don't see at all.
Okay.
You see the realistic lighting effects. You see that the water looks pretty realistic compared to water of a couple years ago.
And the motion of the character there is pretty smooth.
Yeah, and you can also see different camera angles of the actual player. So, so let's look around and see if we can see some other creatures here.
And obviously you can have a lot of stuff going on at the same time.
Absolutely. That's the key, is especially when you're playing online games with multiple players, smooth gameplay, no drop frames.
All right, let's go to another one. You have another game up here on the other drive, which is called Colin McRae Rally. This is a racing game, and that is probably the most demanding kind of game, right?
Hey, you're not going to play with that
right now. A lot of stuff changing very quickly.
Absolutely one
And
of
if it's not realistic, it's a waste of time.
Absolutely. And this is one of the newest games out there. Again, this has been optimized for the Pentium 4 processor. So what you're going to see is, again, smoother animation, very realistic gameplay. One of the coolest things is that, you know, when you get damage on the car, it actually looks like damage. It just doesn't.
Now, another issue in a game like a racing game is there's physics realism, right? I mean, you want the thing to work the way things really work in the real world, and that's a function of what you can do with the processor.
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's see if we can get a fun game. Let's see, we'll play in Sweden.
Get the 10,000 choices here.
Yeah, multiple choices in terms of what you can do.
All right, so we're racing in the snow here.
Right. So what we can do here is, you notice,
and it's laying down tracks in the snow, so that's pretty cool right there.
And just to prove it is, that's not my normal driving style. So what you're going to do here is, again, this is a pretty realistic game in terms of just driving it. You know, as you're driving on snow, it's not just turn and.
Gotcha. And so when you crash, of course, everybody wants to do a racing game. You're going to see the real dents in the boat.
Absolutely.
Oh, well, we're not
going to. The other thing to notice here is you can also look at different angles. And depending on which angle you're more comfortable playing with.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you get at this angle, this is really more demanding on the CPU, isn't it?
Absolutely, because everything's much closer, faster.
And it's still going very smooth.
Especially.
All right, I want to get another game in here, so you can stop that. And let me change CDs for you, because there's one other example, a game called Can I pop it?
Absolutely.
A game called Sacrifice, which is really a good example of a new feature you've got in the P4. So let's get this baby up.
Absolutely. So again, Sacrifice was one of the first applications really to appear optimized for the Pentium 4 back in the end of last year. So let's start this up.
Now what we're going to see here while we get the game up is that the problem in a game often is you see an object in there, and as you get closer to it, it gets pixelated, it gets worse, it degrades.
Absolutely.
And you're now able to actually not only stop that, but reverse it.
Absolutely. And one of the technologies in this application is a technology that's called multi-resolution mesh. And what it does is exactly as you described. As you get closer to objects, instead of pixelating, it actually becomes clearer and crisper, which is what you would expect in real world.
All right, so let's get into this
Let's
game.
load up a game here.
So the game's called Sacrifice.
Yeah, from Shiny Entertainment. And what you're going to see here is right away we're loading it up into a scene that's very high resolution, lots of things going on as you can see. There's rain, several different things flying
Now find
around.
an example of this sort of MRM bit where we can get close to something and see it get more detailed rather than degrade.
Right, so let's take a look at either of these documents over here. Turn around. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk, as we get closer to these environments.
So even the tree, as we see, we actually got close to the tree, we saw more graininess in it rather than less in terms of the roots and so on.
Right, so you see right there, you can actually see that. It's much closer and better as you get closer to the object, was actually exactly opposite from what previous generations game were able to do.
All right, last question I would have for you, Tim, is we hear the numbers, 1.7 gig versus whatever. Say I've got a 500 megahertz Pentium 3 right now. How much faster how much better performance will I really get out of it? It's obviously not going to multiply by 3 or 4, am I?
Sure. What you're going to notice is that in most applications, especially gaming, you're going to see anywhere from 2 to 3x of the types of performance. For example, in one application we know for sure, in Quake 3 Arena, we're seeing about a 3 to 4x performance gain. And just going from a Pentium 3 500, which gives you about 50 frames per second, on the latest 1.7 gigahertz Pentium 4, you're getting almost over 200 frames per second.
Tim, thank you very much. Well, you may think this is just all too complicated. Upgrade this, upgrade that. Maybe the best solution for a great gaming computer is just go buy one. Well, here to give us some advice on the ultimate gaming PC are Will Smith and Gordon Ung. They just wrote an article, in fact, for their magazine Maximum PC about the great gaming computers that you can put together out there. Let me ask you, first of all, Will, we've got two machines over here. That is a Falcon Northwest. Yes. This is an Alienware. Just explain what's the big deal about going to a company like Falcon that specializes in putting together gaming computers?
Well, Falcon is a bunch of gamers that basically they play games and build computers. So when you call and say, hey, I play Microsoft Flight Simulator or I play Quake 3, then they know exactly how to tailor a system to fit your gaming needs.
All right, so you've already got your games. This is what I want to play. Make me a computer, put together some hardware that'll give me the best possible game experience?
Exactly.
Exactly. Now, what is it about it, though? I mean, one thing we can see is a lot of fans blowing in this thing. In fact, we can hear them. That's so if you want to mess around with the clock speed of your processors?
You can overclock your video card, a couple of notches to get that extra 5 frames a second, or your processor, whichever you see fit. They add more than sufficient cooling for everything.
And what particular graphics card do we have in this one?
This is the Hercules Prophet 3, which is a GeForce 3-based video card with programmable pixel and vertex shaders and all that cool stuff.
Now, there's a strange green monster over here from Alienware. Is this just like cool style, Gordon, if you want this to be?
Well, I think for the Alienware, and also for the Falcon, gamers are hardcore PC people. They want people to know that they have pride in their ride. They don't want a Ford Taurus beige box. They want a Dodge Viper.
It's got to stand out.
It's got to stand out. You bring that to a party, or a LAN party, which a lot of game people do, and people are going to give you some looks.
Yeah, and we don't have the monitor here, but the monitor's green, the keyboard's green, the mouse is green, the speaker's green. It's a different look. All right, let's go to the performance of this thing over here, if we could, Will. We have a couple demonstrations up here. First of all, the game called Black and White. I want you to run the game off the Falcon and show us what is it about the game that demands a lot from the hardware.
Well, if you look at this game, it's a God-type simulator game. You can see everything, manage everything from the island level, this 500-acre island, all the way down to the individual
So,
on the
PCs, I knew you were coming to do that.
At the
village.
On the
here.
camera,
This is
did
the
ya?
nursery area of
Watch.
the village with
I'll
all
show
of
you.
our people.
Oh, you see in the little
Each
corner?
piece
I can see your
is, I
car.
think, 800 polygons.
And this used to be our game room until we
A
moved
lot
all
of
the
them
stuff.
running around. There's a lot of different things going on at once. It's all relatively smooth. The
Yeah.
detail's pretty good. So I mean,
Also,
again, if you're the hardcore gamer,
authorized.
you want the realism, you want the frame rate, you want the smooth.
Right now, if we wanted to, we could put it to
All right,
live.
now you have another example, which is even better than that one. It's
Got it
a
all set up.
benchmark
All right,
test.
let's
It's a scene that is just really incredible.
Be
Yeah, get out of an
It's
operating
live.
machine and pull that one up.
Exactly. This is from 3D Mark 2001. It's the nature demo. And it's basically, it's a DirectX 8 game. It requires a DirectX 8 compatible accelerator like the GeForce 3. And it's what we can expect to see from games in the next year or two.
I mean, this looks like you're looking at a movie. I mean, an HD TV movie in a way, right? I mean,
Oh, certainly. It uses all the pixel and vertex shader effects that the GeForce 3 offers to do lighting on the water as well as some interesting effects with the trees.
you know, let me ask you about the trees. If we can see another scene, I mean, we see the leaves waving and all the branches going in different directions. I mean, it looks so realistic. What's it take to do that?
Well, the cool thing about the trees is that the leaves are two-sided polygons, which means that each side of one polygon is textured with a different texture, as opposed to the old way of doing it, which is put one texture on a polygon and slap another polygon on the other side to texture it. And that lets the light shine through the trees and the leaves on the trees and look realistic.
Yeah, so you get, I mean, the real light.
Now, this is the gaming
You go to the graphics, you put the sound.
So,
Keep the game going.
our
Now, does it cost me more to do something like buying a Falcon or an Alienware?
I think this Falcon is right around $3,500.
This used to be the room
What
where we
kind
had.
of processor?
This is an Athlon.
But, yeah,
But you get all the service.
I just sold
So
our
if you
RTX
call up in the
37.
middle of the
Just
night and you're having trouble with your game, these guys are going to say, whoops, we don't deal with games.
No,
They'll know what you're
they'll
talking
know
about.
exactly what you're talking about. They'll say, oh, well, to get Quake 3
Yeah,
to run, then
gotcha.
here's what you need to do.
All right, Gordon, last thing I want to talk to you about is this laptop over
Yeah,
here.
it's a-
If you use a laptop, you're kind of stuck when it comes to playing real games, right? Because you just can't
Call of
support it.
Duty.
This is a Dell Inspiron 8000. What
Whatever,
is it
but
about
we have
this machine? You said
CS:GO.
This is the only
Oh,
laptop
okay,
that can really
cool.
play a game like
Yeah.
that.
Right.
Do a lot of
the
gaming
reason this
myself.
Inspiron is so great is because it's one of the first notebooks out with GeForce to Go,
Yeah, let me
which,
just sort of run it here a little bit so we can see what's going on.
which is basically a little brother to the GeForce 3.
So the big deal is it's got the big-time graphics card in there, so
Right.
you can really look at a game like Quake.
It also has a 1 gigahertz Pentium 3 processor in the notebook.
Okay.
This notebook is probably faster than most of the machines that were made last year.
So you might get better gameplay off this laptop than you could off a lot of desktops right now.
Right.
Because of the combination of that graphics card, CPU, etc.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much. So it's worth going out there and buying a real gaming PC if you're a gamer. Certainly. Thank you, guys. All right, that's our look at building the ultimate gaming computer. Don't go away. I'll be back in just a moment with my pick of the week. Now for my pick of the week. I used to travel with a small portable CD player. Nice to have some music with you on the road, especially if you don't have time to rip your CDs and organize your MP3 player. But that's all it did, play music. Now I have discovered this little gem from Sony called the Digital Relay. It's about the same size as my old CD player. It weighs less than a pound, but this is more than a CD player. It is a battery-operated CD burner that can burn CDRs or CDRWs. And it's more than a traditional CD player. It can also play CDs with MP3 files on them, since it comes with an integrated MP3 decoder. That means with just one MP3 CD, you can carry around up to 11 hours of music. The Digital Relay comes with a nice suite of software for burning and organizing your CDs. It also includes software that makes it easy to use the drive for data backup or as a portable storage device with infinite capacity. What's really cool about this is you can easily burn a presentation CD for a client while you're on the road with photos, music, videos, whatever, and you're not carrying around much more than you would with a plain old CD player. The Digital Relay comes with a rechargeable lithium-ion battery that lets you burn 2 hours on a single charge, and since it can record at 4x speed, that's the equivalent of burning 8 hours of music on one charge. And it features an 8 meg memory buffer, so you can record reliably even off a slower computer. It connects to your PC through the USB port. It's called the Digital Relay from Sony. It works with a Windows PC or a Mac and costs us under $400. That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. Thanks so much for joining us. If you have any questions about anything you saw on this week's show, please check out our website at computerchronicles.org. Hope we'll see you here again next week. Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by PC to PC, the online computer migration service from PC First, moving files, applications, and preferences from your old computer to your new one. Additional support is provided by Upside Events, presenting the Digital Lifestyle Revolution Conference, where people and technology intersect.
To purchase a videotape copy of today's program, call toll-free 1-888-310-7850. Please specify the show number and the topic.
Next week on the Computer Chronicles, the battle between the PC and the TV. We'll show you how to surf the net on your television set using AOL TV. We'll demonstrate the coolest new box from Microsoft called Ultimate TV. We'll show you the future of e-commerce. It's on your television set. And remember the Mosaic web browser? It's now the Mosaic Navigator for your television set. And the future of entertainment on the web will show you TV quality movies on your PC. The battle between the PC and the TV, next week on the Computer Chronicles. Here's a typical bunch of kids getting some good, healthy outdoor exercise while at school. But what will these kids do for fun when they get home this afternoon? Odds are they'll go inside to play with one of these things, a Nintendo Game Boy or an NEC Turbo Express. It's hard to find a 10-year-old boy who doesn't love to play video games. Today we'll take a look at the fascination and the technology of computer games on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by the Software Publishers Association, which reminds you it's a federal offense to copy software. The SPA provides information on how to stay software legal. Funding is also provided by PC Connection and Mac Connection, and by Byte Magazine and Bix.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and with me this week is Paul Schindler. And Paul, we're playing the original video game. This is Pong in its first commercial version called Odyssey, and this goes back 14 years. And this was what a video game console used to look like. These are what the cartridges here used to look like. They weren't very complicated. This was the old controller. If you help me, though, we're going to jump ahead 14 years. And of course, this is Super Mario on Nintendo. Video games have changed quite a bit, obviously. The question when we talk about computer games and video games, I think for parents, Paul, is their concern that kids are addicted to this. What is your view? Is this a bad thing for kids to be playing this, or is there a good side to it?
I think there's a little of both, Stuart. I think, like all good things, video games should be taken in moderation. I have a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old, and I strictly limit their daily game playing time. Now, we don't happen to have a video game system, so they play games on the PC and on the Macintosh. That happens to be my preference because I think it builds familiarity with the way the system operates and with the keyboard. However, this isn't to say that I think video game systems are necessarily bad, because you're still working at the human-machine interface, developing comfort, and some people even say developing reflexes.
Right. All right, well, we're going to take a look at the latest technology in video and computer games, both hardware and software. We'll look at the new Nintendo competitors in the video game console market, NEC's TurboGrafx and Sega's Genesis. And we'll see the newest generation of computer games on a CD-ROM. Now, lest you think this computer game business is just for kicks, Nintendo now holds a kind of national Olympics for players of Tetris, Super Mario, etc. We're going to start out with a visit to the Western Regional Nintendo Finals held recently here in Oakland, California.
Brandon coming in at 5100.
It was a dream come true for die-hard Nintendo fans. Over 10,000 of them packed the Oakland Coliseum when the Nintendo World Championships rolled in as part of a 9-month traveling extravaganza.
The Nintendo World Championships, its first year out, was really an idea that's been conceptualized about 2 years ago, brought out by demand of the players themselves, who seem to be socially interactive. They want to know who the best are. They're playing against with their families, with their peers, their friends. This is a way to bring Nintendo out of the house and into a show and really give those kids the spotlight that they deserve.
The players were divided into 3 age groups and competed in Super Mario Bros., Tetris, and Rad Racer. The winner with the highest combined score earned a spot in the finals in Hollywood and perhaps a shot at electronic stardom. The 3-day event also featured a power walk that highlighted brand new Nintendo games not yet on the market. Game counselors were also on hand to give tips to kids on improving their game skills. Such innovative marketing has helped keep Nintendo on top.
The keys of the success to Nintendo is the fact that they're always ahead of the market. In other words, they're always introducing new games from some of the hottest movies, some of the latest trends. They're always keeping one step ahead of everybody.
Figures from Nintendo show it expects to sell fewer units of its entertainment system this year. But by the year end, Nintendo also expects to have a place in nearly 30% of all U.S. households. The company's success clearly lies in churning out the popular software titles to run on those machines.
I think the success of Nintendo will go on forever, really indefinite, because it's like having a VCR in your home. Once you have the hardware, you have this choice of software. There's some over 450 games now, and with the Game Boy, there's some 700 games out there. So the choice will always continue once you have the game in your home.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Kate McGargy.
Computer games can be educational, and one good example is the newest game from Maxis called Sim Earth. And here to demonstrate the game is designer Fred Haslam. Also with us to show us the latest wrinkle in game software on a CD-ROM is Dave Reardon of CinemaWare.
We have cameras set up.
Fred, when you're designing a game like this, how do you balance the entertainment values versus the education values?
But then we switched it to
In this game, we wrote something that we wanted to write that showed a lot of the basic principles of how the planet works. And we hopefully made something that would keep people entertained in the process.
And in the bottom corner
All right, give us a look at Sim Earth here. Many viewers are familiar with Sim City, and I take it this is sort of the next evolution, if you will, from there.
Yeah, in some ways it has the same basic idea of a game without goals, a game that you can pick your own directions. Briefly, this is the planet evolving and developing from its first molten core stage.
Not necessarily the planet Earth.
No, not necessarily planet Earth. Although that is an option, that scenario you can play.
So you can basically play this game from the creation of the planet, if you will, up until modern times.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now, eventually oceans would form on that, and then life would appear. And this is the same planet a little bit later, in the middle of the evolutionary stage. And here's a representation of all the various vegetation on the planet. Here's a representation of all the animals. And we can jump in briefly over here and look at some of the different species that have evolved. And we use a pretty standard evolutionary chart, you know, what creatures come from what. Dinosaurs come from reptiles, birds come from dinosaurs.
Okay, as you move ahead, I take it at any stage, I mean, as player, you can mess around with the variables and change things and so on.
Yes, you can. You can directly interact with the planet. You could, for example, drop a meteor on something. Or put in a rainforest somewhere.
Yeah, I take it you deal with some of the current environmental issues here?
Yes, we do. Some of them, not all of them.
So when you put in a rainforest, then the planet itself and the life interact with that, and it either grows or shrinks depending on what would actually happen under those circumstances.
That's right. Now, to look over here and find where the cities are located. Oh, there they are.
And on this demonstration planet, it turns out people weren't the winners, is that right?
Yes, that's right. The reptiles became intelligent on this one. One of the fun alternatives to try and do is to try and pick a class of animal and make that the intelligent life. Insects, for example, is a very good one to try for. Now, this planet is developed using only bio, solar, and hydro energy, has never touched fossil fuels. And I'm going to give them free rein to use that right now and show you.
And guess what'll happen?
And show you kind of what happens to the planet.
So we're ticking off geologic time here now on a planet that just started using fossil fuels.
Right. Actually, we're up to the point where we're going in tenths of years. And you can see the atmospheric temperature. And as you watch, it'll slowly increase. And this will have a dramatic effect on the vegetation. The yellow is desert.
Yeah, a little greenhouse, a little desert.
Yes, and the desert will start to grow.
As I said, games can be educational. We want to turn over to David now and take a look at what your newest thing from CinemaWare and explain what the hardware is so we know what we're looking at.
Well, we're looking at a standard PC with a CD-ROM drive attached to it. Now, this can either be a standalone CD-ROM drive or in some of the new computers that actually include the drive.
Okay, let's take a look at the game you're going to show us here.
Okay, the first thing we're going to see here is the title screen. This is Defender of the Crown. This is our Robin Hood story.
Right.
CinemaWare basically takes our favorite movies and makes interactive versions out of them. In this particular one, you're trying to become the King of England.
Okay.
Now, the thing that you'll see first is, and hear first really, is that this is a full orchestral score coming off of the CD-ROM. We went back and actually orchestrated the whole thing for this version, and the music is quite spectacular. I'll just click through this quickly now. Now, you get to choose to be one of these 4 knights, if I can get the mouse up here. And then he will respond.
Sword and lance shall bring the Norman dogs to heel.
That's also coming off the
yeah.
CD-ROM too. You get the voice of the character, which is really key to making it movie-like. Now here's a little storytelling.
You were greeted by your old friend, Robin of Locksley. Many years have passed since you served with Robin and
So
his
there's
men.
our friend Robin, and he will come to our aid 3 times in our search to become the king. Now you can form alliances and you can attack other castles and so on.
What about the action part here?
Well, we're going to get to that right here.
Guys?
Sure.
Okay.
Now here's the map of England. You see the existing castles. You also see your resources. And then I'm going to have some options here. Now you can see I can hold a tournament, go raiding, and so on. So I think the first thing I'll do is I'll gather everybody and hold a tournament here. So
Are you picking up some of the video from the CD-ROM as well?
Well, all the computer code is on the CD-ROM, that's correct. Yeah, so we have better animations like this. And then you'll see the trumpeteers come in here with a big fanfare. And I'm just going to click through this so that we can get to the thing. Now here we are. Wolfric is a decent jouster. And we're going to pick an opponent. The tournament begins. Again, the animation is a lot better than we can do because we just have more space on the disc. I'm going to pick Edmund here, and we're jousting for land instead of, or for fame rather than instead of land. And now you're going to see the movie shot of him riding out. This is us.
Little establishing shot.
Yeah,
there.
little establishing shot. And then we're going to cut to the player's point of view on the horse for the actual joust. Now, see, I have control of the lance here.
That's your mouse
and
movement.
that's my mouse movement,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he's. Oh, I think he got me.
I think it does look like you missed him.
I'm toast. Yeah. And then you'll hear a little audio feedback here about how you did.
Thus ends your day in the lists of Ashby. You were not champion, but your deeds will be remembered. Leaving for home, you vow to bring glory to your name.
That's great. So that's Defender of the Crown CD-ROM version.
That's correct.
All right. Well, there's no question that kids are fascinated by video games and computer games, but why? Well, we went to a video game arcade to find out.
The road to success is a bumpy ride fraught with complicated twists and turns. But ask any of the kids here why they play, and the answer they give is simple.
It's pretty fun. It's kind of hard, though. I just like playing it in school. It's fun, because you're playing basketball and you can punch each other.
This video game arcade in Mountain View, California is typical of those scattered around the country. Children pile in shortly after noon on weekends to match wits with an electronic bad guy. For about 75 cents, they shoot, punch, and hammer their way to victory. The store manager says it's a way for the youngsters to unwind.
The adult goes out, he socializes, he relaxes with his friends. When they come here after school, relieves tension, and they're able to have fun. The child needs a place to vent frustration, and it's better to vent the frustration playing one of these games than to go out and vent the frustration on a pier and end up maybe in trouble with the local authorities, and that we don't want.
This arcade boasts about 60 game consoles, and it rakes in over 2,000 tokens every week. That's 25 cents per token, but not all of that money comes from the kids.
The kids come here and they can do practically anything, and I'm a grown man and I can't do this. And it frustrates me, but it's a lot of fun, you know.
The arcade occasionally uses gimmicks like a birthday or retirement party to pull in customers, but what could be the real reason they come to play video games at an arcade?
I'm kind of bored of my Nintendo.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Kate McGargy.
Well, Nintendo has sort of owned the video game market for the past several years, but new 16-bit game machines from NEC and Sega are challenging Nintendo. Here to show them off are Al Nielsen, Vice President with Sega of America, and also Bob Faber, Vice President with NEC Technologies. Paul?
Al, help us understand the differentiation between these game systems and the same games played on PCs. What are the relative advantages of playing a game on a game system?
Well, the important thing is that the game systems really are optimized. We've built the graphic chips to really work well with games in terms of moving objects quickly around on the screen, really increasing the resolution of what you can do, the mixing of colors, really putting them all together on a more optimized basis.
So you're throwing all the processing power into doing one particular task. All right, speaking of which, you've got a couple games up there on your Genesis machine, and I guess what our viewers are interested in is how this is really better than what they've seen before. So if you can sort of focus on that as you run through a couple of games.
Well, the first game I have here is Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, which was actually designed by Michael himself. The important thing was really trying to make his animation-like quality, cartoon-like quality in a video game, not small moving characters. Show you what we've been able to do, and really, first of all, it's a new genre of video game, dance video games, or music video come to life. We put the quarter in and we start off here in the video game.
Does 16-bit give you more detail, faster motion, better music, all of the above?
And first of all, you have real digitized voices. Michael's here is trying to save these kids who've been kidnapped. Listen to one of the girls. There she says, Michael. It's an actual digitized voice in the game. Michael's moves. First of all, the characters are much, much bigger, much more highly detailed in terms of the types of things that you can go and do. Look at the backgrounds, very, very detailed.
And of course, you really do recognize the personality of it. If you didn't tell me who that was, I could recognize that's Michael Jackson.
It's not hard to tell that that's Michael, but all the fun things that you can go and do. One of the things that we've done in one of our commercials is really take Michael's videos and put Michael videos together with the game to show how realistic they are. Look at this guy here taunting Michael with the pool cue. You know he's bad and he's after him. You can't do that on an 8-bit system.
In terms of pricing, what's the console cost and what do the cartridges cost each?
The cartridges are $49.95 on average. The Genesis system here costs $189.95 for the game.
Okay, we have one more game we have time to take a look at. If you
Sure.
could switch that over there, Al.
The one game that we have is Mickey Mouse starring in the Castle of Illusion.
Is this the first Disney character in a video game?
Yes, on the 16-bit system. He has been on other video game systems over the years. But the important thing is this really demonstrates the capabilities of what you can go and do with the 16-bit system. Here's Mickey Mouse, and if you take a look, he really looks exactly like himself. We haven't gone and sacrificed any of the detail on the character at all.
Is this new this year?
This is brand new. It just started shipping within the last couple of weeks. And I want to show you just some of the wonderful animation here of Mickey. He's just walking along, and then the beautiful, brilliantly colored backgrounds as he walks in and the game begins. Here he is.
So you're playing off the Disney animation heritage
Exactly.
here.
Yeah, that's pretty classic.
Now watch this. There he is, and he's just, waiting for it.
One of his old moves from the cartoon.
Exactly. Now, he's pretty close to the edge there. Let's see, he might have a little problem. Uh-oh! Oh, look at the emotions on his face. That's what's really making the difference between this generation of video game system and the, generation...
And the relative depth of that background, too. All right, you've shown us what 16-bit can do. I want to move over to Bob now and take a look. You've got a CD-ROM player, not a CD-ROM, but a CD player, in fact. Compact disc player hooked up to your NEC unit. We want to take a look at what additional capabilities that adds to a video game.
What you're able to do with the CD player that's never been able to be done before is increase the graphical content and also have real live music, digital music and voice equivalent to what would be on a CD or on a video disc
for graphics.
So the whole game is coming off the CD. I mean, the graphics, the code, the music.
That's right. We use the CD instead of a cartridge as the storage medium for the gameplay, and that comes off immediately into the system. And then the data for the music and for the voice and for the animation comes down in a streaming path from the disc.
And what's that extra interface box cost? Is that very expensive to get into this?
It
I mean,
is.
assuming you already own a CD player.
Well, you have to buy the CD player to go with the system.
Right.
It's $399.
All right, I see the game is up here. And describe what's going on here.
East, the ideal utopia.
This is the introduction of the world East. And what's revolutionary about it is that we're able to have, as you can hear in the background, a real description from a person who brings the player into the game and into the world, and brings them in and gives them the sense of realism and the sense of a real community that hasn't existed before.
So you've got a storybook reader here, which obviously you can't put on a cartridge.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
How much is the game?
The game itself is $60 retail.
And I guess you got pretty sophisticated graphics coming off that. They're coming off the CD also.
That's right. They come directly off the CD.
The empty abyss of
This is an adventure game?
It's an adventure role-playing game. What it really does is push the technology of interleaving data and audio together. It's pushing the pioneer areas.
Are there many titles out now on the CD form for the NEC?
We have 6 titles out now on the CD, and we'll have, beginning next year, 1 a month or more.
Bob, we have just about a minute left, and I know you have one other cartridge, got a standard 16-bit game. If you could show us what that looks like on your NEC console.
The second game is called Bonk's Adventure, and it's a real hit game. It's one of the biggest games of this year. Bonk is a lovable character, and again, he's taken advantage of the 16-bit
Rather than
graphics.
a crude, faceless creature, what we have here is somebody that, in the same sense as a Warner Brothers Daffy Duck cartoon, shows some facial personality.
That's right. He's got a real personality. You'll see what happens when he gets hit. His eyes get big. He uses his head. He's a cave doo-doo. His only weapon is his head.
Yeah, so really watching this, I mean, you're looking at, if you don't mind, a kind of Mario kind of thing, only but with more personality, more characters, which you're able to get in here with,
That's
with
right.
the 16
More
bits.
realism, more depth, greater colors.
Okay. Guys, thank you very much. Well, what is the best game system, and should you let your kids play them? Well, we'll ask an expert in just a moment, so stay with us. Joining us now is Russell De Maria, video game analyst and expert and author, as we can see, of 4 books on video games. Welcome, Paul.
What is the difference, in your opinion, between the PC platform and the video game cartridge platform? Which is better?
Better is a hard one to answer. It really is a matter of what you want to play. There is some difference, and the main difference right now is in the complexity of games. I think you've seen something with Sim Earth. That will be on some video game consoles eventually, but right now you tend to see more of the shooting games, the action games, and some role-playing, which is starting to get very complex on the video game consoles. Differences are not so great.
Looking at the video game console part of it, I mean, every parent's running into that store now with the kid trying to figure, well, I don't know, from Nintendo and TurboGrafx and Sega and all this stuff. How does a consumer make a decision? I mean, what's the right kind of game environment to get into? Can you answer that?
It's a hard one to answer because there's a lot of technological differences between the games, but one of the things that I always tell people is look at the games themselves. If something excites you, that's probably the system you want to get. And you may have to make some choices because there will be exciting games on all systems.
It's the same old computer story. Start with the software and get the hardware that'll support
exactly the
that.
same principle.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to get to the question that Paul and I started out with at the very beginning, because the concern is about the video games and almost addiction, as you know, that young kids and certainly boys have for playing a lot of these video games and computer games. Is it bad? Is it good? What should a parent do where you got a kid who just won't stop playing the games?
My feeling is that the sense of addiction, which is really more of an obsession, is something that comes from environment and from a lack of communication. I really like to see parents actually talk to their children and say, what are you doing here? And you'll be amazed to find out that children will say, oh, I'm doing this and that and the other. They'll find out there's a lot of procedural thinking going on, even in action games. And the more you're interested, the less of an issue it becomes. We all know that children make issues out of things that we object to.
Do you limit the game playing of your own children?
No, I've never had to. The only thing I limit is if they start to get too worked up in the game, get frustrated, I have them calm down and stop, slow down. But as far as the other thing, I have never had to. They play outside all the time, and they only play games some of the time.
Quickly, and last point, what about the violence in some of these games? Does that concern you?
It does concern me a little bit. I see games as a platform to the future with simulations and learning, and I think we're going to have to deal with what people want. Violence seems to be part of it right now, but I think it's leading to much greater things.
Russell, thanks very much. That's our look at video games and computer games. Stay tuned now for this week's Computer News.
In the random access file this week, rumors are flying that Apple Computer will introduce several laptops in 1991, including a 7-pound color system. The lightweight portable is to be based on Motorola's 68030 processor and will have 8-bit color video technology. 7 major computer manufacturers, including Tandy, Fujitsu, and AT&T, are attempting to set a de facto standard for multimedia by releasing similar systems that support multimedia extensions to Microsoft Windows. The announcement means improved hardware support for a clearly defined multimedia platform. This should make it easier for software developers to create multimedia applications. Motorola's 68040 microprocessor is finally available. The million-transistor chip has been delayed almost a year. The 68040 chip has been plagued by technical difficulties, particularly with the multiprocessor functions. At the same time, Next Computer has started volume shipments of its 68040-based Next Station and the new Next Cube machine. 040 upgrade boards are also available for users of 030-based Next computers. Taking a look at this week's top 10 software titles for the Macintosh, Mac Connection reports that After Dark is in the #1 spot, followed by Disk Doubler. In 3rd place is Adobe Type Manager, and Semantic Sam is 4th. And in 5th place is Quicken for the Mac. Rounding out the top 10 are Correct Grammar, Mac Utilities, Microsoft Word, Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego, and Suitcase 2. Apple is trying to fix a bug that slows performance of complex applications in several Macintosh models. The bug is in all models of the Mac 2CI, 2SI, 2FX, and LC. Apparently, it only affects applications that place unusually high demands on the Mac Memory Manager. Toshiba plans to market several versions of a high-speed notebook computer with a processing speed 3 times faster than those currently available. They will feature a fluorescent side-lit display for greater brilliance. Toshiba also plans to introduce a new laptop with an advanced color display in the first quarter of 1991. Time now for Paul Schindler in this week's Software Review.
One of the most popular uses for either the PC or the Macintosh is the creation of banners. Until now, the programs that created banners were fairly simple-minded. Banner Mania has changed that decisively. The big problem has always been dreaming up ways to make a banner unique. Now, they've taken care of that here by automatically cycling through many of your options, first in an animated opening screen. You have a choice of layouts: small over large, large over small, medium over medium. There's a variety of prepackaged color choices, or select your own, and the list of effects is seemingly endless. The program will cycle through them by itself if you wish. If the program gets close to what you want, lock down one aspect and just allow the others to change. You have the choice of a variety of fonts as well as a variety of effects within the fonts. Both the effects and the font list are so long they run off the bottom of the screen. There's also a number of ready-made banners as well. Banner Mania is $60 from Broderbund Software in San Rafael, California, and is available for both the PC and the Mac. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
Microsoft doesn't expect to release DOS 5.0 until sometime next year, but if you can't wait that long to find out about it, pick up Benton's new book, the PC Configuration Handbook. The appendix covers key changes, including a new utility enabling most of the operating system to be loaded into the high memory area or extended memory. The book also covers installation, which appears to be an easier job than in earlier versions. And finally, have you ever thought about how much a business meeting really costs? The Institute for Better Meetings has released a software program to tell you just that while you meet. The product, called the Meeting Meter, looks like an old-time taxi meter on your PC and updates the total fare every 1/10 of a minute. The fare is based on the meeting participant's actual or estimated salary. A budget can be preset, activating an alarm when the meeting has run out of money. And that's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. I'm Kate McGargy.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by the Software Publishers Association, which reminds you it's a federal offense to copy software. The SBA provides information on how to stay software legal. Funding is also provided by PC Connection and Mac Connection, and by Byte Magazine and Bix. For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications. Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
This week on the Computer Chronicles, the next generation of computer games. We'll play with Sega's brand new Dreamcast game console. It may be more powerful than your desktop PC. And a sneak preview of the PlayStation 2 due out next year. Every year there's one really hot game that all gamers talk about, and this year it's Baldur's Gate. We'll show you why all the buzz, plus a sneak preview of the new Nintendo 64 version of Rainbow Six, and a totally new way to interface with a game using your head. We'll show you the new Reality Fusion Game Cam. Also, my pick of the week, the absolute coolest new handheld gaming device. It's the Neo Geo Pocket Color from SNK. It's all coming up next on the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is brought to you by BigStar.com, with thousands of videos and DVDs for the whole family. Additional support by TechWeb for up-to-the-minute technology news. And by TVA, Television Associates, bridging the worlds of computers and video with DVD authoring and MPEG encoding services.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. How much computing power do you really need to run a spreadsheet or a word processor or a database, even one from Microsoft? Not that much, frankly. But what if you had a piece of software that required real-time graphics, video, stereo sound, multi-level views, and the most complex simulation algorithms? It would be called a computer game or a video game, and it would demand every bit of hardware juice that you can come up with. Computer games are not only fun, but they perhaps more than any other application push the edge of computing power. The irony is that some of the most powerful game platforms are not personal computers, but dedicated game consoles. And the hottest one on the market right now is the brand new Dreamcast from Sega. Here to show it to us is Christian Svensson, editor-in-chief of MCV, the leading trade publication for game retailers. Let's talk about the box, first of all, and get a kind of guided tour, because it looks a little bit different than any of the other consoles. First of all, it's nice and small and tiny, right?
Sure, it is much smaller than most of the consoles that are out there. Much like the PlayStation, it's actually CD-based.
Yes, so you can just pop it open.
Just pop it open. Unlike the PlayStation, it actually has a much faster drive. It's a 12x CD-ROM drive.
All right, so we got a bunch of ports. These are for controllers?
4 controllers. Actually, also keyboards and mice plug in as well.
Okay. And let's take a look at the back. This is kind of interesting modem line, right?
There's a 56K modem included with every Dreamcast.
And so this is a web terminal also?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a web browser, a little form of
optional
Explorer.
Keyboard too, right?
Optional keyboard.
And usual power and
communications
video
port
and all that stuff.
And video out.
All right, now let's take a look at the controller, because that's kind of interesting there. Go through that one.
So what we've got here on the controller is a fairly standard analog pad, just sort of swivels around, a D-pad, fairly standard action buttons. And then on the backhand
Little
side,
triggers.
we've got triggers and 2 ports for memory cards and
Yeah,
other
now let's
add-ons.
ask you about this. Turn this over again. What is this little LCD screen and this guy in there?
This is the visual memory unit. It's both a
I got one over here, actually. Let's give them a close-up of that so our folks can see what this is. It's just looks like a miniature Game Boy or something.
It sort of is. It's both a little mini game system and a memory card all in one.
So you can store your games on it and then pull it out and actually play something on this.
There are little takeaway games that come with a lot of the games that come for the main
and then they
unit.
slide right into the
They
controller.
slide right in.
Now, when I take this cap off, I see a little port here. Now, what do I do with this?
Well, you can either slide it into a controller, or you can pull out the existing
and these things will mate.
They'll mate, and you can share data, play against a friend.
Oh, cool, and just go head-to-head.
Right.
All right, let's get to play the game. There's 2 things I want you to show us that really demonstrate this very nicely. And you've got up here a game called Trick Style, which really shows the graphics that really blow you away with the Dreamcast. Huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that the wrong one we stuck in there? Proves it works, right?
Yeah, it definitely does. There we go.
So just play.
This is just it's a racing game from Acclaim called Trick Style, as you said. And as you can see, the graphics here are a little better than what you're typically used to.
Nice. So you're sort of a skateboarder trying to do a race. Huh?
Yeah, trying to do a race, and got to get through these futuristic courses. And there's a lot of things you can do, and oops, you don't do it that way.
Yeah, now compare the quality of these graphics, the speed, the smoothness of the motion to the predecessor.
Well, compared to the PlayStation, the smoothness of the graphics is just much better. The hardware is just much more capable.
Yeah, it's really nice.
There's a lot of hardware effects. We won't get into the technical jargon,
Yeah.
but the end result is lighting is better, textures are better.
Yeah.
You know, the games are faster.
All right, real quick, to really show this off, the best thing I've seen is NFL 2K. Let me ask you to swap discs here so we can show the folks what that looks like, because the motion on there is dynamite. While you're doing that, why don't we talk about some of the specs in the box, the CPU, the memory, et cetera?
The CPU is a Hitachi SH4 RISC processor running at 200 megahertz.
All right.
The machine has 26 megs of RAM divided amongst its main RAM, video RAM, and audio RAM.
Okay.
The audio hardware comes from Yamaha. It's a 64-channel sound chip. It's their latest chip. And the
OS?
Microsoft Windows
Wow.
CE.
All right, pretty powerful box, and it's really well demonstrated by NFL 2K. The graphics are dynamite, so just play some football for us.
Sure.
And tell us what you're doing.
Let's see. First, got to call our defensive plays.
Okay.
Defense.
1st and 5.
Even the guys jogging to the line, I mean, looks so cool.
Stumbling. Big hit after picking up a couple. Tackled by Russell.
Look at the move. Look at the muscles on the guy's arms as he walks.
Yep,
Huh?
and the lighting, showing off that. What's sort of nice is you can see the replay. You know, I can come in here from any
You
angle.
can change your angle. Look at
I can call the play.
And this is so much better than anything I've seen before in a football game.
Now I can pull it back, send it forward. And call it from any angle.
NFL 2K. And there's an NBA game coming out, lots of other things.
NBA 2K is coming, NHL 2K is coming.
Christian, thanks a lot.
Thank
It's
you.
Great. All right, well, every year has its hot new computer game, the must-have title for your PC. And this year's runaway hit is Baldur's Gate from Interplay. It's a Dungeons & Dragons type game that has gotten just about everybody's vote for best role-playing game of the year. And luckily, we've got Chris Parker here from Interplay to show it to us. Just give us the basic story of Baldur's Gate first before we look at it.
Baldur's Gate is a role-playing game. It's set in the advanced Dungeons & Dragons world of the Forgotten Realms.
Okay.
And so what we did is we took a big chunk of that world and then created a story within it. It was a fairly unused portion of the world. And you start out as an orphan by yourself near the city of Baldur's Gate. And as you progress through the story, you meet all these other individuals that can actually join your party. And eventually, you can have this party of different individual personalities, as many as 6 of them.
Why is the game so hot? Why is this so much better than what's come before? People compare it to Diablo, for example. What makes this a better engine?
Well, Diablo's a great game, but Diablo's very much it's a hack and slash game. There wasn't a lot of story behind it. You had your character and you went through these 15 levels of dungeon killing stuff.
Okay.
In Baldur's Gate, you get to do that same sort of thing. You're always getting this character advancement, but you also have this background story where you're trying to find out what's going on with the world. And at the same time, you have other members in your party, so you have a lot of interaction with the world.
All right, let's get to the game and show us a little bit of playing Baldur's Gate.
Sure.
So where are we?
Right now, I'm in a town called Olgoth Beard. And so as you can see, this is a relatively peaceful little shore town, so I'm just going to run around real quick. And as you can see, all the graphics, we're able to put a lot of detail in. We use fully pre-rendered background graphics and then render them in at least 16-bit full screen. And then, as you can see here, characters within the world actually interact with the party.
Right,
so
so
here
you
I've got
have dialogue?
who is talking to me. So as I talk to him, he's going to possibly give me a quest, and he goes ahead and has sent me
where
up
are
to-
we now?
He, that actual quest sent me up to a dungeon where he wants me to go retrieve an item for him.
Okay, you got to deal with this bear guy. Huh?
Well, I'm going to leave the bear behind.
Okay.
But if I go in here, you can see here's a...
So here's a little action.
This is a typical dungeon area. Now, one of the things about Baldur's that people really liked is that the Dungeons & Dragons system is actually a turn-based system. When you play it in pen and paper, and it's very slow and combats take a long time. We made it all real time. We went and made every round 6 seconds, and at the same time, you can pause it anytime you want to change stuff. So if I want this fighter to change to his sword, I can just click it, and as you can see in the game world, he switched to his sword, and now he's ready to go to attack.
All right, so
with
show
his sword.
some action here. How would you actually do a little fight here?
Now, let me run forward in here.
Okay.
Here's another wolf.
Right.
Let me try and get into a bigger fight with more guys.
Okay. So just tell us what you're doing as you do it.
I'm going ahead and I'm gonna stroll through here and find some bad guys. Now everything's point and click. We tried to make the interface as simple as possible. And so everything you can do is pretty much one click away. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to fight this wizard right now. Now, like I said, you can go ahead and then just pick, as you pause the game, actions for everybody in the party. So I'm going to have everybody do something different here.
So you give each of the characters a different capability?
Exactly. This person's going to use a wand right here. I'm going to have this person here go ahead and cast a spell. I'm going to summon up some skeletons to fight for me.
And again, real quick, point, click, give it to him.
Point, click, give it to them, then I hit the space bar, and everybody goes and does what they're supposed to do. And so then I have these
You got your
massive
6-second war.
battles.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
Now you can play this online with other people, right?
Absolutely. What you can do is, as I noted, you have 6 players in your party when you're playing Baldur's Gate. What you can do is if you join a multiplayer game, then you make 1 character, or 2 characters, or 3 characters. You join up with somebody else who has a number of characters as well. And then you fill up the party of 6 that you could have in the single-player game. So you can have any numbers up to 6 actually play within a game, and then they proceed throughout the story, just like you would if you were playing the single-player game.
All right, Chris, you've already got a sequel to the original Baldur's Gate, don't you?
Yeah, well, it's not really a sequel so much as an expansion story. What we
Okay.
have is Tales of the Sword Coast, which we released earlier this year, and it actually plugs straight into the Baldur's Gate game world just to make it bigger, give you more stuff to do in the game.
All right, now you've developed this great game engine for Baldur's Gate. You're going to take that engine and apply it to other games, other play environments?
Yeah, absolutely. The developer who actually created Baldur's Gate, BioWare Corp, has actually allowed us to license the engine from them. And at Black Isle Studios, which is my division at Interplay, we're actually working on 2 other titles. One is Planescape Torment, which is set in another advanced Dungeons & Dragons world. And then we've just announced a new one, which is Icewind Dale, which is in the same world as Baldur's Gate, but a completely separate game from that.
All right, Chris, thank you, and let's thank the folks from WinTech for providing that Ultimate Edge PC so we can have Baldur's Gate really looking at its best.
Thank you.
All right, well, a few minutes ago we showed you Sega's new Dreamcast game console. At the moment, Sega has the next generation of game technology to itself, but this won't last long, for coming out next year is the much-awaited Sony PlayStation 2. It is incredible. Here's a sneak preview of what you'll be able to buy in September 2000.
The new Sony PlayStation 2 was shown publicly for the first time at the Tokyo Game Show, held in Japan in mid-September. The crowds were huge as Sony showed off what it calls its entry into the new digital millennium. The console itself looks like a DVD set-top box, and in fact, the PlayStation 2 is much more than a game console. It plays video games, but it's also a full DVD playback machine, capable of playing music and movies. The box also comes with a built-in modem for web browsing and online game playing. The real star of the show was the new software, games offering incredible new levels of detail, speed, and smoothness of motion. This is Gran Turismo 2000, a new auto racing game for the PlayStation 2. As you can see, the detail on the cars is incredible. In this new fighting game called Tekken Tag Tournament, the digitized motion of the characters sets new standards in fluidity of motion and body details. This new title, a war game called Kessen, is amazing for its mere grandeur. It feels like a true interactive digital movie. The motion of the horses, the facial details, the character movement set a new standard for game playing. This is Dark Cloud, a new 3D role-playing adventure game for the PlayStation 2. And this is a new fight game called The Bouncer. The motion is incredible, the facial detail is amazing, and check out the splashes as the characters run through the flooded subway station. The PlayStation 2 launches next year with a record 1 million units to be shipped in the first week. The consoles will be available in Japan in March of next year. They're due to go on sale in the United States in September 2000. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Sarah O'Brien.
If you're into computer games, and if you aren't, why would you still be watching? You probably know about two online game sites called GameSpot.com and VideoGames.com. They're terrific sources for the latest and greatest in computer and video gaming. And we've invited a games reviewer who writes for both those sites to join us to look at some of the other hot new games on the market. This is Ryan McDonald.
How you doing?
And you got three favorites you brought with us.
Yes, I did.
And let's start with Mayhem, which is a wrestling game, right?
That's correct.
This is on the Nintendo 64.
Yes.
All right, so why do you like this game? What's cool about it?
What's cool about it is because it's got all the wrestlers from the WCW.
The real guys?
Yeah, the real guys. So
Okay.
if you're into Goldberg and Sting and all those guys, it's the only place you're going to find them.
All right.
It's got all the real matches, the arenas, like here's Fall Brawl. And they've also done this really neat thing along with the game that in real life wrestling, when they have a pay-per-view event, they give you a code and you plug it into the game and it like puts the roster of the real event up and everything. So
you got all the theatrics here.
Yeah, it's got the ring entrances.
Okay.
Hollywood Hogan. And once you get into the actual...
So let's see the action, yeah. All right, so what kind of controls, what moves can you make?
You can do just about anything you see on the real show.
Wow.
So you can do hip tosses, power slams, you can grab them from the back.
Okay, you're playing a computer player right now.
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm Goldberg, everybody's favorite. But one of the cool things that they did, and they tried to do, and they kind of did, is they kind of made it so that it has the feel of real wrestling. So there's always something crazy going on.
Right.
Like during the match, you'll see somebody just run in the ring from nowhere.
Okay. You can actually leave the ring, right? And in this game, the guy follows you, so it's not like just stuck in the ring.
Yeah, that's correct.
So you taunt him like in the real thing.
Yeah. Hopefully, I can get him to follow me. If he does, we can go backstage and fight in the parking lot. There we go.
Right.
So and then it goes to this crazy security cam. So once you're back here, you can do all kinds of moves and. You pick up different weapons and hit them with it. Oh, but he got to me first.
All right, so this is Mayhem.
That's
it's on the N64. Now let's go over to PlayStation.
Alrighty.
And a brand new game, right? Resident Evil 3 Nemesis.
Yes, this is coming out this fall.
And actually, you have like the Japanese version, right? Because it's not quite out yet.
Just came out in Japan.
Okay, and what do you like about this one?
What I like about this one, I think you'll see that partially it's the story, but a big part of it is just the interaction you have with the world. You can see everything's extremely detailed. And one of the scary things is it's about zombies. And you gotta.
So this is action. You can blow guys up, but there's also you can interact with characters. There's a storyline.
There's a big part. That's probably the biggest part about the game.
So it's not just bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, it's just talking with people and trying to figure out what's happening, why all these people are turning to zombies.
So there's kind of a strategy here to understand what's going on.
Yeah, and if you follow the Resident Evil series, you know what the storyline is and the characters.
It's not just enough to kill these guys.
No, it's not.
Okay.
And so I kind of skipped ahead a little bit so we can see.
That's right. Yeah.
See, there's like zombies everywhere. Everything's going crazy.
So the storyline is you don't know what's going on. There's all these zombies. They're all out to get you. You got to figure out why.
You got to figure out why, and you got to figure out how you're going to stop them because bullets don't always
Again, we're
work.
seeing these Japanese subtitles because it's the Japanese version of the
correct.
game because we don't have the American one yet.
Right. And so every time you open a door and move from room to room, it shows you this little cutscene, so you know that you're moving along.
Okay, let's just check this out. Do you have a name?
This is Jill Valentine.
Oh, okay, got it.
Everybody that played the first game will remember her.
Right. All right, Ryan, I know there's one more game you want to show us, and that's the new Rainbow Six for the N64, the Tom Clancy book.
Yes.
Show it to us, and what do you like about it?
What I like about it is it's a little more real than most of the strategy, first-person shooter games.
How so?
Is you have to pick a team and you interact with your guys and you're telling them which way to go and how to get in the house and which is the best way to attack.
All right, so show it to us and tell us the story at the same time.
All right, the game is basically you're part of this special elite forces team, and there's one of my guys right there, and we're supposed to go and rescue these hostages. And there's more to it than I don't want to ruin the story. For anybody that knows the book, they'll know what the story is.
So there's a lot of strategy, a lot of story, but you got to beat up guys at the same time.
That's right. You got to save all these poor helpless people that are going to get killed by these terrorists.
But you're going to blow up these terrorists.
That's the idea. I'm going to try to get in and shoot him
Can you find one real quick?
Yeah, here's one. No, he's dead.
You already got him. Yeah. All right, let me ask you one question. You've shown us 3 games. They're overly violent, beating up people, blood, blowing guys up.
Right.
You know, a lot of people think this is a really bad thing, and it's affecting kids in a bad way. Does this bother you in a way? I mean, does this make you less sensitive to real human violence?
You know, I've heard that question a lot, and I've played games since I was 13 years old.
Right.
I don't think I'm any different than anybody else.
You're not a killer.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
But as far as these games nowadays, they all have the rating system that the parents can use to kind of as a tool to know which games are safe for their kids and which ones are not. So it's more of a comfort level for the parents than it is anything else.
Gotcha.
So I think it's a good thing to go by.
Ryan, thanks a lot.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, well, if there's a weak link in computer game technology, it is the user interface. After all, how much can you really do with a keyboard or a mouse or a joystick, even a vibrating game chair? But one company has just introduced one of the more revolutionary approaches to interacting with a game. It's the Reality Fusion Game Cam. And here to demonstrate Game Cam for us is the company's CEO, actually. Chad, how you doing?
Great.
What's the idea behind Game Cam?
You actually control the game with your natural body movements and gestures. So rather than relying on a keyboard or mouse, you just get up and use your hands or your head or any body part in order to immerse yourself
And the
in
deal
action.
is you have, like, this is a Logitech QuickCam that's actually taking your picture and inserting you visually in the game and giving you control of the game.
That's correct. It is capturing your live video image and projecting that
This
onto
is where
the
seeing is
game.
believing. We've got to actually do this, not talk about it. So
I can
show
do
us
a
how it
far
works.
better job of demonstrating it. So this is our main interface, and merely by tapping on any one of these different games, the game cam includes 6 different games, you can launch into.
So you actually control the interface with your hands too.
Absolutely.
So you just, okay, go ahead.
Because of that, it's a natural for any type of sports title. So instead of playing basketball using a keyboard or mouse, you can shoot with your hands the way that you would on the playground.
I got to see this.
And we're going to start with Shoop.
All right,
to give you a
there's
flavor.
Chad inside the game.
Now this is actually a 2-player version, so if we want, you can play with your friend or your brother. And the idea is you just try and make baskets. Now one of the cool things you'll notice is that this window actually moves towards the ball, so I can set myself up for a dunk.
So let's understand, you are literally hitting the ball in the basket right now, and if you do it well, you score, and if you don't, you miss.
That's right. I can hit it with my head, and I can hit a rebound. If I was a little bit more skilled, I'd make a few baskets. But you are literally immersed in the action. You'll notice that it's just cutting out my image. So it really creates this fantasy world where I could be playing in Madison Square Garden or the Forum, and I just see my image inside of the game.
All right, let's move. I want to show a couple of things here. Show us volleyball also. That's another really neat demonstration with the same idea where you're batting a ball in a different kind of game.
Sure. So I'm just going back to our main interface. Again, I'm controlling everything using my hands.
No mouse, no keyboard, no joystick.
No keyboards. Exactly.
All right, so
and
volleyball.
I will go into volleyball.
Launch volleyball.
Now, one of the nice things about volleyball is we include a number of different opponents, but you can actually create your own opponent just by having a friend come over and go through
And
certain
get 2 guys'
motions.
pictures in there.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so in this case, I'll be playing against not just a computer animated opponent, but rather someone that we taped going through certain motions.
So you're playing volleyball. Just tell us what you're doing.
So I'm just now instructing it to serve to me. I'll hit the ball over, and you'll notice that.
That was a pretty lousy hit.
Yes.
All right, try again.
So now on the other side,
he's
Max
serving.
is serving the ball this time, but he's nowhere to be found. He just went through different motions.
So he's on tape, so he doesn't really know what's going on.
He is on tape,
There you go.
exactly.
That is cool.
So again, if I hit the ball harder, the ball will go longer. If I just tap it, it won't go as hard. So all the normal physics that you would expect to apply to a volleyball operate here.
So obviously these algorithms here are looking at the movement of your hand. It knows what your hand is, and then it reacts as if it was seeing a
That's
command.
right. That's exactly correct.
Got it.
Now
You're pretty good.
Well, one of my main responsibilities as CEO is to test all of these games thoroughly. So I have become pretty adept at these.
All right,
different
quickly,
levels.
one more thing I want you to show me. You got a great karate game where you actually chop the other guy. So let's pull up karate if we can.
I'll just quit out of volleyball.
And again, you
get
just
back to-
wave at your little options.
I'm just
there, huh?
waving. Most of these screens have a couple of different options, and
So
I
let's
will
go
go into
karate.
karate. Now, before we get into the karate, we've taken the liberty of actually taking your picture
afraid you
and
did.
superimposing
You've
it on
got me
top
some
of our
idiotic
karate
Quasimodo
clown.
character
Yes, but this
here.
might be appealing to some of your staff or possibly viewers, I don't know. But the idea is that, again, instead of using this keyboard being
Got it.
sedentary, I get up and I actually get to fight, in this case with you, Stuart.
All right.
And I can bop you in the head, and you can try and hit me back.
All right, well, I'm not really running the game. You just have my face in the
I just
computer
have your
player.
face, exactly.
Right.
Now we have different levels. So right now we're at the first level, so you're not terribly quick or adept at hitting me. But as I move up the different levels, you'll become much faster and start to give me roundhouse kicks and some good left jabs.
Now, could
and-
we both be playing this real time if we had 2 quick hands? Not yet.
That's the next
Version
version.
2.0.
Absolutely.
Okay. And we got the nice sound effects.
Right.
So it knows when you hit me.
Correct.
And I'm just looking like an idiot there while you're
round
up.
one.
All right. Let me just ask you one more thing. Now, when I buy Game Cam, what do I get?
You get this Logitech QuickCam camera.
get the
It is
camera.
a full-fledged video camera.
So you can use it for other things.
That's right.
Okay.
As well as 6 different titles. We have a combination of sports titles, some of which I've demonstrated for you here, and personal creativity. So, for
Yeah.
example, we have something that's akin to a digital dance studio where you can get up and kind of rock out, and your body motions control different effects.
That is very cool. Thanks a lot. All right, that's our look at the latest in computer games. I'll be back in just a moment with my pick of the week. Don't miss it. Now for my pick of the week. So far, we've concentrated on desktop game platforms, but one of the best developments in gaming over the past few years has been the evolution of handheld gaming devices, which all started, of course, with Nintendo's Game Boy. Well, Game Boy is like a dinosaur compared to my favorite new handheld gaming device, this brand new Neo Geo Pocket Color from SNK, a Japanese company. This little gaming box is fantastic, incredibly clear and smooth graphics, great ergonomics. It fits right in your hand and your fingers naturally rest on the key controls, including a real mini joystick and 2 simple control buttons. What is really cool is the Neo Geo has a port that lets you plug directly into a Sega Dreamcast so you can play your pocket games through the console on a big screen when you're at home. The Neo Geo Pocket Color runs on only 2 AA batteries, and it runs for a long time. I've been playing with this for about a week now, and I haven't had to change batteries yet. And it has a backup battery so you can save games even if your main batteries die. And the software is great. I've been playing Pocket Tennis, which is the best computer tennis game I've played. I've also been playing Turf Masters, which is a great golf game. There are about 18 titles available right now, covering every game genre. This baby is really fun. You can get it online or at stores. Retail price $69. For more information, check out their website at snkusa.com. That's it for this edition of the Chronicles. I hope you'll join me, by the way, for my new web radio show. Just hit the Talk Radio link at about.com. Thanks for joining us. I hope we'll see you here next time.
The Computer Chronicles is brought to you by bigstar.com, with thousands of videos and DVDs for the whole family. Additional support by TechWeb for up-to-the-minute technology news. And by TVA, Television Associates, bridging the worlds of computers and video with DVD authoring and MPEG encoding services.
To purchase a video
This week on the Computer Chronicles, 3D graphics. We'll show you the difference a 3D accelerator card can make on your computer. You'll find out how to use 3D objects in presentations, ads, web pages. We'll show you a great new 3D modeling tool called Poser 3. And want to know how they do all those cool 3D effects in TV commercials? We'll show you the software. Plus a look behind the scenes at PDI, the computer animation shop that made the movie Ants. And my pick of the week, a webcam that doesn't require the web. It's all coming up next on the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is brought to you by bigstar.com, with thousands of videos and DVDs for the whole family. Additional support by TechWeb for up-to-the-minute technology news. And by TVA, Television Associates, bridging the worlds of computers and video with DVD authoring and MPEG encoding services.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. Well, I guess it was about 30 years ago that 3D movies were the rage. You put on those funny glasses and watched spears coming out at you from the movie screen. Well, 3D is a hot topic now in computers, but we're talking about a different kind of 3D. You don't need glasses, just the ability to take advantage of the depth of objects, the ability to move objects around in three-dimensional space. Takes hardware and software to do that, and we're going to begin by focusing on the hardware. Brian, you guys have a 3D accelerator card called the Voodoo, or the Voodoo 2 now, I guess is what we're using. What does a 3D accelerator card do for me? Why should I buy one and put it in my PC?
Well, the 3D accelerator allows you to offload the graphics functions from the Pentium and the 2D card, and so you have a dedicated graphics processor which can give you better frame rates and better special effects.
All right, so it's going to work faster, and therefore it's going to allow me to see things essentially I couldn't otherwise see?
Correct.
All right, let's try to demonstrate that. Quake is thought of as a 3D game, if you will. You move around in 3D space, but most people play it in a very flat kind of 2D environment. And let's sort of do a before and after and show us the difference.
Okay, what you're seeing here then is without a 3D effects accelerated card, you're running off of your 2D card in the Pentium here, and you get an okay game experience. It's a little bit blocky as you see.
That's pretty crummy looking when you get close, as we know.
And then as you see the men further away, you can't pick out a lot of the details. But now if I switch to the 3D mode and allow it to load up, you get a much higher quality picture and
big
color
difference,
depth.
isn't it?
And there's special features like the colored lighting that just wouldn't be present in a software-only version.
Uh-huh.
So you get a better game experience, better visuals.
It's totally different looking, really, isn't it?
Yep, much faster also.
All right, now there's another example I want to ask you about. You know, for gamers, you think about, well, there's arcade quality games, and then there's sort of Sony PlayStation quality, and there's a PC, and there's a battle over where you get the best quality. Can you get actually the top kind of quality in terms of the 3D effect on a PC with a 3D card?
You actually get much better game experience from a PC with a 3D effects card installed. There are arcade games which use Voodoo graphics in the arcade,
right.
And then there's console systems which use their own dedicated graphics processors. But what you get with the 3D effects is a better game experience, better resolutions, more polygon counts, better textures. And so we're seeing a lot of...
So you can actually get not only as good, but better quality on your computer if you're using a 3D card?
Yes, faster and higher resolutions. So what you're seeing is games that are coming from the arcade space and from the console space and doing better on the PC.
Uh-huh. All right, now NFL Blitz, which you're loading up right now, is a hot game. We've seen it in the arcades. Everybody's playing this thing and dumping the quarters in there right now. And this is what it would look like on a PC with a 3D card.
Yeah.
Which is pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's 4 times the resolution of the arcade version at a faster frame rate with better textures.
Well, let's see a little bit more of the action. So we're sort of in demo mode here?
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
So it's an arcade perfect conversion. The game itself is very similar.
All right, now let's talk about another application. I know you have Lego chess up here now. Inherently, chess is a 3D game, but we tend on a computer to play it in a 2D space. Again, show us what the difference would be if we did that in real 3D.
Well, this is one of the exciting aspects of what's happening now is we're starting to broaden the depth of content away from just the entertainment side, which is people think of in traditionally 3D, and now bringing the 2D aspects. So solitaire and chess, things that are 2D traditionally, can now be played on a 3D accelerator. It helps draw in educational titles and entertainment type things like chess as well, so that the children can get a better understanding of how things work.
All right, so we're loading up Lego chess right now?
Correct. And this has just now been released to the market, and it uses the 3D effects to its full extent.
All right, so we've got Lego chess up on the computer now, and tell us why it's better as a 3D experience.
Well, what you get is a traditionally 2D game that is now more presentable to kids and other people. As you start to look at it, you're immersed in a 3D environment, and with the familiarity of Legos, you make it a little bit easier to understand and play.
And we see, obviously, as they should in chess, these guys are moving forward and backward and left and right and really on that 3D board. All right, one last thing I want you to show us, which is just kind of fun. You're actually applying 3D to screensavers, where you get kind of a different fun experience there also.
Right.
Get that one up.
So what we're doing is working with different kinds of applications in terms of business as well as on normal PC.
So 3D is more than just games, you're saying?
Right. And so what we have an example of is a Voodoo Light screensaver. So instead of seeing your normal windows flying at you on your screen, you now get a 3D experience and it looks much, much more compelling.
All right. Well, it's certainly a lot of fun, anyhow, to see stuff coming in and out there. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it's very cool to add 3D to your computer games, as we saw, but there's a lot more to 3D graphics than just games, as Brian said. You can often simply communicate better using three-dimensional objects. A very good example is a new package of 3D goodies called Live Art 98. And Ben, you're our expert right there.
Yes.
Let me ask you, it looks sort of like a collection of clip art. Explain why this is better to have these things as 3D objects.
Well, what we've done is we've actually taken some fairly advanced 3D technology, combined it with 3D objects to give people who are not necessarily very technically adept the ability to generate lots and lots of different kinds of images from the same piece of art that really look like They are.
All right, so for example, I pull up this little yellow ducky thing from the collection of clip art, and normally it just sort of sits there and I can use it or not use it, right? But what can I do now that it's really a 3D object, not just a piece of art?
Right, well the thing that Illustrator would love to do this that they can't is to actually take this object and make it be whatever angle that you would like it to be, or if you'd like to change the lighting so that you get a different look. You can actually go in with very, very simple interface and change the lighting.
And again, the source of the light and the direction of the light is going to make the object look different.
Exactly, and we can actually change the style so that it looks like it's a whole different artistic look. So I can go from here to make it look like it was drawn by a crayon, or I can even make it look like it's a pointillist style. Let's go over to the pointillist down here.
So the difference is, again, this is not just a collection of flat art, it's a collection of really 3D objects, which I can then use as pieces of art.
Right.
Now, how do I actually use these things? What's the point in having this stuff?
Well, let me give you an example.
Okay.
I recently got married, so this kind of thing is on my mind. We've got a web page here that is a love note to someone, and it's text heavy and obviously
dying for a piece of art.
Dying for a piece of art. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go and I'm going to search, and actually this time I'm going to search based on the concept of love.
So you can actually search your collection of art by word.
Exactly.
What's any stuff that has the word love related to it?
Right, love related to it. And it's actually going to find among about 4,000 objects a whole bunch of different things. We've got roses, we've got...
That's pretty clever. I mean, love's not in the title, but it knows it's sort of love related.
It looks for the synonyms and it looks for keywords. And here, let's take there's a very simple kind of Valentine's-like object. We'll just insert that in place. We can take it and...
now again, you can rotate that. It's not just a piece of flat art.
We can increase the size, and it's going to rotate it, and we rotate it, and it is re-rendering this thing in real time.
Yeah, maybe get a more attractive sort of angle of it. Okay.
Right,
so
and then
pick one you like.
Then we'll just take it, and we can actually export it into lots of different file formats: JPEG, bitmap, TIFF, for either web or for non-web use for desktop publishing.
And you could just take that thing now and just drop it back into that boring text page.
We go back over to our little thing here before, and we just insert the image. And we'll take it, play little Julia Child here, and here's our hearts, and there we have this.
Now, quickly, can you get back? You had that image of kind of a woman at a desk. Could we see that a second? Because that would be a good example. If you rotated that, you can actually see the space between objects, and that'd be something you might put in a PowerPoint presentation.
Right, exactly. I mean, the idea is that each illustration actually has a bunch of different, in the same way that a photographer can take one image and really see.
So you can just spin that thing around like you did the little rubber ducky there.
Right, and we get lots of.
It's a totally different piece of art as you move that thing around.
So even though we've got 4,000 objects, each of those objects with the different styles
is an infinite number of objects, really. Now let's go to the last point. I talked about PowerPoint. One cool thing is to have animated objects inside a presentation, and you can actually animate some of these 3D objects with the software.
Exactly. About 300 of the objects that are in live art actually have animation built into them, and they're human form animations. There's little chattering teeth. It depends on what's appropriate. What is it that helps you illustrate the point that you're trying to illustrate? And the whole idea here is to make stuff so that people who were not necessarily artistically skilled but who had artistic taste could generate stuff that was unique to them.
Now, can I go in and actually manipulate that image and change what it does?
You can actually go in and rotate this image around, and even though it looks like it's a 2D illustration, it has all of the flexibility that the 3D illustration has, so we can turn him up on his head.
Well, once again, certainly a lot of fun. Thank you very much, Ben.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, if you saw the movie Toy Story, you know the difference between old-fashioned two-dimensional animation and modern computer-generated 3D animation. Well, the latest achievement in 3D movie animation is the film Ants. To find out how you do that kind of 3D work, we visited the place where it was all created, Pacific Data Images in Palo Alto, California.
Hi, want to dance? Absolutely.
The feature film Ants marked a new era in computer animation. The electronic look and feel of earlier films, such as Tron, was gone. The characters in this film, insect or other, had human-like expressions and movements that were uncannily real. Much of the visual magic came not from Hollywood, but from Pacific Data Images, or PDI, located in Silicon Valley. PDI was founded almost 20 years ago, when conditions were different.
When I started the company in 1980, there was no market and there was no technology, but it was clear that that was going to happen. And in 1985, it was the same thing, that the technology certainly wasn't there to do it. I think we had 52 computer years of rendering or something like that in Ants. In 1985, everyone had one computer. So you'd say, well, it'll take us half a century to make this movie.
The ANTS project was a kind of proving ground for new techniques made possible by an increase in computing power and a new approach to bring human attributes to otherworldly characters.
People don't know what a talking ant looks like, and we had a little bit of liberty. We made sure they know what a talking face looks like, and there were a lot of things in ants that I think we did really well. If you turn the sound off on ants and you watch the character, you can actually read their lips, and you can read their mind and tell what they're thinking. And there are points in the film where they say one thing and you know they're thinking another just because of the expression on their face. Now we have to do that to real human characters, and so the bar is raised with that.
It's basically have a human muscles underneath the skin of the character. So when we do a little smile, we're actually contracting different part of the muscle to come up with a smile. And also the same thing like when we do a little eyebrow movement like that, we're actually contracting the muscle here and then contracting the muscle up here.
One way that PDI tries to keep the creative juices flowing is by encouraging their animators to create their own in-house short film projects on their own time. Through them, PDI hopes to push the established borders of animation, both in technique and in technology.
I try to do something besides just working on a job or doing commercials or doing special effects for feature film. So it's very personal. I got to be my own boss. I can write the story I want. I can make the animation the way I want. And it's just fun doing that.
The short film subjects vary dramatically, from cuddly cats to sinister monsters, but they feature innovative ideas that are uncompromised by the demands of the mass market.
Well, I was looking for something that wasn't necessarily happy and Disney-like. I wanted to do something that was a little bit, like I said, more foreboding, a little bit more contrasty, a little bit more, a little scary perhaps, something a little bit more challenging in terms of visuals.
The computer may have a starring role in today's animated films, but many animators still begin with hand-drawn storyboards and handmade models.
The fact you're using the technology isn't the point, but to use them creatively in a way that's really going to allow people some artistic freedom and latitude. That's the fun stuff.
While the computer's meticulous realism provided PDI with technology for a new generation of films, the company first had to overcome Hollywood's reluctance to try anything new.
The interesting thing is, in addition to the technology, both the hardware and the software, there was a coming of age of the entertainment industry for them to be willing to finance and distribute this kind of product. Tim Johnson, who was one of our directors on ANTS, Tim and I went around to a lot of studios in the late 80s, early 90s, and pitching ideas for films. And universally we're met with people saying, who's going to sit through an hour and a half of computer animation?
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Sarah O'Brien.
One of the goals of 3D graphics is to create lifelike objects, to be able to give those objects depth, expression, motion, so they seem real. And believe it or not, you can do a lot of this stuff now on your PC. And Steve, you've got an example of that here with Poser 3, which lets you do just incredible things. I mean, give us an example of the interface here and the kind of ways you can make bodies and faces move here.
Well, you know, you pointed it out. Poser 3 is a human reference tool that takes 3D models, about 40 of them, of animals and people, and allows you to go in and move the figures.
And based on real people and real animals and how they normally move.
Yeah, these models are actually so explicitly developed. They were created by a company called Zygote Media Group, and in some cases, they're actually like medical level reference models.
So you're real time saying, hey, make her squat, make her move, make her lean or whatever, and then go right back to the real model, and there she is.
I'm working with a full inverse kinematic engine here. Can move the figure around, changing cameras as well. We can go into different camera modes like a side view. Go back to like a hand camera so we can actually
Now, a couple
position
things I
hands.
want you to show me. Let's go to the face. I mean, you can actually get people to talk and to sync up their mouth and their lips and their teeth with what they're saying, right?
Yeah, totally. And it's so wild to be able to do that. We simply go into the library where we find poses, faces, hair, hands. And let's go open up the faces, and we just double click on like this blink position
I want
here.
to blink.
And here we have like a blink or a smile, for example. Well, now you're talking about character animation. You want to work with phonemes. And phonemes are the basic lips, teeth, and tongue positions that are used to create a sound.
Or F or S or whatever.
Exactly. As a matter of fact, you have like an L sound here. If you think about how an L is made, your teeth are like forward up top, and your tongue is touching the lower.
So again, you don't have to figure this stuff all out. I mean, it comes with the phoneme library.
Now you can go in and select the head, and actually, let's say that we wanted to add a little bit more of a smile in here. We could simply just dial up a little bit of a smile so we can make a
smile and say L
at the same time. Yeah, it's very, very cool to be able to do that.
Now, one of the hard things to deal with is hands, and you have the ability to actually create a particular position of the fingers and so on. Show us that one.
Exactly. Let's go to one of the hands here. Now, if I go in and grab the base of the hand here, I have a grasp channel. And if I go in and slide the grasp, you'll notice that the hands are moving. We're in a box shaded mode because I'm running on a laptop here. But let's go look at the hand libraries. This is actually something I wanted to point out to you here. We have a series of pictures of hands, and you just double click on these to apply them. Now, what's really nice is we actually included a full set of American Sign Language hands. So let's say you wanted to animate between hands, you could use ASL.
All right, now, we don't have nearly enough time to show all this stuff. Let's get to the end product here, because you have some incredible finished products that were created on Poser that I want you to show us.
All right, you like movies, right?
Let's see
let's look at a couple of movies. This one's a fun one I like.
All done on what's what, $200 piece of software?
Exactly. Yeah, this is done by using BBH motion capture files, which are sampled human motion, and then it's rendered over a background image, and then the sound has been imported to give it some lifestyle.
Okay, quick, let's grab a couple of these others and take a look at them.
You know, we were talking a little bit about character animation. If you think about like saying the words my, it's an M and an I sound strung together. Now here we have an animation that's
My.
Here we go. Very easy. Now, you can also make like the animals talk. So here we have the dolphin.
My.
Isn't that cool?
I see myself making my commercials right now.
Yeah, totally. Of course,
That's Poser 3.
Yeah, there's my plug. All right. So we have a beautiful horse here. This is a really nice animation. Let's go set this up. It's set up to loop.
That's so smooth.
Isn't that beautiful? Now, this actually is an animation that's included on the CD. So you can get a sample as to how to create animations like such as horses.
Now, you've got one other kind of finished little story you've created. I think it's Sneak. Is that the one?
Yeah, that's right.
Kind of a little movie.
Let's open that one
Can you
up
find
here.
that?
Yes, I can. Yeah, the Sneak is kind of neat because it uses a combination between character animation, motion capture data, and it sort of tells a little story about this poser figure becoming, I guess, self-aware here.
He's realizing he's Truman.
Exactly.
On a TV show.
Totally. He sees us. Here he is. Of course, that was the high-tech sound of recording the sound of knocking on a screen.
Right.
I like this effect. These animations were created by a guy named Joe Grover in New York who does some
You got your
beautiful
sumo
stuff.
baby real fast, maybe about 20 seconds?
Yeah, exactly.
That's so funny.
This is the sumo baby. You know, the dancing baby has become so like famous, and everybody wants to do a dancing baby. Well, here you can do it in Poser 3.
Okay. So this is the kind of thing you could create with this software. So.
Really
you're
beautiful.
Tired of the normal baby, and you got a little violence in you.
Oh, geez.
That's great. Steve, thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Well, it's hard to watch a TV commercial or a movie these days without seeing the amazing advances in 3D graphics from the M&M television ads, Babylon 5 TV series, blockbuster movie Titanic. What these all have in common is a very powerful piece of software called Lightwave 3D. And Brad, that's your baby here. You got a workstation going here right now.
That's correct.
And this is a little more high-end, right? Maybe a couple of $1,000 for Lightwave?
$2,000.
But you can do anything, right?
Absolutely. You have complete 3D freedom.
Just it's, again, impossible to do this in 4 minutes, but just run us through the process of creating a complicated scene like that with Lightwave.
Okay, well, there's several different steps to the 3D animation process. The first one is, of course, building your models. And what we like to do is set up a paradigm of working with clay.
Kind of hunk of clay.
Exactly. So we can take that, we can
squish
smooth
it,
it down.
squeeze it, shape it.
Exactly. We can pull some points out. If I want to go ahead and go in here and maybe make the nose a little longer, I can do that. Cut it in half, then start working on just one half of the object. Then what I can do is, once I've got that shaped the way I like it, I can mirror that across.
And you got yourself a dog now.
Exactly. And I've got sort of the little friend that you might recognize. We play our little movie here.
That's right.
There's our little guy there. So that's something you can create.
That. Amazing, from a hunk of clay.
Absolutely.
All right, now build up this whole scene you have in here, which is just amazing.
Okay, and this is one of the real advantages of Lightwave 3D. Very pervasive, as you mentioned, in television and film. In fact, owning about 50% of that market space. But the reason is it's very well integrated in with the video world.
So what are we really looking at here,
What you're seeing here is a wireframe with some solid shaded, what we call.
So you're representing the background scene.
Absolutely. So we have some real or some virtual objects here, and then we have some buildings that look kind of cheesy because they're just boxes, right?
Yeah, but you've added the billboard, say, you've added the chopper moving.
We've added the light post, and then what we wanted to do is have a full street. So we took a digital camera, and rather than building this entire world, we're able to go ahead and take that plate and drop it into the background.
Okay, so that's the background you're working with, which again was originally just a still.
Correct, just one still
But
frame.
you're going to use it to create a whole animated
an entire
scene.
world, and what we want to do is add lots of subtle nuances in there, like
All right,
clouds.
like what?
So let's go ahead and take a look. We start off with our
That's the
plate
plain
here.
still.
Yep. So the first thing we added was, you can see if we go back and forth here, our lamp
Okay, so
post.
you got a billboard, but there's a
and
little guy
billboard.
up there. Now, is he moving?
He is actually animated.
So you can have him painting on the billboard.
Yeah, let's go ahead and add the rest of the elements here. You can see we've got some 3D clouds using our hypervoxels.
And again, there's motion with these clouds. They're going to go by the
Exactly.
sky.
And then the final element is, of course, the helicopter
And we
itself.
see the shadow, for instance, on the building.
So let's take a look at that in action here. And we'll just go ahead and fire up our little movie. And you can see now as the helicopter comes across, it reflects in the one building, and then, of course, casts a shadow on the other one. Now, you notice also up here, you mentioned the little guy.
There's the little guy's
If you
actually, he's
focus on-
moving,
focus on the little
clouds
guy,
are moving,
little-
chopper's moving, and you've taken this dead, flat scene and turned it into real life.
Yeah, and that's
I mean, it's a
exactly
piece
the
of
type
movie.
of effect you've seen in the layering you would see in something like Titanic or
Right.
Armageddon, where they're adding these multiple things.
Brad, how long would it take? I mean, how complicated is it for somebody to do something like that? I mean, you're an expert and it's sort of pre-done here, but can I do something like that?
Sure. There's some elements like this you could do probably in a couple days. Now, for someone who's just getting started, they might want to start off. We have another program called Inspire 3D.
Okay, what's that?
It's a very similar application to Lightwave 3D, although it's targeted more at multimedia, web page, and hobbyists.
All right, and that's what, a couple $100
It's
range?
about $350.
And this is like, what, $2,000 for Lightwave 3D?
Exactly, but there is an upgrade path, so if you want to move on, you can do that. But the nice thing is, you can get started. It's got a great tutorial CD, and it takes you through all the processes, not just of Inspire 3D, but of regular 3D graphics. So from the complete neophyte, they can get started and within a few hours be making incredible graphics.
So I can actually take something like this and do those sort of, as you said, I mean, this is Titanic, this is the M&M's commercial, all created real. Now, do I need you're using a kayak workstation, kind of expensive box here. Do you need that?
You don't actually need that. We could run on Intel machines,
You could.
Power Mac machines.
This might take a little longer.
Yeah, you can use, well, the G3 laptops actually will render faster than a lot of the high-end workstations. So it's amazing what desktop computers can do.
Amazing stuff, Lightwave 3D. Thank you, Brad. All right, that's our look at 3D computer graphics. I'll be back in just a minute with my pick of the week. Now for my pick of the week. There are lots of webcams or computer video cams out there these days for people who want to put live video shots into their PCs or onto their websites. But most of these require a fair amount of complicated installation, plus some knowledge of how to run a website. But a company called Moonlight Products has just come out with a computer video camera that is unique. Here is why: this little phone jack built into the back. In fact, this camera, the phone cam, has a built-in modem, so you don't even need a computer to use this, and you don't have to know anything about building websites or installing complicated video telephony software. You don't even need a web browser. This is a truly digital camera appliance. Plug the power cord in, plug the phone line in, it works. Of course, you do need a computer somewhere in the chain so you can see the pictures. Here's how you do that. I have another phone cam set up right now in one of our offices. No computer there, just the phone cam plugged into a normal telephone jack. I can have the camera watching my house, a child, a parent, or a pet. Now, to check on what the camera is seeing, I just dial it up on my PC. You can program the camera to call you on a regular basis. You can call up new frames anytime you want, or set it to continuous mode, which sends you one new frame per minute. You can catalog all the shots, even animate them. And you can adjust all the camera's parameters, such as color, aperture, brightness, and contrast by remote control. This is a very cool gadget. Best of all, it is easy to set up, easy to use, list prices under $400. That's it for this edition of the Chronicles. We'll be back here again next week with more of the latest on hardware, software, and the internet. Thanks for joining us. I hope we'll see you here next time.
The Computer Chronicles is brought to you by BigStar.com, with thousands of videos and DVDs for the whole family. Additional support by TechWeb for up-to-the-minute technology news. And by TVA, Television Associates, bridging the worlds of computers and video with DVD authoring and MPEG encoding services.
To purchase a videotape copy of today's program, call toll-free 1-888-310-7850. Please specify the show number and the topic.
Next week on the Computer Chronicles, digital photography. We'll show you the hottest new camera, the Epson 750Z. You'll see the coolest new digital printer, the Color Shot from Polaroid, and the best digital imaging software that can turn even you and me into professional photographers. And we'll show you some great web resources that solve many typical photography problems. It's all coming up next week on the Computer Chronicles. This week on the Computer Chronicles, how to fix your PC. We'll take a look at the hardware side first and show you how to solve typical problems with the internal components of your computer. Then we'll take a look at the most common software problems, including Windows crashes and application malfunctions. There are lots of software programs that can help you diagnose a computer problem. We'll review the best ones, and web sources for dealing with PC problems. We'll show you some good sites that can help you do it yourself. Plus, my pick of the week, the simplest way yet to get up and running with your own internet-based business. It's all coming up next on the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is brought to you by BigStar.com, with thousands of videos and DVDs for the whole family. Additional support by TechWeb for up-to-the-minute technology news. And by TVA, Television Associates, bridging the worlds of computers and video with DVD authoring and MPEG encoding services.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. Well, here's the scenario. In fact, it happened to me just a few days ago. You're working on something really important, and the darn computer dies. It crashes. It starts doing weird things. What do? Call tech support, run down to your local computer store, or just get out a screwdriver and see what you can do yourself. The difficulty is who knows what is causing the crash. Is it a hardware problem? Is it a software issue? We're going to start out by looking at some typical hardware problems, and our tech guide here is Ron White, senior editor of PC Computing Magazine, and also author of this book, How Computers Work. But right now we're talking about why they don't work, I guess, Ron.
That's the important thing.
And I see you've gathered a bunch of goodies here to start to deal with it. What kinds of tools should I get out first?
You don't need much, but there are a few things you should always have on hand, because these always happen at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
When the stores
Certainly
are
the
closed.
screwdriver.
Screwdriver, bits
Open the
that work.
case, et cetera, et cetera.
Have a flashlight, because those things are dark inside.
Poking around inside the box somewhere.
And you need both hands, so here's the ultimate geek
light.
flashlight.
So somebody really uses those things.
Yes, I do all the time.
Both
It's
hands
amazing.
free.
It geeks both hands free, and you can aim the light at the same time.
All right, let me ask you one simple question, see if this is stupid. My instinct is, if I have a problem, turn everything off and just turn it on again, and sometimes it seems to work.
Actually,
Why?
Stuart, that's the smartest thing to do. And you don't know why. Don't ask me why it works. If it works, it works. That's the main thing. And that'll take care of 50% of your problems. It's some complex clash
Something
of
crashed
bits in
and
there.
you start all over again, everybody's happy.
You don't know why, but if it works, it works.
All right, now, there's a lot of stuff in the computer. You've plugged cards in, you've plugged cables in. Should you start to look at those connection points as a first
Yeah,
thing?
I will guarantee you that 90% of your problems can be cured by bad connections.
All right, so let's take a look here, friends. We got this one opened up. We got all kinds of cables coming out here. Maybe they're loose.
Here's the this one actually is a little bit loose.
Yeah.
And these things, a dog trips over them, you get
Or
back
you
there,
yank
you
o-
move them,
yeah.
and check all these connections. I'm embarrassed by how many times this has turned out to be the problem.
It's just a loose cable.
Yeah, and I've spent maybe an hour trying to do other things to find out that's what
Now,
it
what
is.
about all the cards and boards that are inside? I mean, those things could be loose too,
Yeah,
right?
your computer heats up and cools off, and you get expansion, contraction. Those things can get out of the seats.
So what do you just pull the cards
Pull
out?
the cards out, put them back
Shove
in.
them back in, make sure those connections are
If
good.
that doesn't work, it may be that you've got a little corrosion on some of the connections. That's why take a card like this, take some cleaner that's made for use with
So you can
electrical
buy that
products.
stuff at like a Radio Shack or
Yeah,
something?
yeah. Simple and
clean those terminals off so the contacts are good.
Right. It's a small shot, but it might be what the problem
So
is.
go for all the things that are connected that maybe aren't connected quite properly.
90% of your problems will be solved.
Ron, you mentioned heat and cold and the changes in temperature. Is it possible for a computer to overheat and then
Oh, yeah.
certain things wouldn't work because of that?
Especially if you're working in a very dusty environment. The fans there that are supposed
So
to
it could
cool it off,
clog the airflow.
they draw in dust. The dust accumulates like a blanket over microchips, and they get too hot.
What do you do then?
Here's a little thing called dust busters, just canned air.
So just sort of clean the
Blow
thing
it
out.
Blow out your power supply too, because that can get too hot, and that'll take care of a lot of problems in some cases.
All right, Ron, suppose it's clear there's just one thing that isn't working. I can't use my modem, for example. I mean, odds are I should just play with the modem card then?
Just work with the modem card. Make sure that everything's connected. You've got a
So
lot
maybe
of
the
connections.
contact issue again?
Contact issue. If you can, have a spare around. If you've got an old modem that you haven't used for years,
Try that.
put it back in. It might do the job in an emergency.
All right, now, some people are not aware sometimes that there is a battery, a CMOS battery inside. Then sooner or later, like any battery, that's going to die, and then your computer's not going to know what's going on, right?
Right. The computer won't know what kind of hard drive it has, won't know what's there.
Now, is that hard to change?
It's not usually hard to change.
Can you show us like where we'd find it? I know it's different in every computer.
It's different in every computer. Here's one in here that's a little round
But look
disc.
for a little silver disc kind of thing, like an overgrown watch battery.
Right. Wouldn't hurt to have a spare around, because if you got to get that report out the next day, it'll be
Not going to work if that thing is dead. Huh? Now, how long will those things normally last? I mean, when should I start to think? 3 years down the line or something?
3 years. I've never actually had to replace one, although I've got a
I have.
machine. I've got a machine now that's acting kind of funny, and
Maybe
I've
that's it.
just about narrowed it down to the battery.
All right, last point. Power supply. A lot of time we add things to our computer. Is it possible we could just overload the capability of that power supply?
Very easily, especially if you put in drives that use a lot of power. USB.
Sure, because that's getting its power from the machine.
Yeah, USBs get their power from the machine, and if your machine seems like just sluggish, doesn't want to start,
Pull something out of there you don't need.
Pull something you don't need.
Ron, great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jared.
All right, well, if you're having a computer problem but might be hardware, like we just talked about, more likely than not, it is related to your operating system or your applications, your software. And to look at the software side of fixing your PC, our guest expert next is Peter Coffey. Peter is with PC Week magazine and author of this book, Peter Coffey Teaches PCs. So let's talk about the software problems. Let's assume we're in the Windows environment. We know we have a lot of problems if we're living in Windows.
Oh, yeah.
How about the turn off, turn on thing? Would that work if it were a software problem too?
Even more likely for software than for hardware. Either quitting an application and restarting it, or just rebooting
two things
the machine.
maybe just bumped into each other.
There's no way to reproduce the exact sequence of things that you've done, and very often a restart is your best friend.
Now, let me ask you about that. One of the issues is we hear that Windows is a 32-bit operating system.
Right.
But the fact is that sometimes isn't clearly the case, is it?
That's correct.
And what can that lead to?
Yeah, there's a lot of good things you get from 32-bit. You get things running in separate memory spaces so they can't step on each other. But a lot of the internals of Windows are still 16-bit code, or you might have some old device drivers that are 16-bit, or old applications
All right,
that are 16-bit.
so what do you do about that?
Best thing you can do is to talk to the vendor, talk to the maker of a peripheral device, ask if an updated Windows 95 or 98 driver is available that's 32-bit, and then you'll get the...
And how do we know that? I mean, I see you
have
have something up on the
Exactly.
screen here.
This is your system information screen that's available to you. And you can go right in here and find out what your drivers are, what 16-bit modules you have in there. Of course, a lot of them are really important things that are part of Windows itself. This is going to go away in the next version of Windows, which is more of an NT kind of operating system. It's all 32-bit.
So one of the problems might be 32-bit things bumping into 16-bit things.
If you only run one 16-bit thing at a time, that's a lot better. If you've got two old applications, it's a good idea not to try to run them at the same time.
Okay. Another problem we typically have is somehow I can't find a file. I know it's there, and I try to open it, and I can't open it.
Right.
What is the problem?
Windows tries to be more like the Macintosh, which has been like this since 1984, and pretend that it can tell what type of file something is, and it puts the right icon on it, you open it, and it knows what application to open it. under the hood, Windows is still using the old mechanism of file name extensions. For example, an RTF file, a rich text file, a TXT for a text file, a DOC for a word processing document. It tries to pretend that this doesn't matter. It does. Now, you'll notice down here, I've got a place where I'm trying to save a map off of the MapQuest site,
right? The web.
And it's trying to save it with an extension of .0.
Windows just doesn't know what that is.
Hasn't a clue. If I try to open that graphic with any of my graphics editors, it won't even show me that file because it doesn't recognize .0 as being like .gif or .jpg or any of these standard graphics.
And what's the solution to that problem? Is there
Well, you're going to have to get in there and change the extension, but normally Windows won't let you do that because it's not even showing you the extension. But if you go in here to your folder options screen, back here in View and buried way down here in the advanced settings, it's this little one here, hide file extensions for known file types. If you uncheck that, all of a sudden, all that stuff becomes available, and you can change it with the ordinary rename command.
All right, let's go past the OS now and talk about some of the applications. Word, Microsoft Word, for example. Sometimes you just cannot do what you want to do inside Word, and it's because Word is simply trying to do something you don't want it to do, isn't that right?
They've tried to make it anticipate the things that users want to do, and sometimes they anticipate wrongly. For example, if I've got an ordinary text editing task, I've got Quick Brown Fox jumped over the lazy dog. I want to just change a word. I start dragging here at the ING.
So you want to select the text you want to get rid of.
I'm dragging forward, and everything looks fine. Here in this middle shot, you see I've already got the end of the word.
And the darn thing grabs more than you want to grab.
Yeah, I touch the next word, and it jumps back to the beginning.
How do you stop it from doing that? Can you stop it?
You can. A lot of people think the only way you get around that is not using your mouse to edit. Well, that's not what you want.
So where
you go back down here under Tools Options, and over here on the Edit tab, there's one right here. When selecting, automatically select entire word. You just
so you can say,
uncheck
just stop doing that when you go into options.
If you don't like it, it's probably changeable, but it's not obvious. It's not on a menu, and a lot of people think if it's not on a menu, you can't get at it.
All right, Peter, everybody's talking about Y2K and year 2000 kinds of problems, and we're assured that, hey, don't worry if you have a new operating system, new application, not to worry. But that's not the case either, is it? You might have a Y2K problem.
Very mixed situation, yeah. If I go into a product like Access, for example, and I ask it to use one of its wizards to generate a task list for me, I'll get a date field. Now, under the hood, Access is perfectly able to handle dates past the year 2000. But what
it says 1719.
Yeah, and I'm trying to type in the rest of the year.
And you want to be 2019,
it's just
but it won't let
me.
you do that.
Exactly. It puts up a mask that only lets you enter 2 digits for the year, because that's the way people used to do it. You're going to have to know that that's a changeable thing. Same thing can happen in Excel. You just make yourself a year, a month, and a day column instead of using the built-in date data type. You're vitiating all the things that Excel has tried to do.
So you got to be careful with those problems.
Yeah.
All right, Peter, thank you very much. All right, well, for many computer users, the mere thought of opening up your PC and probing around inside is a kind of scary idea. The instinct is to just run down to the computer store, say, hey, you guys fix it. Well, how do they diagnose and fix your problem? To find out, we visited the service department at the CompUSA in San Francisco.
At this CompUSA store, the hardware is arranged in attractive displays and the screens sparkle with the latest games and graphics. Even the lowliest software looks inviting, shrink-wrapped in colorful boxes. But as any computer owner with experience knows, the joy of computing is tempered by the threat of something, anything that could go wrong. So what do you do after you've checked the cables and connections?
My first recommendation to any customer would be to back up important documents, important files, no matter how you do that, be it on floppy diskette or a zip drive or anything like that. Back up what you need, because in the event that your system does go down, the easiest way to rectify it if you're not computer savvy is to restore it from the manufacturer's CD. CompUSA has a call center, a technical call center for customers who purchased their products. They will try and troubleshoot over the phone with the customer and trying to understand from the customer's standpoint whether it's something that the customer can just fix by, deleting a couple of files, or they will refer them back to a CompUSA service center if it does turn out to be a hardware problem.
The service department here solves all kinds of puzzles, but most are due to hardware, not software problems. Still, a good diagnosis is the key to a quick repair.
Well, the first thing we do when we check in the machine, we want to make sure from the customer that we get a clear picture of what's really happening. And one diagnosis, a diagnosis can't normally be done right at that time, because unless you can duplicate what the machine is doing wrong, you're really going to have to spend a little time on it. So normally the machine has to be checked in to be checked out.
For many users, a misbehaving PC is also their only PC, so it's important for the store to reassure the customer.
We have to put the customer at ease, and above all, we have to communicate with them what is going on there with their machine frequently. Probably the biggest issue that we do run into is if a customer feels they haven't been communicated with enough.
The boom in PC ownership is a boon to PC makers, but the result is a growing number of novice users who might bite off more than they can chew.
Typically, the worst cases where it's going to be difficult is where, say, a consumer has purchased a computer and is not very computer savvy and decides to experiment with, say, the Windows registry, gets into areas of the computer that really wasn't designed for, the consumer to get into. That can be difficult.
Well, I'd say the most frequent ones that we see are usually people with a lack of expertise trying to install upgrades, for example. Maybe it's a sound card or maybe a video card, whatever it might be. And they don't really have the expertise to do that, or they've run into some conflict and they can't resolve it themselves.
Of course, the other players involved are the manufacturers and the vendors, and retailers readily admit there's room for progress.
Telephone support has not been the best from a lot of computer manufacturers. That's why CompUSA, introduced its call center to help our customers, in the event that something does go wrong, that they do have someone to call and get the phone answered quickly. A lot of manufacturers don't provide that support.
Ultimately, computer owners must manage however they can when their machines let them down, and that's where a little knowledge goes a long way.
Most important really is they need to have some type of training. We offer training at CompUSA. All of our facilities have training facilities. We have intro classes. Really, whether you take training from us or elsewhere, it's a good investment. You're going to make probably your third largest purchase besides your house and your car, and you certainly would not go drive your car without having a driver's license and instruction, let's hope. So you should have some instruction in the computer.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Sarah O'Brien.
There are software programs you can buy that can help you diagnose and even fix many computer problems. Next, we'll take a look at some of the options out there, and our guide to Fix-It Software is John Rulli, Senior Technology Editor with Windows Magazine. John, there's a couple of ones I want you to show us. We've got the Norton Utilities up there first. Peter Norton Utilities been around forever, way back in the DOS days. What are the typical kinds of problems I could solve with the Norton Utilities?
Norton Utilities will let you diagnose a pretty wide range of problems, starting with problems with Windows itself.
Windows problems itself,
unused fonts, components left over from old applications. Crash Guard, which will try to save an application that hangs up. Disk Doctor, which will look for and find and fix problems, physical problems with the hard disk. Unerase, which will let you get back a file when you say that same oops we've all said when we, 1 second after deleting something we didn't want to get rid of, and a file comparison utility.
Let me ask you about the Disk Doctor first of all. That's a common problem. Of course, the hard disk is the most fragile thing inside the computer.
It's the only real moving part in a computer that has the platter.
So it's going to wear out in some way.
Absolutely.
And the symptom might be, I'm looking for a file, and I know I saved it, and I know it ought to be there, but I can't open up that file.
That's right.
What do I do with Disk Doctor to solve that problem?
Well, given that you remember where you put the file, at least approximately, you know which disk or partition, it's in the C drive. So on this list, pick the C drive, click Diagnose, and Norton will carry out a series of steps, checking through the partition table, boot record, file structures, and so forth, tell you whether there's a problem.
So maybe that particular file just ended up on that bad part of the disk, and that's why I can't access it.
Exactly. In that case, first of all, you may be able to recover part of the data, or part it may be gone. But what you can definitely do is mark the bad part of the disk
so we don't do the same
never
thing again.
Exactly.
Got it. All right, now I want to ask you about the oops problem you mentioned. And we've all been through that situation. You put something in the recycle bin. Oh, I'll empty the recycle bin to save some hard drive space. And they say, oh, I needed that file. Can you still get that file back?
Maybe.
Maybe. All right.
Hopefully. What you can do is you can find recently deleted files.
So this is the unerase feature.
This is the unerase feature. It's going to check, and we rather quickly come up with a long list of files that have been deleted.
They're theoretically
recently.
deleted, but they're still accessible if I want to go back and resurrect them.
Really, when you delete a file on a computer, what happens initially, it doesn't get deleted, it just gets marked to say, you know, this is no longer useful space.
The address, yeah.
Now, if you just deleted it, yes, you can get it back. If I deleted something and then immediately came up with this,
maybe if it was a week or 2 weeks ago, that...
Well, what happens is that Windows will use empty space on the disk as long as there is empty space to use. When it runs out of empty space on the disk, then it will start recycling.
Maybe the file's gone.
Then the file's gone.
The quicker you realize the mistake, the better.
Absolutely.
All right, let's go to another application. That's Norton Utilities. There's another one out there called Nuts and Bolts, which looks kind of user-friendly. What would be the differences?
Well, Nuts and Bolts is basically the same sorts of things, but it's a little simpler and easier to use for someone who's not really heavily computer
But basically
person.
does the same kinds of things?
Same kinds of things. A disk minder that does the same sorts of things as Norton Disk Doctor. It has a backup and restore, create a rescue disk so that you can boot off of a floppy.
PC checkup is again just sort of a general look at your whole machine and see where you might potentially have problems?
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, now, suppose I wanted to deal with a hard disk problem like you showed me with Disk Doctor and Norton Utilities. How would I do that in Nuts and Bolts? Same sort of hard disk problem. I can't find a file.
You'd wind up using the disk minder.
That same idea as Disk Doctor.
Same thing as Disk Doctor. And again, you pick the partition and just tell it to start, and it'll go off and start checking.
All right, before I finish with you, I want to ask you about Windows NT, because I know you're an NT expert. Different set of problems in NT, right? Because theoretically, this is a secure operating system in which Windows essentially prevents you from getting inside and doing these same kinds of things, right?
Well, it's actually the same kinds of problems, but the applications have to be written differently for exactly the reason you said, because the operating system does not want to have an application touching the disk controller directly. So you wind up with familiar kinds of applications, but maybe not from the
So you need special NT utility software.
That's correct.
And this is one called Diskkeeper?
Yes, indeed. This is Diskkeeper.
Defragging, I take it, by looking at the screen?
Absolutely.
And you could do the unerase and the delete, same kind of thing?
Very much the same kind of thing. Here's Executive Software Undelete, which does exactly the same thing as the Norton Utilities Unerase. Yes, you have to have the rights over the file. You have to have been the one who created the file or be an administrator who can subsume those rights. But yeah, the data's still there.
Don, thanks a lot. All right, well, if you run into a problem with your computer and you check the manual, odds are it'll say, log on to our website for help. Well, there are lots of online resources to help you deal with a computer problem. And to look at some of those, we'll get the help of another senior technology editor for Windows Magazine, Owen Linderholm. Welcome, Owen. All right, let's talk about a couple of different situations. We haven't talked about viruses yet. And a lot of times something weird happens on your computer. You see weird things on the screen, files don't act right, and you suspect maybe I've somehow gotten a virus into my system. How would I deal with that problem by going online and trying to solve it?
Well, if you don't already have virus software, you don't know if it's a virus.
Assuming I don't have that,
Then you might want to go to a site like pcguide.com, where it's a huge encyclopedia, all kinds of information about your PC, and you can step down into it and find out all kinds of things. In this case, we're trying to find out, do we have a virus? What exactly would a virus look like? And what would we do about it if we do have a virus? Down inside the depths of the encyclopedia is a huge ream of information.
So this is just a big online reference book, basically, in which I can get answers to questions.
Right. And you can find out all kinds of things. Right here is virus detection and prevention. And if you go in there, that tells you what common viruses
Not necessarily
look like.
going to solve the problem, but help me to diagnose the problem.
And tell you maybe what the kinds of things you ought to do next.
Let me raise another problem. This isn't quite sort of something breaks, but it's like that. You know, we all run out of hard drive space. And then the solution is, well, maybe I'll just get a second hard drive and install it. So I go out and buy the second hard drive. I come home, and the instructions are not real clear, and I'm afraid I'm going to blow up my whole machine by plugging things in the wrong way. Can I get a solution to that kind of problem by going online?
Right, same kind of thing at the PC
So
Guide.
even PC Guide would help me there.
Right, they have a section called Procedures where they have detailed instructions for all kinds of things. For example, you get a new hard drive, you don't know what to do with it. There are kinds of pieces, little rods, screws, where do they go, how does it plug into this, and what cables need to go in. They have a long, detailed explanation of what everything is, what tools you'll need. You're going to need a screwdriver, for example.
Yeah, that's the easy part.
How long it ought to take, whether you need to use the special mounting hardware or not, everything else you might need to do.
All right, so PCGuide.com, good general resource for solving problems. Now, let's talk about the McAfee site, because we talked about Peter Norton before. A lot of people have heard about McAfee and their utilities. What would I find on their site?
Well, one of the things McAfee's known for is going back to our virus problem. Let's say we discovered we had a virus. McAfee, along with selling you all kinds of software of their own, has some free areas online where you can perform some of these utility
functions. So you can now actually
free.
download for free some of the McAfee utilities to actually try to solve the virus problem.
Right. They have this section here called PC Clinic. You have to sign up. Once you're registered, you can go online, and they have a section called Virus Scan Online. Takes a while to download and get everything set up, but once you are, you can actually run a virus scan on your system while you're online, and it will check that for you. They have other utilities available. They can clean up temporary files, clean out your hard drive of all kinds of junk that might be there, and also a help and tips section similar to some of the help that's available at
All right, so there's PCGuide.com, maybe try McAfee.com. There's another one that's pretty useful called OilChange.com. What is that?
Okay. Oil Change is a product that helps find when your system has outdated and old files. Let's say you have a Windows 95 and you've got a USB scanner and you don't know what to do with it. You have this USB device, you plug it in, it doesn't work. What's wrong?
All right, so Win95 is not theoretically supporting USB, but there's a way to go in there and fix that problem.
Right, there's a special update to Windows 95 you can download. It's hidden away on
Now, I could find
Microsoft
something
site.
like that on the Oil Change site?
Well, Oil Change is one of many products this company sells. On their website, you can try the software out.
So once again, they're trying to sell me the software, but they're downloadable demos, which I could actually use to solve a problem.
And right here is Windows 95 as one of the things you can try out for free. So you could go in there, run Oil Change, try out the trial version, and it would say you would need Windows 95 Service Release 2.1. Here's how you download it. Go get it started for you. And you should be up and running with the USB scanner in no time.
What would you do first? I mean, kind of to sum up here, Owen. I mean, you have a problem. You don't know where to go. We've looked at lots of solutions. You go online. Do you go to the vendor's website first? What's the best thing to do?
I would probably go somewhere like the PC Guide site or maybe some of the big magazine sites. Look through them, find out what their suggestions are. For the example is the virus problem. Find out, is this really a virus or is this buggy software that's just crashing? Once you've sorted out that it is a virus, you can go and get hold of good virus scanning software.
So maybe start on the web and then figure out what to buy after that. Owen, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's a look at how to fix your PC. I'll be back in just a moment with my pick of the week. Now for my pick of the week. Everyone, it seems, is getting into e-commerce, selling stuff on the web. It just seems unnatural. Your virtual store can be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, your overhead is low, and your reach is global. But what does it take to set up an online business? How do you create the site, make a deal with a web host, set up the credit card arrangements, and create a user-friendly customer interface? These have all been separate, complicated tasks in the past. But now there is a new piece of software out that literally does it all for you in less than a day. It's a great package for any would-be internet entrepreneur, and this is it. It's called QuickSite from Primecom Interactive. Here's how it works. You run a tutorial which prompts you to define your e-business goals. You then pick a site design for your virtual storefront from a library of over 350 templates. You then log on to primecom.net, their website, and you open a hosting account and you open a merchant account. Then you configure your online store, you add the products, you can create an optional market basket system so it's easy for your customers to select items for purchase. Then you upload the finished site to your new server host and you're on live. You are in business. Orders are actually automatically processed and they're sent to you via email. This does take a little bit of time. It is a somewhat complex process, but the software comes with excellent help and a built-in video tutorial. And what's nice is the software and the website really offer you one-stop shopping for all the elements you need to set up your store. The software, again, is called QuickSite, and it sells for about $90. The full e-commerce hosting service costs about $50 a month. And that's it for this edition of Chronicles. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back here again next week with more of the latest in hardware, software, and the internet. I hope we'll see you here next time.
The Computer Chronicles is brought to you by BigStar.com, with thousands of videos and DVDs for the whole family. Additional support by TechWeb for up-to-the-minute technology news. And by TVA, Television Associates, bridging the worlds of computers and video with DVD authoring and MPEG encoding services.
To purchase a videotape copy of today's program, call toll-free 888-310-7850. Please specify the show number and the topic.
Next week on the Computer Chronicles, speech technology. We'll show you the newest speech recognition hardware that lets you use a computer without a keyboard. You'll see the latest in mobile speech technology, a digital recorder that can turn your dictation into text files, and computers that can understand speech well enough to train you in a foreign language. Plus Webley, a voice-activated virtual assistant that can possibly replace your secretary. It's all coming up next week on the Computer Chronicles. This week on the Computer Chronicles, high-speed internet. We'll show you how to improve your web surfing performance even with a slower dial-up modem. If you're ready to spend a few extra bucks, DSL may be the solution for you. We'll look at an easy-to-install DSL option. If you want the fastest broadband connection out there, you want a cable modem. We'll show you how that works, plus a high-speed internet solution that almost anyone can get, a satellite service called DirectPC. And my pick of the week, fast and realistic action on a virtual pool table. It's all coming up next on the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is brought to you by BigStar.com, with thousands of videos and DVDs for the whole family. Additional support by TechWeb for up-to-the-minute technology news. And by TVA, Television Associates, bridging the worlds of computers and video with DVD authoring and MPEG encoding services.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. Well, we're all on the internet now, but unless you're lucky enough to live in the right place or you live at work, you're probably creeping along with a 28.8 or 56K dial-up modem at home, waiting while web pages slowly fill your computer screen. It doesn't have to be that way. Today, there are lots of options for speeding up your internet service, and while that usually means using DSL, cable, or satellite services, you can speed up your internet browsing even with your existing dial-up telephone modem. And here to show us how to do that is Brian Underdahl, author of several books, 47 in fact, including this one, the Internet Bible. Brian, let's talk about some of the options we have. First of all, you can make adjustments in your browser, right, to make it work faster.
Right, you certainly can. Internet Explorer, for example, and Netscape, you can adjust things like your cache settings, your history settings, and so on.
Okay. All of which can speed up performance.
Exactly.
Where do you find these things in IE, for example? Let's talk about adjusting cache.
Well, the easiest thing, most people have a problem finding some of these settings because they change it in every version of IE. So the easiest thing is, first of all, start by right-clicking on the Internet Explorer icon on your desktop. Choose Properties.
Then we're into Internet Properties.
You get Internet Properties. And then on the General tab here, you can go to the Settings button, and that gets you into your cache settings.
Okay, so amount of disk space to use, and you can adjust the cache. What should you do to get optimal performance then?
Well, you need to play around a little. Obviously, most browsers don't use a lot of memory very well.
Right.
So you may need a setting in the area of 5 to 20 megabytes.
So that might be optimum 5 to 20.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're set at 62 right now there, I saw.
That's only because I'm also running NetSonic.
Now what about history? That's another setting that could affect what's going on, right?
Right, because your history setting, is the number of days that pages are kept in the cache.
Right.
And you probably go and visit a lot of the same web pages over and over again. So keeping them in your history cache will speed up your browsing.
Got it. Because it's sitting there and you're not going out and pulling it down every time.
Right. So you probably want that set to 20 to 30 days.
What about cookies? Now, a lot of people are paranoid about cookies, but the fact of the matter is it speeds things up, doesn't it?
Well, if you just enable cookies, you don't have to deal with all these prompts.
Right.
A lot of websites, you can't actually use the website unless you enable cookies, or unless you at least accept them.
Yeah.
Now, Internet Explorer 5, they've done their best to hide the cookie settings.
All right, so if you want to change those, what do you do?
Well, you need to go over here to the Security tab, and then you need to click on Custom Level, and then you go down, and they're down.
Cookies,
Yep.
right, able, disable, et cetera.
Yeah. So, you know, you need to make sure that you enable that. And actually, most of these settings, you need to set them on enable.
Right.
Because if you set them on prompt or disable, you're going to be slower.
All right, now obviously multimedia stuff, all the graphics that go on there take a lot of time. You can disable a lot of that too to speed things up, can't you?
You certainly can, but it's not necessarily a good idea.
So the same idea under Internet Properties, just where do you go?
Well, you go to Advanced, and then you click down a couple, and you got Multimedia. One of the problems with disabling some of these things is that a lot of web pages use image maps.
And you're not going to know what's going on if you disable it.
You don't have anything to click on.
So maybe experiment a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about a couple other things you can do. First of all, if you have an antivirus program, that's a good idea, but that's probably going to slow performance down too, isn't it?
Oh, exactly, because it has to scan the pages before you actually can download them. So, yes, but on the other hand, you know, you need the...
Speed versus safety.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about the cache again. Now, you mentioned NetSonic. That's a pretty cool program that actually does intelligent management of your cache for you. So show how that works.
Right. Well, we'll display NetSonic here.
Okay.
And NetSonic actually works with all the different browsers, and it takes probably up to a couple hundred megabytes of disk space rather than the 5 to 20 that a typical browser can handle. And so it does a whole lot better job in terms of managing your disk cache.
Okay, that's a downloadable.
Right.
And you can get NetSonic, and that'll do a sort of better intelligent job of managing cache.
Exactly.
Now, searching takes a lot of time, and you have something called Copernic, which you found, which is a pretty cool tool. Why don't you show us that?
Right. Well, let me hide NetSonic here. And now Copernic is a tool that allows you to take and execute a search on a number of different search engines all at the same time. It then takes the results, prioritizes them, and...
All right, so there's actually a kind of cool graphic that comes up and shows how that works. So if you hit Copernic, you're using all these search engines simultaneously, basically.
Exactly. And then when the search is done, Copernic takes and prioritizes them so that you can actually go and find the ones that best match what your search phrase was.
So instead of doing 10 sequential searches, you can do them all at the same time.
Exactly.
All right, last thing I want you to talk about, we've been talking about IE, but there's another browser out there a lot of people have never heard of, and in fact, it's about the fastest browser out there called Opera. Can you show us that and explain it briefly?
Okay. Let me stop that. Okay, we'll go over here to Opera. Opera is a very small browser. It's very fast. It's available as a download from the web, like 1.3 megabytes compared to 26 to 40 for the other browsers. They don't use anyone else's shared code, so they are very fast. And in the tests that I've done, they've been 40 to 50% faster than any of the
forget
others.
IE and Netscape, maybe use Opera.
Right. And the neat thing is you can try Opera for 30 user days. Free. And
that's only, what, 30, 40 bucks to buy it, right?
35.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, while you can do a lot of tweaking with your existing dial-up internet service, you are, in fact, still limited to the data rate of your regular phone line. The only way to really speed things up is to get a faster connection. You have 3 options for doing that, basically, and we'll show you several. First of all, DSL, and here to help us do that is Kevin Grundy of Telocity. Kevin, first of all, for people who don't know, explain what DSL is. What's the acronym stand for, and why is it a big deal?
Well, it's sort of arcane. It's called Digital Subscriber Line.
Right.
And it's really the buzzword for a technology that allows higher frequencies to ride on top of your existing phone lines.
So basically you have your existing telephone line that's coming in, but this technology just squeezes a lot of data in there on top of your phone, on top of your voice.
And it won't affect your voice line.
Got it.
You can, at the same time you're having a phone conversation, you can still be cruising the net at a very high rate.
Okay, now you guys at Telocity have a very interesting solution, which is this sort of box, which is sort of like a modem, but I guess what you guys call it a gateway.
That's right.
And just let's take a look at the back here, because it's kind of cool. There's lots of options for how you connect this to your PC. You don't have to open up, stick a card, do all that stuff, right?
No, in fact, that was a big consideration in providing a service such as we offer, and that was to make sure that we could get Grandma or Uncle Joe to use the service without...
Plug it in a port.
That's it.
Go.
Right.
All right, so what are the options we have on the back here, Kevin?
Well, starting at the top is the phone
That's
jack.
your phone lines.
And you plug your phone line in, and that has the DSL signal on it.
Got it.
You plug your power in there.
So the box has its own power.
That's correct.
So what are we doing with USB ports?
Well, USB, if you have a modern computer with USB on it, then you plug in vis-a-vis USB.
Okay, okay.
Or if you have a home network,
Got it.
you probably have 10 base T, otherwise called Ethernet.
Got
you
it.
can plug in there.
And you can actually plug this in through the parallel port?
That's right. There's a whole lot of computers out there that have neither USB or Ethernet. And if you want to just have a box show up
So
at
just
the
like
house,
a zip drive, you just plug it in that
That's
parallel
it.
port.
Just
in and
that
out.
easy.
Yeah. Okay, so that would be the box. So this is a do-it-yourself DSL solution, right? I don't need some guy from the phone company to come in and do anything for me.
That's right. That's the technology.
All right, let's talk about, first of all, what is the, I know it varies, but generally the X factor. How much faster am I going to get with DSL than I would with the dial-up?
Well, typically it ranges from 20 to 50 times, depending upon your current rate.
Faster than a 28.8, 56K?
20 times faster than a 56K modem.
All right, so the worst performance I would get would be 20 times faster.
About 20 times faster, yes.
All right, first issue, a lot of people just cannot get DSL. How do you find out if DSL is available in your area?
Well, it all depends on what phone company you're tied to and where our service
well,
is.
let's go to your website. You actually have a way of checking out and seeing if it's available. So just how would you do that?
Right. Well, everybody knows their phone number. So if you know your phone number, then that's
so you
all
just
that's
stick your phone number in, and the website will say, yes, you can get it or you can't.
Right. So let's just go try a phone number that I know we're in that service area.
Okay. And again, you know, lots of people offer DSL. We're talking about your particular version of it here.
So it goes, checks our database to see whether or not service
so if
is
you happen to be in that area, it says, hey, cool, you can now get Telocity.
That's right.
All right. Assuming I sign up for DSL and I'm doing everything now, well, first of all, you should point out, it's not just faster, right? I mean, if you have a DSL service, your net service is always up there.
It's always on. And there's
so it's not dial-up, log-off, dial-up, log-off.
That's right. We honestly believe that's going to change the way people deal with the network. Because
Absolutely.
instead of having to power the computer up, log in, get the negotiated rate, it's there.
You can use it more because it's always there.
Absolutely.
Show us a basic thing. I mean, just going from site to site is often painful on a dial-up modem. We have a DSL line hooked up here. All right, so let's see how fast you can really surf with this stuff and show us some cool sites.
Great. We'll go down to the favorites here, and of course I like Snap. We're going to go there because they have a high-speed internet panel if you do have a high-speed service. And things just pop up in front of you.
All right, there's a lot of stuff going on there, a lot of graphics, and I might point out we're on a network here, so it could slow things down. Right. But I should point out we have cleared the cache. This is not coming out of cache. We're really real-time pulling these sites down.
It's an honest demonstration.
Okay.
I like Hollywood.com.
So click another one.
They've got lots of movies here if you like that kind of thing.
A lot of stuff pretty quick.
And then another similar site is the Internet Movie Database. And there you go. It took a little time to get there, but once it got there, it just zoomed right in.
All right, not too bad. Let me ask you about some other things, downloads. If I'm pulling down MP3 files, 20 minutes to download a song, how's that going to work on DSL?
Well, it's not going to take you 20 minutes. It'll only be 1 minute or less because of the speed.
All right, finally we hear about multimedia video. I'd actually watch a movie on the computer, and it's going to look like a movie if I've got DSL speed. Right. You have a demo you can show us of that?
I sure do. The experience is a lot better than dial-up.
Okay, and this is real again. We're really online now?
We are.
Yeah, so this is not a canned demo.
So current running movie.
And pretty smooth, yeah. All right, big difference. What does it cost me to have DSL service?
$49.95.
All right, so you guys charge $49.95, but in general, if you have other providers, it's in that sort of $50
About the same
a month
ballpark.
range. And you might have to pay for the box.
Sometimes you do.
Right.
Typically, it's about $100.
But I can install it myself.
You can install it yourself.
Okay, thank you very much, Kevin.
All right.
All right, coming up next, a look at cable modems and getting your internet service via satellite. We'll be right back. For most people, the fastest internet service available now is the cable modem using your existing cable TV wires and some special hardware and software on your PC. The leader in this area right now is At Home, actually now called Excite at Home. And here to show us what it takes to set up a cable modem is Eric Alia. How you doing, Eric?
Hi there, how are you?
Okay, I said it's the fastest. How fast is a cable modem?
Well, conceivably, you can get up to 10 megabits per second
How about
to
really?
your computer. Really, you get about 3 to 4 megabits per second. Depends on the speed of your computer, which plays into it.
Still pretty darn fast,
Pretty darn
maybe
fast.
60 to 100 times faster.
Sure, and it's actually what you get in the office at a T1 connection, or a little bit faster than that. So
Okay.
if you're used to that high-speed performance in the office, this is what you can get
Now,
at
some
home.
people have cable modem and say, hey, but sometimes it slows down because you're really kind of routing a network, and if a lot of people are on it, you don't get that
Well,
performance.
we're still accessing the general internet, so it depends on the content provider that you're going to. It is a shared connection. We're sharing about 30 megabits to about 100 homes. So that plays against some of the competition, which is a 1 megabit dedicated connection. So effectively, it's a bursty medium. Everyone is not downloading a trial of Dreamweaver at the same time. So and no one's running websites out of their basements. This is a residential service, they're professional service.
Now, the other issue with cable modem is access. I mean, the fact is we cannot get cable modem right here in the studio. I mean, we can't get your service up here.
Right.
What's the deal
Well,
there?
we're in a commercial location in a business park. It's a residential service
Right.
where you can get cable TV. That's why we can't get it here.
Okay.
The service is available in over 100 markets. We have over 1 million subscribers. It's the largest single broadband audience in the world. It's 20 cable partners that we work
But
with
before
in
you
the
get
US and
excited, you better
Canada.
call up your cable company.
Absolutely. Or you can visit our website, www.home.com, put in your zip code and see if it's available.
Now, if I order a cable modem, is At Home my ISP now?
Yes, At Home is your ISP.
And what about my browser? Can I use my existing
You
browser?
can use your IE or your Netscape, or we offer a customized version with some shortcuts to email help and things
Okay, what about I've got AOL, all of my buddies and all that stuff?
If you wanted to, you could still keep that. AOL, I think, gives you a discount. They still charge for the AOL service, unlike a Yahoo or an Excite, but you can keep all of that. Or you could just go download that AOL Instant Messenger and be able to chat with your friends. But you can get anywhere on the net through the at-home service.
All right, so this is an example of one of the cable modems, and normally the cable guy comes into your house and installs this whole thing for you and runs the wire.
Exactly.
And pretty straightforward. In the back, I mean, you plug in the cable, huh?
Right, and then there's an Ethernet wire that goes to your home network hub or to your computer.
Okay, no RJ11 here, no phone line, so I assume this is cable up and down.
Two-way, baby.
Okay, let's go on the site. And again, to be fair, we don't really have cable modem service here, but let's demonstrate some of the things we would find
to do here.
on your service.
It's fast. It's also always on. So we're trying to make people's lives easier to enrich them. It's task-oriented.
So again, no logging on, logging off.
Exactly. You turn on your browser, you're online. It's graphically rich. We try to provide some interactivity. The red words are hot. These are things you can do elsewhere.
Now, do you have
service.
special content that takes advantage of the speed you guys have?
We work with quite a few different content partners. I can go into our news section, for instance. This is in the information space. We work with a lot of people in the entertainment space as well. And so, for instance, I can go into our Fox News video area. And here you'll get your video news on demand.
So if I want to watch a newscast, this is like the dream.
Exactly.
I just click and say, now's when I want to watch this.
Exactly.
And I
So
can pick my
instead of
stories?
waiting for an hour to watch the controversy about McCain or whatever, you can watch that news clip when and how you want it. So, for instance, I can watch something, The Prince of Hollywood, Leonardo DiCaprio, talking about his new movie, The Beach. The video quality that you find here
marginally news.
well, this is marginally news, but it's entertaining.
But anyhow,
right?
you do entertainment too, right? You get the typical movie
But the
trailers.
size and the quality is the thing to look at here.
Yeah.
It's bigger than what you'd find. It's bigger than a postage stamp. The quality is pretty fine. That's 15 frames a second or so.
Yeah, and again, we're not really going your speed.
We're
If
not-
somebody actually wanted to see what a cable modem looks like, where can you go see
They
that?
could go to their cable office, call ahead of time. Most of the cable offices and the cable companies that we work with will show their service in the office.
Okay, any other content you want to show us or things you
Sure,
point out in terms of how to use it?
we can go to our How Do I section where, since it's always on, we're trying to help people manage their lives easier. So movie tickets, things like that. We're trying directions, yellow pages, food recipes. We're trying to take a few steps out of that process.
Got it. Little computer
So
crash
little
here.
computer
Not your
crash,
issue.
not us.
Not
That's,
your issue.
that's
Not
one
a
of our
problem.
partner software
Is the goal
providers.
sometime to have everybody who's cable be able to get cable modem?
Oh, sure, absolutely. We pass about 72 million homes in
Okay.
North America with a presence overseas.
guys are out
Japan
there
and
wiring
Australia
like
as well. They're
mad.
wiring as fast as they can. So within a few years, we'd like to have that entire audience have
Eric,
that
thanks a
service
lot.
available. Thank you.
All right, well, the problem with cable modems and DSL, as we've talked about, as a broadband solution is they may not be available where you live because they depend on wires coming into your house. So if you're stuck living somewhere that isn't plugged into high-speed lines, you can still get broadband net access using a satellite dish. Here to show us that option is Sam Baumel of DirectPC. How you doing, Sam?
Great, thank you.
All right, so let's talk about access here. Now, the whole point is anybody who can see the sky can use DirectPC service.
Exactly. You have to look to the south, obviously. If you live in a forest or you live behind a high-rise to your
Right.
south, you may have a problem. But we pass all homes effectively. We have a footprint that covers the entire United States.
Gotcha. So if you're a DirectTV subscriber, that's the same idea, basically?
Yes, exactly. If you can see DirectTV, if you have DirectTV service, you can certainly subscribe to DirectPC. It's in the same part of the sky, generally.
Okay, but different satellite, different dish.
Exactly. We use a slightly larger dish. We operate off a slightly different type of satellite, but you can certainly use the same dish with a slightly modified feed arm to receive DirectTV and DirectPC.
Got
It's
it.
called DirectDuo.
All right, what's the speed of DirectPC service?
Typically bursts up to 400 kilobits per second in web surfing applications.
All right, so
You
this
can
is sort of DSL range or something like that?
In the same general range. One of the things that you'll find, regardless of the broadband technology, is that when you're aggressively, actively surfing on the web, whenever you get a broadband connection, you'll find that most of the time, the site that you're going to is going to be the bigger limiting factor than the pipe itself.
I keep my ISP if I'm using DirectPC?
If you want to keep your existing ISP, that's no problem.
Okay.
You can add the satellite service, DirectPC service on top. If you want to use us
Got
as
it.
the ISP, we have a bundle as well.
All right, so you're really just the pipe coming into me, and I can keep my same kind of browser, my same ISP if I
Well,
want
we
to.
do. We are also building partnerships and developing programs with people like Broadcast.com, where we're actually encoding events and broadcasting them to all of our customers, so that you will get the benefit of broadband. And satellite is actually the best technology for
All right,
broadcasting.
Sam, given that it is available everywhere, we do have it coming in live now into our studio here.
Yes, we do.
So let's run through a couple of things. Show us, there's your sort of homepage, I guess.
Yeah, we have an electronic program guide. Excuse me. One of the things that we do is we actually broadcast the top websites onto your hard drive. So, for
Now
example,
explain what you mean by that.
because it's a satellite technology, we can actually broadcast efficiently the major
You're sort of
content.
pushing all this stuff onto my hard drive.
Pushing true multicast data into your hard drive. So instead of putting it at a head end that's miles away, it can actually be stored
All
locally.
right, so
which
my
is
access can really be fast because you're putting on a hard drive and then I'm grabbing it off the hard drive.
Exactly, and we have about 30 channels that you can subscribe to.
Okay.
Once your software knows that you're looking for them, when the data comes by, it will
So this is
pick
kind
it
of
out.
like TV here, right?
Very similar. I
Yeah.
mean, basically what you're doing now is, if I go to my channels, for example, these we subscribe to,
Subscribing to certain channels.
I can go to abcnews.com. That's coming off of my hard drive now. It's going to pop up a lot quicker than it would if it were coming off the web via virtually any
Right, but if you're
broadband.
going to something brand new, I take it you're popping live and you're really sucking it out of the air in real time?
Then you go out on the web. It's relatively seamless. For example, we have another website that's basically online here. This is not webcast. This is the Boeing website, and you can actually pull up a picture of one of their. This is something that's very large.
All right, so
content.
we're pulling this down live right
That's
now.
live
Obviously,
coming
this is
in.
not being cached. How
Exactly.
delayed is that cache? Is it minutes old, seconds old, hours old?
The broadcast caches are depending on the website. A news website will be updated 3 or 4 times a day.
Okay.
Hollywood.com or Disney will probably be updated once or twice a day. So it really depends on our relationship with the content provider, how often we want to update
On the installation, we actually have your dish right out our little window here. Can I self-install that like I can with my DirecTV dish, or should I really have somebody climb up the roof and do it?
Well, the funny thing is a lot of people do install it themselves. You obviously installed your own DirecTV
Oh, and I
dish.
tell you, when you get that signal, it's the most exciting moment of your day.
It's great. But we have professional installation available. It's very inexpensive, about $100 for a standard installation. And the modem that you use plugs into your USB port, so it's very simple to install the modem.
Now, with the satellite, though, this is one way, right? I'm using the phone to get up to the website and using your satellite to come down.
Exactly. One of the benefits of using the phone line is you can see we're pointing and clicking. We're not sending a lot of data out to the web. What we're doing is requesting a lot of the rich
So
content.
not a big deal because the data going up generally is pretty small.
Little bits. Phone lines are
Unless
fine
you're
for
running
that.
a website. Yeah.
Unless you're running your own website.
So what's this?
This is a diagram that basically explains how it works. You dial out, you go through the internet, through your ISP, whether it's us or another, to our network operations center. We grab the content from the web and put it up over the satellite and deliver it to you.
With this caching business, do I have to allocate a big hunk of my hard drive to my DirectPC service?
We recommend about 400 megabytes be available, but you can determine when you sign on for each one of the sites, it will tell you how much you should put aside, 20 megs, 30 megs, 50 megs, whatever.
Sounds great. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
All right, that's our look at high-speed internet access. Don't go away. I'll be back in just a moment with my pick of the week, a new real way to play virtual pool. Now for my pick of the week. Sports simulations on computers have gotten a lot better over the years as processor speed and graphics have improved, but the weak link continues to be input devices. A mouse or a keyboard is just not the same as a real golf club or a baseball bat. But if you're into indoor sports like pool, playing billiards, there is now an answer to having to hit the ball by shoving a mouse at it. This is Pool Shark from a company called Interact. It uses something they call real feel technology. Indeed, when you play this computer pool game, you use the real thing, a pool cue. This collapsible cue stick comes with the package, which also includes this gadget, which actually reads your stroke and translates it into real action on the pool table on the screen. Pool Shark comes bundled with 2 great pool games, Virtual Pool 2 and Ultimate 8-Ball. Let me show you how it works, keeping in mind I'm not too good at this. The cradle, or the cue stick controller, actually functions like a mouse, so you can move around the table, see the whole table, and actually pick the particular shot you want and how you're going to position the ball. I'll leave it just about right there. Then when you're ready to shoot, you just shoot. You position your hand on the cue stick and on the cradle here, and you just pull back and take a lousy shot like that. All right. The cue stick cradle, by the way, comes with a switch over here, so it does work for lefties or righties. It also doubles as a standard mouse if you want. It plugs into a USB port, so setup is plug and play. And of course, you can set up online games and take on other players on the net. It's a lot of fun. The cost is under $40. That's it for this week's edition of Chronicles. Thanks for joining us. If you need any more information on anything you saw, please check out our website. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and I hope we'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is brought to you by BigStar.com, with thousands of videos and DVDs for the whole family. Additional support by TechWeb for up-to-the-minute technology news. And by TVA, Television Associates, bridging the worlds of computers and video with DVD authoring and MPEG encoding services.
To purchase a videotape copy of today's program, call toll-free 1-888-310-7850. Please specify the show number and the topic.
Next week on the Computer Chronicles, playing music on your PC. We'll show you how to create your own personalized music CDs. We'll tell you how to add real-time music to your website. You can now compose and create music on your computer even if you've never studied music. And forget digital keyboards. This is a complete computerized piano that will teach you how to play it. Plus my pick of the week, a new portable MP3 player that can put your entire music collection in your pocket. It's all coming up next week on the Computer Chronicles. appliances talking to each other. The best of Comdex coming up next week on the Computer Chronicles. Who says online users are a bunch of anti-social geeks? Look, here we are in this nice cafe, drink in hand, friendly people, and we're surfing the net. This is the Icon Bite Bar and Grill in San Francisco, where you get the best of both worlds, real people and virtual people. You can come in here and sit down, have a drink, socialize, and check out some cool websites, look at your email, or log on to your favorite news groups. Today, we'll show you the growing power of the internet on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by Hewlett-Packard, working with industry leaders to ensure compatibility across the board and across the network. HP PCs, you're looking at partnership in a whole new light.
Additional funding provided by Intel, makers of the Intel Pentium processor. And by Progress Software, client-server development tools for enterprise-class information systems.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. With me today is John Markoff, West Coast correspondent for the New York Times. Welcome, John.
Thank you.
All right, we're talking about the internet. As a journalist, I know you use the net a lot. Show me some of your favorite things to do on the net.
Well, electronic mail is what I do most, and it allows me to stay in touch with lots of people in the industry. Here you see a message that I got from Steve Jobs, for example. Electronic mail is great, but when you're in my position, you start getting hundreds or even thousands of messages each day. And I use a program called Eudora, which allows me to filter electronic mail. And that will permit me to take messages, and they'll automatically go, before I even see them, into particular baskets, and I can read them when I have time.
Or you can trash them and filter them out that way.
That's right. Here, for example, anything with the word risks goes into a basket called risks, and I can find it there.
All right, another cool thing on the net is you can explore the world for software, right, and actually download software.
That's right. There is a tremendous amount of really high-quality free software out there, and this is a Macintosh program called Anarchy, or Anarchy. And what I have is a set of bookmarks showing computers all over the world where there are Macintosh archives. And if I want to look for one particular thing, I can do a search. Here we just go to the Archie search. Archie is a software index that allows you to retrieve different kinds of programs. I've done an Archie search for the word mosaic, and you see I've retrieved mosaic files from Virginia, from Germany, from Boston, from Pennsylvania, and all I have to do to reach them is double-click on that icon, and I can
So you can
get that
search
software.
the computers around the world for a piece of software you're
That's
looking
right.
for.
That's
All right,
right.
finally, show us Nuntius.
This is a program written by a fellow in Europe as well, which allows you to read the Usenet, which is a global collection of computer conferences. You can read conferences about any subject under the sun. Here's one on hacking computers, for example, and here's another that shows me the computers that are for sale in my neighborhood in the Bay Area.
All right, lots of power out there, but some people are concerned about the risks also, about people getting into information. How concerned should I be as a user about what I put up on the net?
I think it depends what you do. There is better computer security coming now for economic business transactions, but I'd be careful about putting my password on the net. I'd pick a password that's a safe password, and I wouldn't put my credit card up until there's security software that will protect the credit card.
All right, thanks, John. Okay, today we'll show you both sides of the net, what it's like being a user of its vast information resources and what it's like being an information provider on the internet. Now, one of the most interesting uses of the net is to self-publish your own artistic creations, and that includes not just words and pictures, but also music.
Silicon Valley is filled with bright young engineers who imagine and sometimes realize marvelous new inventions. But the high-tech culture is also about testing the limits and pushing the frontiers of new technologies, and that is what this group of weekend musicians did when they upstaged the Rolling Stones by transmitting their own performance over the internet. In November 1994, Severe Tire Damage, a rock band made up of engineers from Xerox, Apple, and Digital Equipment, performed their repertoire before an internet audience waiting for the Rolling Stones. They did it by multicasting video and audio over the internet MBone, or multicast backbone.
We were trying to make a point in doing our MCAST. We were trying to show that with sufficient understanding of the technology, that you could do okay. I mean, there are limitations to the technology that you can't overcome. The audio quality is basically, at best, when it's working really well, it's at best equivalent to a telephone. The video quality, you're going to get slow frame rate just because the internet can only carry so many bytes per second. But we wanted to show that if you were careful about how you did things, you could get an okay picture within those limitations.
The band's 15 minutes of internet fame was successful, at least as a publicity stunt. Real-time comments came from around the world, and there was even online applause. Although Severe Tire Damage invited themselves to be the Stones' warm-up group, they were off the air before the Stones concert actually began.
I think what we did was a kind of piracy, like in the early days of people flying airplanes where you'll land in someone's farmer's field because you had no place else to go. And it was okay because there weren't very many airplanes around. There aren't very many people now who can use the internet in this way. And so anything goes for now because we're still explorers exploring brand new space, and there's very, very few of us.
The internet's World Wide Web has created a new venue for music and musicians, both famous and unknown. The IUMA, or Internet Underground Music Archive, contains audio samples from A to Z. The self-publishing nature of the net means that anyone can have a home page, from Severe Tire Damage to the Rolling Stones. The current difficulty of multicasting over the net means that the band has very little competition. But that may change soon, and Severe Tire Damage may discover internet damage to be their biggest obstacle.
There are no locks on the internet right now for MCAST. So we picked no locks, we just came on and did it. If 100 bands tried to do it at the same time, disaster would ensue. It may not be possible to do what we did in another couple of years. It's a brief moment in time here, and then the locks will come down and the charges will come in.
For now, the members of Severe Tire Damage are content to have succeeded in pushing the limits of a new kind of technology. They got no recording contracts as a result of their live performance, and they plan to keep their day jobs.
That's like any technological person. We like to be at the edge and to use the new technology first before anyone else does, and to be at the state of the art. So while doing that, while playing music at the same time, it's heaven.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
While the internet itself is essentially free and available everywhere, you do need an access provider to get you onto the net. And with the popularity of the internet, the commercial online services are all rushing to provide that access. Right now, the service with the most local access nodes around the world is CompuServe. And here to show us how to get on the net with CompuServe is Charla Beaverson, their Internet Product Manager. Hi, Charla.
Hello.
All right, let's back up a little bit and say we're not net-wise at the moment, and we're not experienced with all that stuff like we saw at the beginning of the show. If I'm just a CompuServe user and familiar with that interface, I can now access the internet too, right?
That's correct. On CompuServe, all you need to do is go Internet, and you'll see the menu that we're currently looking at. The Internet can be a pretty intimidating place for the new users, so you will notice that there are forums available. These are places on CompuServe that members can go to ask questions about the internet.
So before I ever get to the net, I can play around in my good old CompuServe forums and figure out what's the thing to do and learn all the net stuff.
That's
all right, but I can also actually go out to the net, like go visit the Usenet news groups, right?
That's correct. Just now we're going out into Usenet. You will see that there are also some online articles available here teaching members about Usenet netiquette, or rules of the road, so that when they participate in Usenet discussions, they're doing so in a way that's favorable to the internet culture.
Okay, and you got the facts, the frequently asked questions, and that kind of stuff, so I can sort of warm up onto the net.
That's correct.
All right, so now we're going out actually through CompuServe, but into the full internet Usenet area.
That's correct. We're going to go in and subscribe to some news groups. You're going to see that there are thousands of news groups available, and with thousands of news groups, there's probably something for everyone. Here we have a listing of some of the major topical areas, or I could even search on a keyword. Let's say that I'm interested in news groups dealing with food. going to get a listing of all the Usenet news groups related to this
So
topic.
again, I don't need to know the alt.food or whatever I'm looking for. I can say, find me the stuff about food, and there it is.
That's correct. We can see that we have news group discussions on crackers, what cows do with their food, so a wide variety of topics. Let's go ahead and subscribe to what cows do with their food.
Okay. So when you subscribe to the news group, what does that mean?
Subscribe means that it goes on my personal favorite list. So now every time I come into Usenet, I'm going to see a listing of the news groups to which I've subscribed.
Okay.
So we're going to go on out. We'll take a look at the news groups to which I've subscribed. And again, you can see that there is quite a wide variety. Why don't we go on into the cow news group? And we are...
There are 50 articles that have been posted in that one section.
That's correct. And right now we're actually looking at the threads of discussion that are going on out in the internet about cows and their food.
Okay, so that's playing with Usenet news groups. Now I want you to show me another feature, which is FTP, which we looked at briefly at the top of the show, the file transfer protocol, and how we can actually pull down files from computers anywhere around the world. You can do that through CompuServe also?
That's correct. CompuServe does offer a file transfer interface. One thing that we do is give people a good starting point. For example, if we go out to the file transfer interface, you see that there are some popular selected sites, or people could access any specific site of their choice if they know of a particular site.
So if I'm not sure, I would just click on popular sites and say, hey, here's a couple of places a lot of people spend their time at.
And listed, we're going to see some of the most popular file transfer libraries in the world, offering quite a wide variety of files. In fact, one that I find particularly interesting is the BookStacks Unlimited. We can go here and download entire copies of books.
So I can actually take the full text of a book and download it, assuming it's public domain stuff.
That's
I
correct.
take it. Okay, last thing I want you to show me is the newest thing you have now is actually a World Wide Web browser and actually play web games going through CompuServe also, right?
That's correct. In fact, right now we're looking at a copy of Air Mosaic, which is the browser that I'm running. And all I've done is dialed into the CompuServe network and brought up the Pizza Hut homepage.
And there's the famous Pizza Hut homepage on the web. Okay, thank you very much. Now, you can pick up any business magazine these days and you're bound to find an article entitled, How to Make Money on the Internet. Well, lots of businesses, large and small, are trying to figure out how to do just that by selling their wares directly on the net.
The Whole Earth Catalog was an institution to many people who grew up in the 1960s and 70s. Since the first edition 27 years ago, its articles and reviews have provided an ecologically friendly alternative to the noisy hype of commercial catalogs. Traditionally, the paper edition was sold directly and advertised by word of mouth. Today, Whole Earth's publisher has decided to try a web page on the internet as a way to attract more readers and more sales.
Our mission is to get these books into the hands of as many people as possible. This provides an opportunity, we think, in addition to what we've done already, which is bookstores, selling the catalog by direct mail, selling the catalog out of our own offices. We're also looking at a way to get the Whole Earth Catalog and the Whole Earth Review as widely disseminated as possible. And so this is a tool we haven't used before. We want to try to use to see, is this going to be one more way to get these resources so that more people are going to have access to them.
Currently, Whole Earth's internet pages provide only condensed samples of the print catalog's content. Online ordering is limited to the catalog itself and its sister publication, the Whole Earth Review. But to offer those electronic transactions, the catalog's web service provider had to supply a new level of security using data encryption.
What we're seeing now is the integration of this encryption technology with the software that people use to access the networks. We're also seeing integration of the encryption technology with the financial transaction technology. There are a number of competing services available or about to be launched right now that will allow people to buy and sell goods via the internet using their checking account and their credit card numbers. And later this year, they'll be able to have virtual cash, cyber cash, digital cash, if you will, accounts that they'll be able to put money into and then draw from.
The Whole Earth Catalog's new electronic presence may grow to include direct sales of the products and books reviewed within its pages. But that will depend on the response to its first commercial link to the internet.
What we've always done is experiment. What we've always believed in doing is trying out tools, seeing what they work, seeing what they're good for, trying to understand what their implications are for people's lives and for the well-being of the planet. And and then making judgments about that. And I think we don't have an answer yet to that question of where we will end up in 10 years. How much of what we will be doing will be electronic, how much will be paper, how much will be something else.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
Well, the net may be good for business, but it's also a gigantic resource for nonprofit organizations and others working on a variety of global causes. Here to show us how to use the net for community outreach efforts is George Gundry of the Institute for Global Communications. Hi, George.
Hi.
What you guys do then is provide access to the net for nonprofits, for people working on community issues and stuff like that?
Exactly. We provide full internet access for organizations to both get information that they couldn't find at a bookstore or at their library, and also for organizations to publish information and make it widely available.
All right, so let's say I'm involved in a local environmental group in New England, and I want to find out how my legislators voted on recent environmental issues which came up before the Congress. Could I check something like that?
Sure. You would use a World Wide Web resource which is published by a larger organization. And to do that, we would visit our web page by clicking on the web button. We get sent this map here of the United States, and we select the region that we want to get information on, for example, New England, as you mentioned. We click there.
And this is sending us out now to what?
It is basically taking us to another area on the same computer. With each hyperlink, you never know where you're going, if you're going to a different computer or the same computer. It could be the same computer, it could be a computer halfway around the world.
Anyhow, we got the results we wanted, and this is how the senators and the representatives in New England voted on the. Now there's a kind of ranking there, so this organization is saying they have a high number or a low number in terms of how well they do on environmental issues.
Sure, they've identified certain key votes and they basically rank them how they voted. And you can see what his ranking here is 77% 94 and 90% last year, and then you can actually click and see the actual bills.
This is votes on specific legislation that came up and how they voted on that.
Exactly.
And when you click on there, I can actually go find out what the legislation said and
what it said, what the pro-environmental vote was according to this group, and of course you can save it onto your hard disk or you can print it out.
All right, now suppose I want to find out are there other organizations like mine elsewhere around the country, or around the world for that matter, and I want to find out how they do things and how they organize themselves.
Certainly, there are many organizations that publish on the internet, and there's also many people out on the internet who are maintaining directories of organizations. So you would need to find one of these directories and then simply visit the organization that you're interested in. For example, the Center, the Computer Professionals for Social Responsibility is a very good group, and they have a web page, and you can go visit it, get information, how to join, how to subscribe to their newsletter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, let's say another issue. Say I'm involved in a women's issues group, and we're getting ready to prepare for the International Women's Conference in Beijing, and I just want to kind of old-fashioned network, you know, just talk to other people, maybe get a consensus on an agenda for a session we're going to have.
Sure.
How would I do that?
Okay, if you'll bear with me.
One thing on the net is you spend a lot of time waiting.
Exactly.
People have to understand
I
that.
have what are called bookmarks, which is basically my favorite places on the network marked up. But often what happens is you begin communicating with another computer, and that computer makes you wait.
Yeah.
You can see here now we're looking at the agenda for the World Conference on Women. We have various documents and news, both from organizations and from the United Nations itself.
So despite a couple of seconds of waiting, which is all it was, I mean, you have access to all kinds of stuff here, and very quickly can do a lot of things if you're working with a nonprofit.
Yes.
That's great. Thank you very much. All right, now one of the neat things about the internet and the World Wide Web in particular is, in fact, anyone can create their own homepage and become an information provider on the net. The only catch is creating a homepage is not necessarily an easy thing to do. Where do you go for help? Well, we found one place. It's called the Digital Media Center here in San Francisco.
Becoming an information provider on the internet doesn't require a large budget, nor does it demand powerful hardware. But putting your name or company on the net does mean creating a legible, logical home page with clearly defined links. The San Francisco Digital Media Center started classes this year to help anyone wanting a web page learn how to make one.
For us, you know, as I said, we start with the idea that people need to have their stories told, and that's a very old feeling. We think suddenly there is this apparatus, the World Wide Web, in which you can literally publish a book that has images, that has all the text that you're working on, that has little samples, footnoted clips of audio or video. And for me, this is a tremendous opportunity for people to express themselves and be heard throughout the world. I mean, we're talking about successful homepages can be seen by 20 or 30,000 people a week.
Savvy web page residents try to enhance their pages with user-friendly graphics and icons. But the aesthetics of designing a page are not always evident to beginners, and the complexity of programming links can be overwhelming. The web publishing class combines lessons in HTML programming with basic design concerns. Students provide their own graphic elements, which can include line art, photos, and video.
The biggest question for a lot of artists right now working in all of the computer forums is how to create an aesthetics of interactivity. And so in our classes, we're discussing what the aesthetics of interactivity are, meaning how, when you're creating something that links to something else, that can, in a sense, go in many directions, and that the author really is the person using the pages, using the interactivity instead of you as the designer. What are the good ways to think about that in creating new work? So I think there is a very complex artistic question to be solved by people working in this field, and all of it is so new.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
The beauty of the World Wide Web is its ability to link you with similar topics or ideas elsewhere on the web. The engine that does that is called HTML, an acronym for Hypertext Markup Language. Creating home pages with HTML is not easy unless you have a program like Hot Metal. Here to show us how to use it is Mike Brown of SoftQuad. Hi, Mike.
Hello.
All right, now this is your company's homepage, for example, and it looks like a bunch of text, but the fact is there's a lot of programming code underneath that, right? Because there are hotspots all over this text.
Right, and the graphics that are here, and the titles that are larger, all of this is because there are HTML codes that are in the source file telling the browser what to do to display this file. In fact, most browsers have the ability for you to view that source code, and you can see here that there's lots of little codes inside there.
So if I didn't have software like Hot Metal, I'd have to know all these codes and know how to type it and where to type them and so on.
Right.
And I'd make mistakes and it would never work, right?
Probably a little bit. There's about 50 of them in here, and you have to get them in the right order, know which ones to put in there. It can be very difficult to type just by hand.
Okay, so how would I do this using Hot Metal? Show me the difference.
Well, if I go out of this thing and close this thing down and take a look at my document itself, I have here the copy of the document as we were looking at it in the code version, except I've taken those codes and put them with little icons so that I don't have to see all the little code things.
So these are friendly little tags that Hot Metal provides and tells me this is what's really going on next to this text.
Right, and I can turn them off if I need to and suppress them so I don't have to see them, but usually I leave them on so that I know that I'm, for example, at the beginning of a paragraph. And at the beginning of the paragraph, if I were to add a new element, the software knows the HTML rules and gives me about 34 different things I can do here.
But if I were at another spot, for example, in that home page, it would tell me there are things I can't do, right?
For example, down into this unordered list, if my cursor were here, it would tell me that only the list item is valid here. And if I put anything else in here, like a paragraph or a title, then this document would not work at all on the web.
The browser would get confused.
Wouldn't work at all.
All right, let's say I want to start from scratch, Mike. How do I begin to create a home page using Hot Metal?
Well, the software does come with some templates, and I can select a home page template here. And by opening this up, it gives me some suggested titles and some graphics that I can go in then and start changing it myself. So I've got a friend named Bob that I'm creating a home page for, and I can go in and decide that I want to maybe add the graphic, change this My Company to a picture that Bob sent me. So I'm going to edit the URL for this.
And what does URL stand for?
URL is the Uniform Resource Locator. It's the file syntax that points to other graphics or other texts. It's the things that when you click on it, it goes somewhere.
Okay.
So I choose this file. Here's my author file that Bob sent me. And when I bring that in, the system automatically gives me a picture of Bob that he sent to me.
All right, now suppose I wanted to add a hot link here, say My Company. I want to make My Company a link so that when somebody clicks on that, it takes them somewhere else to more information.
And we can do that with Hot Metal also. I can highlight some of the text here, the My Company, do a markup. I want to surround that with some things. It tells me what are the valid things to surround that with. The anchor is the first thing. I'll just go ahead and surround that. And now it takes on a little color to let me know that this is now a hotspot.
It's blue, so we know it's a link, and it'll go somewhere else.
I still have to assign some URL values to that, though.
Tell it what text to link to, where to go.
Exactly, so that I can edit this URL. I can again choose a file. I can select, I'm going to select a class that I'm working on, some class descriptions. And by accepting this, now that is got the values assigned so that when someone clicks on this, they'll actually go to that document.
Okay, and then we could preview what the actual page would look like?
Yeah, we select the preview here, and the preview now brings up my web browser so I can see how my coding has been done, whether it looks good on the screen or not. It brings in the graphic, has a picture of Bob, and it's looking pretty good. And I can also click on this now and check and see, and certainly
really links to where you
there's my
to go.
text.
Okay, how do I get the software? Where do I find this?
Well, the software is available. There's a free version available via FTP, and so there are several websites, including the NCSA site that has Hot Metal for free.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, that's our look at the Internet. In fact, just a little glance at the tip of the cyberspace iceberg. Thanks for joining us. I'm Stuart Chaffee. Hope to see you here again next time on the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by Hewlett-Packard, developing technology that lets you manage your PC from anywhere on the network, anywhere in the world. HP PCs, you're taking a close look at remote management.
Additional funding provided by Intel, makers of the Intel Pentium processor. And by Progress Software, client-server development tools for enterprise-class information systems.
Video cassette copies of this program are available. Computer Chronicles also publishes a companion newsletter containing details on products demonstrated and information on program topics. To order a video cassette or a newsletter, call 1-800-800-9520 or write Computer Chronicles. Please specify program subject for tapes. All orders include a free software program for auditing software use and information on the definitive guide to keeping your organization's software legal.
This is how you build a personal computer, right? With modern assembly line production. Wrong. You can also do it yourself. Get yourself a case, a motherboard, some memory, a disk drive, a graphics card, and you can get exactly the computer you want. Today we'll show you how to build your own PC on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by Cardinal Technologies, designer and manufacturer of advanced personal computer systems and communications peripherals, including multimedia and graphics products. Cardinal Technologies, where computer products are designed and manufactured in the USA, and by PC Connection and Mac Connection, mail order software and hardware peripherals for the PC and the Macintosh. And the Software Publishers Association, providers of educational materials to help manage software. Don't copy that floppy.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and with me this week is Andy Berg of the Santron Computer Company. Andy, it's a little hard to believe, but this is a personal computer. In fact, this is the new Chips and Technologies F8680 computer on a chip. It is a complete IBM PC XT clone with the CPU and the graphics card and the serial port and the accessory controllers and so on, all on this one little chip with 160 pins. In fact, it has everything, all the electronics that are in this old IBM PC XT. This is what it would look like if you actually had it in a palm-top device. There's the computer, memory chips, and other little goodies you might add to it. This is the other end of the spectrum. I'm, of course, not going to build that computer by myself. But when we're talking about building your own PC, it is so cheap to go out and buy PC clones these days. Why would I want to build one myself? Why would I go to a home brewer like you?
First of all, Stuart, there are two major advantages. Number one is flexibility. Isn't it more fun if you build your own system? Right. You give us the system's configuration, we'll build it for you. Second of all, you can request to see the brand name of the part.
So if I want this particular kind of hard drive or this particular graphics card, you can do that for me.
Exactly.
Andy, today we'll take a look at several approaches to building your own PC, from doing it yourself to hiring somebody to put it together for you to rebuilding your PC with the new modular computers from Compaq and ALR. The starting point for the do-it-yourselfer is usually finding the right source for all the components you need, and one place to go looking is the Weekend Computer Mart.
Good, let's make a deal. No reasonable offer refused.
This is the Oakland Computer Show and Sale, a regular traveling flea market for computer parts and other electronic goodies. And if you want to build your own PC, this is the place to visit.
If someone doesn't know anything about computers, they can come to our computer show, they can go to our free seminar. After the seminar, they can walk around the show, pick out all the pieces and parts they need for the computer, take it back to the workshop. They can assemble it right at the show, after the workshop, and take home a brand new computer.
So hackers come here not just to buy components, but also to get advice from seminar leaders like Clarence Hose.
We don't just give them a screwdriver. We actually go through the hands-on aspects of building a machine and letting them know what's in there.
The main benefits of shopping at a computer mart are a wide selection of products and very low prices.
There are price wars at the shows. They a lot of times sell like 5% above their cost. They sell in volumes. It's not like going to like a business land store or a computer land store where they have a high overhead and they expect, you know, 25 to 50% margins.
I picked up a keyboard. I found a tape drive cheap, controller card, memory. So, you know, you have to be kind of a do-it-yourselfer, but and they sell package systems too, but to really get the deals, you know, you have to kind of shop around.
Once these buyers get through their first do-it-yourself experience, it only gets easier and, in some cases, profitable.
I've built 2 systems. Right now, I'm working on a 3rd. I've sold the system that I currently own and got some money for it already, which I'm buying parts for my upgrade.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Maria Gabriel.
If you want to start from scratch to build your own PC, there are 2 ways to get help. Jonathan Chilvers is an instructor who can teach you how to build a computer, and Chuck Liu is a so-called home brewer who will build one for you. Jonathan, let me start with you. We've all probably gone to Radio Shack or Heathkit or something like that and built little radios or something in the past, but a computer's like another story. You've got a lot of stuff in here. How difficult is it to really build a personal computer?
Well, the good news is that today, building a PC is very easy. Practically anybody can do it.
Okay, but what's the hard part then?
The hard part is really not assembling it, is making the choice of what the consumer wants.
Right, right. Now, let me ask you, I don't see any soldering irons here or anything like that. I mean, what tools do you need to put the computer together?
Well, the beauty of the PC is that I just need this one screwdriver and I can assemble the whole thing.
You can do a computer with a screwdriver?
A screwdriver, that's all.
All right, now let's start from some of the decisions you talked about. I guess the first choice you have to make is the case. What are you going to put all this stuff in? Is that in fact a decision, or is there a sort of a standard PC box you put it in?
No, there is a variety of different cases, and there are tower cases, and there are the standard old AT case, which is a larger case, and this is called a mini case. And this is the case that I myself personally like the best.
Okay, now this is an example of a computer which you put together yourself? You
Yes.
Put all these now, give me a guided tour of the box and what all the different components are, what I have to worry about.
Okay, the box comes from the store with the power
So
supply
power supply is already in it.
is built in. That's all.
Okay.
The next step is going to choose what kind of a CPU you're going to use and the motherboard. And this is it right here. And this is a standard 386 16 megahertz PC clone board. And this is now the Volkswagen of PCs.
And again, to install the motherboard, I mean, just snap it in there.
Snaps right in and just 2 screws holds it.
Okay, how about all the rest of the stuff?
Well, the next choice is the floppy disk and your hard disk.
Okay.
Today, the prices of PC components have gone down so low that everyone now really has to have a hard disk.
Right. Okay, so here's your hard drive.
So this is the hard drive, and in the front, I'll just turn this around. I've installed 2 floppy disks.
Right.
The bottom one is a standard 360K, which is the industry standard 5 1/4 inch, and the top is the 1.2 megabyte high density disk. And I also have, because many people are using these smaller 3.5-inch, this is a 1.44 3.5-inch floppy disk.
Now we're going to that slot?
And this will go into this slot.
Okay.
Most PCs do not have 3 floppy disk drive, even though I think it's a necessity today.
Depending on what format the
format, because today all software is really distributed in 3.5 and also the 5 1/4.
Now you're sliding all that stuff in from the front, but I take it you've got to do something at the back to connect all this
Right.
stuff.
Well, this is where the screwdriver secures it, and of course we have cables to connect it. I've already connected these bottom ones.
So it's just a
with
question
the
of plugging in the cable.
Just plugging in the cable.
Right, how about the hard drive?
Okay, this is a 200 megabyte hard disk drive, 3.5-inch format, and there's a little spot right here, and I'm just going to slide that in from the back. Slide that in from the back, and I'm going to secure it later. The next thing we have to.
Okay, so what are all the boards we have out here?
Well, first is memory.
Right.
When we have to decide how much memory we want on the PC, and with the new operating system, MS-DOS 5.0, more memory the better.
Yeah.
This is called a SIP, and this is 1 megabyte of RAM. And I've installed one already.
So you just plug that in?
Yes, just plug that in. I'm going to do that right now, and it just goes in.
So that's a second megabyte.
This is a second megabyte, so this system has 2 megabytes of RAM.
Okay, and what's all these other cards then? What else do we need?
I had to make a decision on what kind of a video monitor I wanted, and for the kind of work I do, a simple TTL a graphics card is all I need. And this is what the graphics card looks like.
And you just slide it in the slot,
I just plug it right in, and it contains, I should tell you, it contains a parallel port built right in, and that just goes right in. I kind of push it in with the back of my hand.
And quickly, 2 more cards. What are these?
Okay, this is the hard disk host adapter as well as the floppy disk controller, and this also just goes right in, pops right in, and I just wiggle it back and forth, and then this is really all I need to get my system going are these 2 cards, and I'm going to plug in the floppy disk ribbon cable. And then the ribbon cable for the hard disk. This just goes right in right here, very simply.
Turn it on and pray.
And turn it on and pray, yes. And this goes in here, and essentially,
you've built your own PC.
We are assembled right now.
All right, Chuck, let's turn to you. And if I'm a little intimidated, despite what Jonathan says about building it myself, I can go to a guy like you who's called a home brewer and tell you what I want and ask you to build it for me, right?
Right.
All right, now you've got an example in front of you of the kind of thing you would build. First of all, this is a different case from the one we looked at, isn't it?
Yes.
Could you show it to us? You can stand up and just sort of stand it up if you want.
Okay.
Okay, so what kind of case is this?
This is what we call a mini tower. Okay, it's got 2 5 1/4 internal bays and 3 3.5 internal bays. What I have here is one 1.2 high density floppy drive and a 1.44 3.5-inch drive. What I have also is a removable hard drive.
A hard drive, yeah.
Okay, you can simply slide it out like so and take it home with you
What's
when
the
you're done
advantage
working.
of having that?
Oh, this is for security reasons. If you don't want anybody to tamper with the system, you can simply do so.
Carry all your files with you. And if you had another machine at home, could you plug it into that machine?
Yes, of course. It's interchangeable.
All right, so let's get back inside the box. What else is in here?
Okay. What I have here, this is an internal power supply, and this is the VGA card that we have here, and this is the IDE controller, which controls floppy drive, hard drives, and I/O input/output devices.
Okay, now this is this an example of the motherboard you have inside there?
That's the exact
motherboard. All right, you
motherboard.
put that down for a second if you want, and just walk us through the motherboard and show us what the components of that are.
Okay, this is a 386 SX25. It's made by Advanced Micro Device. CPUs right here. This is a math processor socket, and this is a chipset. The memory modules go in here. It takes SIM modules. Okay, these are the BIOS. It's got 6 16-bit bus and a 8-bit slot.
Yeah. Now let me ask you one. You can sit down again if you want, Chuck. I want to ask you a question. I see on the back of your box here you have the FCC sticker.
Right.
Now, I know you always see one of those on the back of a computer. What does that mean? If I build my own computer, do I have to get the FCC to say it's okay in some way?
Definitely.
In what way? What's the problem?
Okay. FCC is regulated by Federal Communications Commission. Okay. It comes in 2 classes, Class A and Class B. Class A is for industrial use, and Class B is for home use. Okay. What it does is it regulates the radio frequency that emits from come out of the system, right?
Okay, now Jonathan, let me go back to you. If I go to a home brewer like Chuck, he's going to sort of take care of this FCC stuff. What happens if I build it myself? Is it illegal for me to use?
No, the cases are certified, and on this particular model, the power supply actually has the certification right on it. So one should check when you buy a case that it is certified.
Okay, so you can buy the case with the power supply that already has the FCC certification on it.
Correct.
Now, one last question, Chuck. You teach a course in which you show people how to do this. Suppose somebody who's watching is interested, yeah, I'd like to build my own computer. Are there courses like this offered around the country?
Yes, I teach one in the Bay Area, but they're offered all over the country in the community college system.
And apart from just having fun and the satisfaction of having put it together yourself, do you save money? I mean, how much did it cost you, for example, to build your own 386 PC like this?
This one probably cost me, because I have a very expensive hard drive here, around $1,000, but the prices are dropping monthly, and one can build a system for about $700.
So you could save money also by doing it yourself.
Save money, and you can get exactly what you want.
Or by going to a home brewer. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Well, you probably already have at least one computer, so rather than wanting to build a computer, you may want to rebuild your computer and to upgrade it. One of the leading suppliers of upgrade motherboards and other add-ins is a company called Cardinal Technologies in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Lancaster is best known for its rich farmland and the Amish people who live here in total non-techie simplicity. But there's one company here that defies the stereotype. Cardinal Technologies, makers of PC systems, modems, graphic cards, multimedia boards, and motherboards. If you already have a PC, you don't necessarily have to build a new one just to get more speed and horsepower. You can rebuild the one you have. Buying and installing a replacement motherboard from a company like Cardinal is easier than you might think.
It's just a matter of removing a few screws and unplugging a few connectors, and off you go. And it's a lot of fun then to reconfigure the motherboard into your system to bring it back up. It gives you a good feeling once you've accomplished this. You feel like you really know how to build a PC.
Many users are afraid to dig deep inside the computer for fear they'll never get it back together and working again. But Harold Kroll says not to worry.
I mean, most people are hesitant to even put in an adapter, let alone change the motherboard. But we believe that there are users now sophisticated enough to try and change their motherboards, and the benefits from doing that are tremendous. People can, for $400 or $500, get a motherboard that gives them state-of-the-art technology, 386, 486, and a lot of advanced features that they could not otherwise have without buying a very expensive PC.
There are several advantages to rebuilding your PC with a replacement motherboard. You can not only get a faster CPU, but you can also free up some expansion slots thanks to the high level of integration on the newer generation motherboards.
You get onboard memory slots so that your memory is resident right on the motherboard instead of on a plug-in card, which saves you slot space. The other thing is today's motherboards have a lot of peripherals connectivity, such as your serial and your parallel controllers are built right on the motherboard, again allowing you to free up some slots so that you can put in other peripherals products.
So if you're happy with your keyboard, your monitor, and your disk drives, but the old CPU just won't handle Windows, get that screwdriver, buy a new motherboard, and do it yourself. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Maria Gabriel.
The latest trend in off-the-shelf personal computers are modular PCs that give you an easy way to rebuild and upgrade the various parts of your computer. Here to show us two of the new modular upgradable PCs are Ray Pollum of ALR and John Meany of Compaq. John, as we saw at the beginning of the show, and as we know, I mean, the trend seems to be toward more integration, yet you've intentionally pulled the computer apart and broken it up into these modules. Why?
We found that if you separated all the different pieces, you would give the end user an opportunity to use the machine for a longer period of time.
So the guy who's worried about buying a PC today goes, tomorrow, yet another better one's going to come out.
Yeah, it includes processor, video, I/O, all the different components that are involved.
So instead of replacing the computer, you can just replace the part that you think is better now.
That's right.
All right, let's look at ALR now. You guys started this, I guess, a couple of years ago, Ray, right?
Yeah, I will give you an example of what John's talking about. This machine is the ALR PowerFlex.
Now, when we introduced this back in 1989, it was a very good 286-based product.
Right.
It comes standard with 1 megabyte of RAM. It has 6 expansion slots, a hard disk controller, a floppy disk controller. It currently retails for $795.
But
it's a 286-based system.
Yeah.
If you wanted to run software which required a 386 processor, in the old days you take the old system and
junk it and buy a new computer.
Okay. Now you don't have to do that. This computer was built with what we call just upgrade the CPU built in. And you can take a module. This module is a 16 megahertz 386SX module. It retails at $245. So you can buy this module, plug it into this machine, thereby retaining the original investment of the 286 machine. And now you're able to run the latest software.
All right, so show me how complicated it would be to do. I've got my 286 ALR and I want to make it a 386.
It's a very simple process. You take the module, you plug it into the feature slot, and then you turn on the machine.
That's it? Okay, let me see.
There's no dip switches, there's no BIOS changes.
And it says PowerFlex 386 SX module installed. And that was $240, how much for the card?
$245 at the retail price.
Okay, let's turn to this ALR machine now and tell me what we're doing here with modularity.
This is ALR's mid-range product, and this product begins as a 33 megahertz 386 ESA-based machine. True 32-bit throughout, through the ESA expansion slots, through the memory, the cache. Everything that goes into this machine is 32-bit.
Okay.
This is a 33 megahertz 386 on this module here.
So I take it the scenario is I want to upgrade yet again to what, a 486 now?
If for some reason you wanted to upgrade to a 486, either a SX46, a 2546, a 3346, or even a 50 megahertz 46. Let's say you start out with word processing, and you're doing some business applications on the machine, but your business grows and maybe you need to get into desktop publishing. I'm going to show you how to upgrade this from a 33 megahertz 386 all the way to a 50 megahertz 46 high performance.
All right, let's do it.
This is currently a 4 MIPS machine. What you would do is you would remove the 386 processor. Now you don't throw that away because ALR gives you a rebate on that machine, or on that processor card. You would take the 50 megahertz 486, plug it into the processor slot. In order to enhance the performance of this 50 megahertz 46, I'm going to install a 256K external cache controller. That's installed right next to the CPU card. And
what do we have here, memory?
This machine is expandable up to 17 megabytes on the system board, but in some applications, 17 megabytes may not be enough. We have an optional memory expansion card, which allows you to bring the machine all the way to 49 megabytes overall. And that's simply a plug into that slot. And now you've gone from a 33 386 to a 50 megahertz 46, 256K cache, 49 megabytes of RAM.
Okay. All right, John, let's turn to Compaq, and you've got a lot of press on your modular machines. Now, first of all, you have a tool. Ray didn't use a tool. What's that screwdriver do?
The screwdriver is all you need to do to open it up and to remove or replace any of the components.
All right, run us through all the components. What are the different modules on the Compaq machine?
Basically, there's 5 components or modules involved in the system. The first one I'm going to pull out, just because it's most convenient, is the memory module. And with this memory board, you can put up to 64 megabytes of RAM on the system. The next one is going to be the processor board. In this case, it's a 486 SX 16 megahertz processor board. It's also got all of the standard memory, 4 megabytes of RAM, the logic to address the memory, and the cache built into it. The video board is also a separate module, and you can expect that in 1992 we'll be providing video upgrades for this system. And then over here on...
we have 3 pieces, now we got more.
Over here on this side of the machine, we took the I.O., that is the board that has the keyboard and mouse ports, the parallel and the serial ports, all on it, put it on a separate board, as well as the battery that runs the clock on the system and the system ROMs. System ROM upgrades would also be done on this board, so that you would take this board out and do that. The other thing about this board is that either Compaq or possibly third parties will certainly be looking at this component to upgrade it in terms of either token ring or Ethernet down, maybe a SCSI port, and so on in the future. And then the 5th component is the system expansion board, which is the ESA slots. And now that can be expanded or upgraded in the future as well. And that's what we talk about in terms of intelligent modularity.
Okay, now again, what do you mean? What does you say intelligent modularity? What does the intelligent part mean?
Well, instead of just looking at different pieces and pulling them apart and put them back together again, we looked at each one of those pieces and what were the different ways that we could upgrade those pieces. I think the I/O board is the best example. There are a lot of pieces on the I/O board that can be changed in the future, either by Compaq or by third parties.
All right, now if I wanted to upgrade my Compaq machine now, what do? I just sort of replace one of these boards?
Well, let's talk about the most common one that Ray addressed earlier. And in this case, I'm going to upgrade to a 48633DX.
Right.
So you would get your 486 processor board, insert that in the system, and it's basically just the reverse of what I did to take it out. And now you got a 4633. By the way, we will also be providing higher performance processors in the future in this box.
Now let me ask you, Ray, I mean, it looks very easy to just stick these boards in, but you know, a lot of typical business users, I mean, they don't want to take the case off. They don't want to stick their fingers in this stuff. I mean, how much knowledge do you have to be able to do this? How dangerous is it? How many mistakes can you make here?
It's not dangerous at all. ALR sells its product through a professional reseller community. And typically, large corporations, small corporations will have a reseller come in and do the upgrade for them. It's very simple, as I showed you, to be able to do it yourself. But in selling through a reseller channel, they have the ability to call local support and local service to perform those types of functions.
John, would that be the same with the Compaq? You literally don't have to open it up yourself and stick these boards in yourself.
I agree, and in fact, I think that the trend is going, particularly in large businesses, away from internal do-it-yourself in your own business to relying on somebody else whose business it is to do that. And Ray made a good point there.
So the idea here is not necessarily to do it yourself, but you really do have the ability to have at least somebody, you know, open the thing up and change pieces of it and keep your computer current.
Certainly.
All right, and what are the costs of things like your upgrade, John? We saw what this 386 board was. Suppose I want to go to that higher board.
The way that we price that is that the cost for the upgrade is no more than the difference between the two models when you first buy it. In this case, you're talking about $1,200 at retail.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Well, that's today's tutorial on how to build or rebuild your own PC. Stay tuned now for this week's computer news on Random Access.
In the Random Access file this week, this is a special summer edition with a focus on software. Here are last week's best-selling software titles for the PC, according to PC Connection. Microsoft came in #1 and 2 with Windows and DOS upgrades, and rounding out the top 10 are Superstore 2.04 and Software Marketing's BodyWorks 1.0. Next up, Paul Schindler in our summer software review.
If you're one of the Macintosh users who wonders if System 7 is worth the trouble of upgrading, I'm here to tell you it is, and I'm here to tell you why. Now, first, notice that the files themselves have changed. They're all three-dimensional now. You can label them with colors that have specific meanings to you. You can maneuver around in the traditional way by double-clicking on a folder, but you can also move between applications using a menu of those currently operating. The meaning of the Apple menu has changed. It used to be where you put desktop accessories, but there are no more DAs in System 7. Everything's an application, and every application can reside right there under the Apple. Now, some people worry about software compatibility. Apple has some means of checking it and advises you to get upgrades where required, but everything I had ran under System 7 just fine. Your mileage may vary. There's another new idea in System 7, the alias. Suppose you want to launch Word. The actual application is in the Word folder. Now you can create an alias that acts just like another copy of the program, but is really just a 2K pointer to its location. You can put an alias in the Apple menu. Here's a handy feature if you're garbage collecting your hard disk. You can now sort folders by size, so you can concentrate your attention on the big ones. Apple Macintosh System 7 comes free on new Macintosh computers. Many older machines can upgrade and the price varies. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. I'm Janelle Stelson.
Computer Chronicles has been made possible in part by Cardinal Technologies, makers of the Snap Plus video adapter. Snap Plus hardware and software turn a PC into a video production workstation. Snap Plus from Cardinal Technologies, made in the USA. And by PC Connection and Mac Connection, mail-order software and hardware peripherals for the PC and the Macintosh. And the Software Publishers Association, providers of educational materials to help manage software. Don't copy that floppy.
Videocassette copies of this program are available. Computer Chronicles also publishes a companion newsletter containing details on products demonstrated, plus background information on program topics. To order a videocassette or a subscription to the newsletter, call 1-800-366-9484 or write Computer Chronicles. Please specify program subject for tapes. All orders include a free software program for auditing software use.